my Beryl Merville wrote, Soul's Book the First. Dear Ronnie, we are back from Italy, arriving this afternoon. Captains of Souls by Edgar Wallace Aylbert Company, publishers New York, printed in USA, copyright 1922 by Small Maynard Company, incorporated, printed in the United States of America, dedicated to two key contents: book, the first book, the second book, the third book, the fourth Captains of... Oh, yes. Daddy thought you would be there to meet us, and I was so disappointed to find nobody but Mr. Stepp. I know that he is a most important person, and his importance was supported by his new car, such an impressive treasure, with a collapsible writing table and cigar lighter and library, actually a library and a cunning little locker under one of the seats. I just glanced at them. Daddy is a little plaintive on such occasions. I am a little afraid of Mr. Stepp, yet he was kindness itself, and that bull voice of his, bellowing orders to porters and chauffeur and railway policemen, was comforting in a way. I thought he was looking unusually striking. Stepp, I mean. People certainly do look at him, with his black pointed beard and his bristling black eyebrows. You like him, don't you? Perhaps I should too, only he is very magnetic. A commanding person, he frightens me, I repeat. And I have met another man. I don't think you know him. He said he had never met you. Daddy knows him rather well, and so does Mr. Stepp. Such a queer man, Ronnie. He arrived after Daddy had gone to his club to collect some correspondence. He made the queerest impression on me. The maid came and told me there was a strange man in the hall who said Dr. Merville had sent for him. So I went down to see him. You will be amused, but not flattered, when I confess that the moment I saw him, I thought of you. I had a sort of warm impulse toward him. I felt as though I were meeting you, as I wanted you to be. How mad it was, you'll understand. That sounds feeble and lame, but employing my limited vocabulary to the best of my poor ability, I am striving to reduce my mad impression to words. For Ronnie, he was a stoutish man of middle age, no more like you than I am like Mr. Stepp. Yet when I saw this shabbily dressed person, the knees of his trousers shone, and the laces of his untidy boots were dragging. I just gasped. He sat squarely on one of the hall chairs, a big rough hand on each knee, and he was staring in an absent-minded way at the wall. He didn't even see me when I stood almost opposite to him. But his head, Ronnie, it was the head of a conqueror, one of those heroes of antiquity. You see their busts in the museums, and wonder who they are. A broad eagle face, strangely dark, and on top a shock of grey-white hair brushed back into a mane. And please, Ronnie, do not tell me that I am neurotic and overtired. I was just mad, nothing worse than that. He had the most beautiful eyes I had ever seen in a man, and when they turned in my direction, and he got up from his chair, not awkwardly as I expected, but with the ease of an Augustus, there was within them so much loving kindness that I felt I could have cried. I'm mad still, for I cannot get him out of my mind. What sort of work he does for Meropulus I have not discovered. His name is Ambrose Salt, and he is associated with Daddy and Mr. Stepp, though I think that he is really attached to that horrid Greek person to whom Daddy introduced me. Meropulus. There is always a great deal of mystery about Mr. Meropulus and Mr. Stepp's business schemes. Sometimes I am very uncomfortable, which is a very mild way of describing my feelings about Daddy and things I should so like to discover. Ronnie, you have some kind of business dealings with Father. What is it all about? It is to do with companies and corporations, isn't it? I know Mr. Stepp is a great financier, but I don't quite know how financiers work. Come and see me soon, Ronnie. I promise you I won't, I suppose I ought not to be curious, but it worries me. No, bothers is a better word, sometimes. I've never forgiven myself for hurting you so. You have forgiven me? It was such a horrid story. I blame myself for listening, and hate myself for telling you. But the girl's brother was so earnest, and so terribly upset, and the girl herself was so wickedly circumstantial. It was my first experience of blackmailers, and I ought to have known you better, and liked you better, than to believe that you would be such a brute, and she was such a common girl, too. She stopped writing, and looked round. Come in. The maid was straightening her face as she entered. That gentleman, Mr. Salt, has called. Beryl tapped her lips with the feathered penholder. Did you tell him that the doctor was out? Yes, miss. He asked if you were in. I told him I'd go and see. Why are you laughing, Dean? Something about the visitor had amused the girl, for the corners of her lips twitched. Beryl's manner was unusually cold, and her grave eyes reproving. Oh, miss, you were so strange. For no reason that she could assign, she felt called upon to defend this man against the ridicule which she perceived in the maid's attitude. He said, "Perhaps you will see me." "Do you mean Miss Merville?" says I. "Merville." It sounded like, "How pitiful." He says in a queer way, "Of course, Beryl Merville," and then he said something to himself. "I don't think he is quite all there, miss." "Show him up, please," said Beryl quietly. She recognized the futility of argument. She sat waiting for the man, uncertain. Why did she want to see him? Dean and her type found in the contemplation of harmless lunacy a subject for merriment. And Dean was the best maid she had for years. She was not really curious by nature, and the crude manners of the class to which he belonged usually rubbed her raw. Perhaps she was a neurotic after all. Ronnie was quite sure of his judgment in most matters affecting her. Ambrose Salt, standing in the doorway, hat in hand, saw her bite her lower lip reflectively. The foulness of their speech, the ugliness of their ideals and their lives, the gibberish, almost an unknown language to her, of the Cockney man and woman, all these things grated. She looked around with a start of surprise, and, seeing him, got up. He was a coloured man. "I hope I have disturbed you, mademoiselle," he said. She had not realized this before, and she was unaccountably hurt. Just coloured, and yet his eyes were grey. "Mademoiselle?" His voice was very soft and very sweet. A Creole, a Madagascan, an Octoroon, from one of the French foreign territories, perhaps. "You are French, Mr. Salt." "Your name, of course?" He spoke English without an accent, but the mademoiselle had come so naturally to his lips. She smiled at him questioningly, and wondered why she troubled to ask questions at all. "No, mademoiselle." He shook his great head, and the mask of a face did not relax. "I was also in Noumea, in New Caledonia. That is also French. I am from Barbados, but I have lived in Port-de-France, that is in Martinique, for many years." There was an awkward silence here. Yet he was not embarrassed, and displayed no incertitude of his position. "My father will be home very soon, Mr. Salt. Won't you please sit down?" Her dilemma came from the fact that she judged men by her experience and acquaintance with them, and the empirical method fails before the unusual. Ambrose Salt was that. As he chose a chair with some deliberation, it occurred to her that she would find a difficulty in explaining to the fastidious Dr. Merville why she had invited this man to await him in the drawing-room. This fact puzzled her. Ambrose Salt was, an artisan perhaps, a messenger more likely. Strangely enough, she herself felt the capacity of entertaining, and being entertained by the visitor, and she had no such spasm of dismay as had come to her when other and more presentable visitors had settled themselves for a lengthy call. The shabbiness of his raiment and the carelessness of his attire suggested some menial position. One waistcoat button had been fastened into the wrong buttonhole. The result was a little grotesque. "Have you been working very long with my father?" she asked. "No, not a very long time," he said. "Meropulus and Steppe know him better than I." He checked himself. Meropulus? Steppe? She knew that he would not talk any more about his associates, and the enigma which their companionship presented would remain unsolved, so far as he could give a solution. He spoke as an equal. Even Ronnie was deferential to Mr. Steppe, and was in awe of him. Yet this man could dispense with the title. Her father made no attempt to hide his nervousness in the presence of that formidable person. It was not bravado on his part, the conscious impertinence of an underling desirous of asserting his equality. Obviously, he thought of Mr. Steppe as Steppe. What would he call her father? No occasion arose, but she was certain he would have been Merville, and no more. Salt's eyes were settled on her, absorbing her, yet his gaze lacked offence, being without hostility or notable admiration. She had a ridiculous sensibility of praise. She could not meet his eyes, yet was without discomfort. So he might have looked upon Naples from the sea, or upon the fields of Narcissi above Les Avances, or the breathtaking loveliness of the hills of Montecatini in the blue afterlight of sunset. The praise of his conspection was not human. She laughed. artificially, she thought, and reached out for a book that lay on the table. "We have just returned from Italy," she said. "This is rather a wonderful account of Lombardy and its history," she said. "Do you know Italy at all, Mr. Salt?" "I do not know Italy," he said, and took the book she held to him. "Perhaps you would like to read it?" He turned the leaves idly and smiled at her. She had never seen a man smile so sweetly. "I cannot read," he said simply. She did not understand his meaning for a while, thinking that his eyesight was failing. "Perhaps you would care to take it home." He shook his head, and the book came back to her. "I cannot read," he said without shame, "or write. At least I cannot write words. I wish I could read. Figures, yes, figures are easy. Somebody told me," he was a professor of English, I think, at one of the universities, "that it was astonishing that I could work out mathematical problems and employ all the signs and symbols of trigonometry and algebra without being able to write. I know a great deal. When I pass a bookshop, I feel like an armless man who is starving within hand's reach of salvation. And I pay a man to read to me Livy and Prescott and Green, and of course Bacon. I know them all. Writing does not worry me. I have no friends." If he had spoken apologetically, if he had displayed the least aggression, she might have classified and held him in a place. But he spoke of his shortcomings as he might have spoken of his grey hair as a phenomenon beyond his ordering. She was thunderstruck. Possibly he was so used to shocking people from this cause that he did not appear to observe the effect he had produced. He was so completely content with this, the first contact with his dream woman, that he was almost incapable of receiving any other impression. The lips redder and fuller, the rounded chin less firm. Her hair was fairer than he had thought, the nose thinner, the moulding of her delicate face more spiritual. And the eyes. He wished she would turn her head so that he could be sure of their colour. They were big, set wide apart. There was depth in them, and a something upon which he yearned. The figure of her he knew by heart, straight and tall and most gracious. A patrician, he thought of her as that, and oriental. She could never suspect that he thought of her at all as a distinct personality. He had pictured her as a great lady at Constantine's court. He set her upon the marble terrace of a decent villa on the hills above the Chrysopolis, a woman of an illustrious order. She had not seen him in Devon in the spring. He had been there. She could not guess that he knew her as well as his own right hand, that, day after day, he had waited in the Row, a shabby and inconspicuous figure amongst the smart loungers, waited for the benison of her presence. How curious, I nearly said, sad, lying on the rain-soaked grass of Tapperdowns to watch her walking with her father, sitting amidst gorse on the steep slope of the cliff, she unconscious of his guardianship, reading in her chair on the smooth beach. "But you do not feel very sad about it, Mr. Salt, do you?" Amused. He shook his head. "It would be irritating," he said, "if I was sorry for myself. But I am never that. Half the unhappiness of life comes from the vanity of self-pity. It is the mother of all bitterness. Do you realize that? You cannot feel bitter without feeling sorry for yourself." She nodded. "You miss a great deal, but you know that. Poetry. I suppose you have that read to you?" Ambrose Salt laughed softly. "Yes, poetry. Out of the dark which covers me, black as a pit from pole to pole, I thank whatever gods there be. I attend lectures, of course, for my unconquerable soul." That poem and Theocrit, and only 2 lines of Theocrit, are the beginning and the end of my poetical leanings. Lectures on English, on architecture, music, history, especially history, 100 subjects, and mathematics. You can get those in the extension classes only, unfortunately. I cannot qualify for admission to the classes themselves. Yes? Have you never tried to read and write? My room is packed with little books and big books, but I just can't. AB, ABB, CAT, CAT, and copybooks. I can write the letters of the alphabet, a few of them that are necessary for mathematical calculations. Very well. But I cannot go any further. I seem to slip into a fog, a sort of impenetrable wall of thick mist that confuses and baffles me. I know that CAT is cat, but when I see cat written, it is a meaningless combination of straight and curved lines. He entered the drawing-room hurriedly. Beryl thought he must have run upstairs. "It is sheerly physical? The doctors have a word for it. I cannot remember what it is for the moment. I just can't read." Dr. Merville came in at that moment, a thin, colourless man, myopic, irritable, chronically worried. "Will you come into my study?" "Hello, Salt. Had no idea you were here." His frowning, dissatisfied glance was towards Salt, the girl he ignored. He was breathless, and Beryl knew by the signs that he was angry about something. "I am glad to have met you, mademoiselle." The study was next door to the drawing-room, and he walked out with a beckoning jerk of his chin. It occurred to her instantly that he was annoyed with her for entertaining the untidy visitor. Ambrose Salt was not to be hurried. "Why the deuce did you ask that fellow up, Beryl?" Returning to the open doorway, Dr. Merville, clucking his impatience, witnessed the leisurely leave-taking. The study door had scarcely closed on the visitor before it opened again, and her father returned. He could have very well waited in the servants' hall, or in the breakfast-room, or anywhere. You know such extraordinary people. "What is he?" "Who, Salt?" "Suppose somebody had called. I thought he was a friend of Mr. Stepp's," she said calmly. "Well, he is—" Dr. Merville was not immediately prepared to define the position of his visitor. She stared. "He is an anarchist. In a sense, he is an employee of Meropulus, picked him up in his travels." "A what?" "Well, not exactly an anarchist. Communist. Anyway, he has quaint views on things, believes in the equality of the human race. He is just a little difficult as it is. An extraordinary fellow, a dreamer, got a crazy idea of raising $1 million to found a college. That's what he calls it, a mother college. Can't stop now, darling, but please don't make a fuss of him. I will tell you about him some day." He bustled out of the room, and the study door closed with a thud. Beryl Merville considered Ambrose Salt for a very long time before she turned to her writing-table, where the unfinished letter to Ronald Morell invited a conclusion. "Very well, Salt. Why have you come? Anything wrong?" Beryl would have thought Dr. Merville's manner strangely mild and conciliatory after his show of antagonism toward the visitor. Salt had seated himself on the edge of a low Chesterfield under the curtained window. "Meropulus is worried about some people who called at his bureau today. They came to ask him about a letter that had been sent to him from South Africa by the assistant manager of the Brackfontein diamond mine." Merville was standing by the library table in the centre of the room. The hand that played with the leaves of a magazine was trembling ever so slightly. "What has happened? How did they know? Who were they?" he demanded shakily. He was very angry. "I think it was the managing director, the American gentleman. They discovered that the manager had been receiving money from London soon after he made his report. Meropulus told me that the shares had dropped 30 points since yesterday morning. I suppose he did. I know very little about stocks and shares. Mr. Dively said that Meropulus and his gang, those were the words, I think, had bribed the manager to keep back the report that the mine was played out." Dr. Merville was biting his knuckles. A weak and vacillating man. Salt had no doubts as to this, and it hurt him every time he realized that this invertebrate creature was Beryl Merville's father. How and why had he come into the strange confederation? "Nothing. I can do nothing." The doctor was fretful, his voice jerky. He fixed and removed his pince-nez and fixed them again. "I do not know why these people make inquiries. There was nothing dishonest in selling stock, which you know will fall. It is a part of the process of speculation, isn't it, Salt? All the big houses work on secret information, received or bought. Souls book the first. Meropulus asked me to tell you that. Captains of Souls, by Edgar Wallace, A.L. Burt Company, publishers New York, printed in USA, copyright, 1922 by Small, Maynard Company, Incorporated, printed in the United States of America, dedicated to key contents, book, the first book, the second book, the third book, the fourth, Captains of Arv. If Meropulus or Stepp care to buy information, that is nobody's affair. There may be an inquiry on the stock exchange," said Salt calmly. "The Johannesburg Committee have taken up the matter and have called for information. You see, the manager has confessed." "Confessed," gasped the doctor, and went white. "So Mr. Dively says. He has told the directors that Meropulus had the information a month before the directors." The doctor sat down heavily on the nearest chair. "Meropulus says it is conspiracy." "I don't see that it affects us," he protested feebly. "There is no offence in getting a tip about a failing property, is there, Salt?" "I don't know. Meropulus has them in his desk. They can prove it if if they find the letters which the manager wrote." Merville sprang up. "Then they must be destroyed," he cried violently. "It is madness to keep them. I had no idea. Of course he must burn them. Go back and tell him to do this, Salt." Ambrose Salt put his hand into the fold of his shabby jacket and brought out a bundle of documents. "They are here," he said, in a matter-of-fact tone. "Meropulus says that you must keep them. They may get a warrant to search his house." "Keep them? I?" Merville almost screamed. "Meropulus is a fool. Burn them." Salt shook his head. "Steps say no. They may be useful later." "You must keep them, Doctor." "It is Step's wish. Tomorrow I will start working on the safe." Dr. Merville took the papers from the outstretched hand and looked around helplessly. There was a steel box on his desk. "What is this safe, Salt?" He took out his key, looked again and more dubiously at the packet of letters, and dropped them into the box. "I know that you are a devilish clever fellow with your hands, and Meropulus mentioned something about a safe. You are not making it?" Salt nodded, and there was a gleam in his fine eyes. "But why?" "Meropulus has a safe, and Step must possess dozens. Why not buy another, if he must have a special place for these wretched things?" "You cannot buy the safe that I shall make," said the dark man quietly. "Yes, a combination. It has taken me a year to invent the dial, eh?" "They are easy, but not this one." The doctor frowned. "A word will open it, any other word, any other combination of letters, and there will be nothing to find." "You mean if any other person, the police for example, try to open the safe, the contents are destroyed?" Salt nodded. "How?" The visitor, his business, at an end, rose. Merville bent his head in thought. "That is simple. A twist of the hand, unless the combination is true, releases a quart of acid. Any of the corrosive acids will serve." Presently he saw a flaw in the invention. "Suppose they don't touch the lock?" he asked. "The sides will be hollow, and filled from the inside of the safe with water pumped in at a pressure. Suppose they burn out the side of the safe? It can be done, I believe. What then?" Ambrose Salt gave that soft laugh of his. "You are a strange creature, the strangest I have met. Cut through the safe, and the water escapes and releases a plunger that brings about the same result. The contents of the safe are destroyed." "I don't understand you." Merville shook his head. "I hope you will hurry with that safe." "He found me in the sea," he said. As Salt was at the door, he asked, "Where did Meropulus find you, Salt?" The man turned. "Meropulus was trading in those days. He had a sloop, pearls smuggling, I think. I thought he had told you. I never make any secret about it. I got away from Noumea in a boat." "In the sea? For heaven's sake, what do you mean?" "Where? 10 miles off the Isle of Pines. Noumea is the capital of New Caledonia. I and 3 Kanaks. They were under sentence for cannibalism. We ran into a cyclone and swamped, just as we were trying to make the sloop, which was standing in to the lee of the island. Meropulus took me on board, and the natives, when he found that I was a convict, a French convict." Salt was leaning easily, his cheek against a hand that gripped the edge of the open door. He nodded. "I thought he had told you. Of course, he would have taken me back to Noumea for the reward, only he had a cargo on board which he did not want the French to see. I found afterwards that when we called at the Loyalty Island, he tried to sell me back, but couldn't get a price. He smiled broadly, as at a very pleasant recollection. 'Meropulus would sell me now,' he said, 'only I am useful.'" "But why? Why were you imprisoned?" asked Merville, awe-stricken at the tremendous revelation. "I killed a man," said Salt. "Good night, Doctor." For third, it was a Monday morning and a bank holiday. A few regular habitués of the park, to whom the word holiday had no especial significance, had overlooked the fact and took their countering exercise a little self-consciously under admiring eyes of the people who seldom saw people riding on horseback for the pleasure of it. The day was fine and warm. The hawthorn trees were thickly frosted with their cerise and white blossoms. Stiff crocuses flamed in every bed, and the banners of the daffodils fluttered in the light breeze that blew half-heartedly across the wide green spaces. Ority to the crowd, with which, in his condescension, he mingled. On every path the holiday-makers straggled, small mothers laden with large babies, shop boys in garments secretly modelled on the supermen they served, girls from the stores in their bargain-price finery, young men with and without hats, waitresses of closed tea-shops, and here and there a pompous member of the bourgeoisie conscious of his superin. There is one shady place which faces Park Lane, a stretch of wooded lawn where garden chairs are set 6 deep. Behind this phalanx there is an irregular fringe of seats, usually in couples, and greatly in request during the darker hours. But 2 young people occupied chairs this morning. In the early morning, before the energies of the promenaders are exhausted, the spot is deserted. There was nothing in the appearance of the girl that would have made the companionship seem incongruous. No 2 glances would have been required to put the man in his class. Her clothes would not be priced by the most expert of women critics, and even stockings and shoes, the last hope of the appraiser, would have baffled. In her tailored costume, the unobtrusive hat, and the simplicity of her toilette, she might as well have been the youngest daughter of a duke or a work-girl with a judgment in dress. If he was a thought dandified, it was the dandification of a gentleman. Yet Ronald Morel was no soldier. He looked what he was, a man of leisure, the type which is to be found in the Guards or the smartest regiment of cavalry. He had served during the war, but had seen none of its devastations. He hated the violence of battle, and despised the vulgarity of noisy patriotism. His knowledge of Italian had secured him a quasi-diplomatic appointment, nominally at the Italian headquarters, actually in Rome. He had used every influence that could be employed, pulled every string that could be pulled, to keep him from the disorder of the front line, and fortune had favoured him to an extraordinary extent. The girl by his side would not be alone in thinking him good-looking. On the very day he received instructions to report to the regiment with which he had trained, the armistice was signed. He saw the last line of trenches which the British had prepared but never occupied, south of Amiens, saw them from the train and carried him home, and thought that they looked beastly uncomfortable. He was that rarity, a perfectly featured man. His skin was faultless. His straight nose, his deep-set brown eyes, his irreproachable mouth were excellent. The hypercritical might cavil at the almost feminine chin. A small brown moustache was probably responsible for the illusion that he favoured the profession of arms. Evie Colebrook thought he was the most beautiful man in the world, and when he smiled, as he was smiling now, she dared not look at him. He was talking about looks, and she was deliciously flattered. To be exact, I can't remember having been so shamelessly complimentary to any girl before. "How ridiculous you are, Mr. Morel," she protested. "I suppose you have said that to thousands and thousands of girls." "Not quite so many, Evie," he answered. "You need not call me Mr. Morel, unless you wish to. My friends call me Ronnie." She played with the handkerchief on her lap. "It seems so familiar. Honestly, Ronnie, aren't you rather, what is the word? My dear child, how silly you are." "The book you lent me? A play? A philanderer?" suggested the other. "Of course I'm not. Very few people have impressed me as you have. I used to wonder who he was. It must have been fate that took me into Bert's. I never go into shops, but Francois, that's my man. I know him," she nodded. "He often comes in. He was out, and I forget what it was I wanted, even forget whether I bought it. I must have done, otherwise I should not have found myself staring over a pay-desk at the most lovely girl in all the world." "I like to hear that," she said softly. She laughed, a gurgling laugh of sheer happiness, and looked at him swiftly before she dropped her eyes again. "It is so wonderful that you like me, I mean, because I'm nothing, really. And you're well, gentlemen, I know you hate the word, but you are, miles and miles above me. And my mother does odd jobs for people. Why, I live in a miserable little house in a horrible neighbourhood, full of thieves and terrible creatures who drink, and I'm not very well educated, really. I can read and write, but I'm not half so clever as Christina. That is my sister." He was watching her as she spoke. "She's an invalid, and reads all day and all night, too, if I'd let her. If you were a beggar-maid and I were a prince," he began. The play of colour in her pretty face, the rise and fall of her narrow chest, the curve of chin, and the velvet smoothness of her throat. He marked them all with the eye of the gourmet who watches lambs frisking in the pasture, and sees not the poetry. And beauty of young life, but a likeable dish that will one day mature. I'm not much better, am I? She asked ruefully. And you are a prince to me, Ronnie. She was thinking. Yes? How can anything come right for us? I don't want to think about it, and I try ever so hard to keep it out of my thoughts. She nodded. I'm so happy, meeting you, and loving you, and tomorrow never comes. But you mean, how will this dear friendship end? How would you like it to end? Evie Colebrook poked the ferrule of her sunshade into the grass and turned up a tuft of clover. There is only one way it can ever end, happily, she said in a low voice, and that is, well, you know, Ronnie, he laughed. I think a wedding is the most indelicate function which society affects. With you in a beautiful white dress, and a beautiful white veil, and a wreath of orange blossoms round your glorious hair, and a fat and nasty old man in a surplice reading a few passages from a book, and people leering at you as you go down the aisle, and saying, well, you know what they say. She said nothing, but continued prodding at the turf. It can be done quietly, she said at last. Leaning toward her, he slipped his hand under her arm. Evie, is love nothing? He asked earnestly. Isn't it the biggest thing? Unvinced. Ronnie, I suppose you're awfully busy this morning? You make me feel that I'm common, and brainless, and anyway I don't want to talk about it. What is the most decent? A wedding between two people who half hate one another, but are marrying because one wants money and the other a swagger wife, or an everlasting love union between a man and a woman whom God has bound with bonds that a parson cannot strengthen or a snuffy judge cannot break. She sighed, the quick double sigh of one half-sea. She looked wistfully at the big rolls that was drawn up by the side of the road. I am rather, he said. I wish I weren't. When shall I see you again? On Sunday? I'd love to drive you somewhere, anywhere, so long as you were by my side. Little Fairy, she asked as they strolled toward the car. Why not come up to the flat to tea on Saturday afternoon? He suggested, but she shook her head. I'd rather not, Ronnie. Do you mind? I don't want to somehow. Am I an awful pig? He smiled down on her. Of course not. Oh, damn. A girl on a horse had just cantered past. Who is that? She saw him and lifted her whip to acknowledge his raised hat. Evie was more than curious. A girl I know, he said suavely. You're ashamed of being seen with me. The daughter of my doctor? And rather a gossip? Rubbish, he laughed. He took her hand and smiled into her eyes. I'm so proud of you that I wish she had stopped. Confound her. Goodbye, beloved, he breathed. Evie Colebrook watched the car until it had turned out of sight. She went home, walking on air. It was following the gossiping girl, but she did not care. At the corner of the row, the big car drew abreast of the rider. Friend? He frowned. And why on earth are you in the park, Ronnie? And who is your beautiful little friend? Why on earth are you riding on Bank Holiday, Beryl? The park is full of louts, and there aren't half a dozen people in the row. Beryl Merville looked at him quizzically. Oh, you mean the girl I was speaking to? Would you call her beautiful? Yes, I suppose she is pretty, but quite a kid. Her father is an old friend of mine. Colonel, I forget his name. He is something at the War Office. I have an idea they live near the park. I saw her walking, and stopped the car to talk to her. I wasn't with her for 5 minutes. Frankly, I was so bored that I almost fell on her neck. Beryl nodded and dismissed the matter from her mind. She was more interested in another subject. Yes, dear, I had your letter. I'm an awful brute not to have come over and seen you, but the fact is, I've been working hard. Don't sneer, Beryl. I really have. Sturgeon, the editor of the Post-Herald, has discovered in me a latent genius for writing. It is rather fun. Apparently, I have a flair for that kind of work. But, Ronnie, this is great news. Stop your car by the corner and find a man to hold my horse. There is an awful lot I want to talk to you about. A watchful attendant drew near. He parked his car and, helping her dismount, handed the reins to an idle groom. You will have to pay for the seats, Ronnie. I have no money. Happily I have 2 tickets, he said, and realized his mistake before he drew them from his pocket. Did I say that I didn't sit with her? I thought you hadn't been with your colonel's daughter more than 5 minutes, she challenged and laughed. I sometimes think that you'd rather lie than eat, my dear Beryl. Mr. Morell's tone revealed both shock and injury. I couldn't be so uncivil as to expect her to stand, and I had no wish to. The fact is that she hinted that she would like me to drive her round the park. "Never mind your guilty secret," she said gaily. "Tell me all about your new job. Poor Ronnie. So they have made you work at last." "I feared this." Ronnie smiled good-naturedly. "It is amusing," he said. "I was always rather keen on that kind of work, even when I was at Oxford. Sturgeon saw some verses of mine in one of the quarterlies, and asked me if I would care to describe a motor-car race, the Gordon Bennett Cup. I took it on, and he seemed immensely pleased with the account I wrote. But how lovely, Ronald! I feel that I am doing some poor devil out of a job, but it doesn't keep you awake at nights," she finished. She saw a frown gather on his forehead, and remembered that he and Mr. Stepp had some association. "You will be able to describe Mr. Stepp's trial. Everybody says that one of these days he will be tried." Ronald Morell was not amused. "Of course I'm joking, Ronnie. How awfully touchy you are." "Stepp," he paused. "Mr. Stepp is quite nice, and people invariably say unpleasant things about a successful man. Stepp is quite a good fellow." There was a nervousness in his manner and in his tone which he could not disguise. "A little rough, but he was trained in a rough school. He is very nearly the cleverest financier in this country, or any other. He would have changed the conversation had she not interpolated a question. I do not know him. Salt, you said? No, I've never met him. He does odd jobs for Meropulus. A half-caste, isn't he? What nerve the fellow had to come to the house. Why didn't you kick him out? It is obvious that you haven't seen him, or you wouldn't ask such a question," she replied, her eyes twinkling. "I don't know what he does," Ronnie went on. "Stepp has a good opinion of him. That is all I know. He is quite old, isn't he?" She nodded. "He has 3 decorations for something he did in the war. He was in the field ambulance, and brought in a lot of people from no man's land. Meropulus isn't anything to boast about. Stepp likes him, though. He's a Greek. You've met him. Apparently the cachet of Mr. Stepp satisfied Ronnie in all things. A sleek devil. They say that he's afraid, except when he is drunk. Ronnie, a fact? Meropulus drinks like a fish. Absinthe and all sorts of stuff. Stepp told me. That is why this nigger fellow, Salt, is useful. Salt is the only man who can handle him. He's as strong as an ox. There isn't a smarter devil than Meropulus. He has the brain of a cabinet minister, and is as close as an oyster. But when the fit is on him, he'd stand up in the street and talk himself into gaol. And others, not Stepp, of course," he added hastily. "Stepp has nothing to be afraid of, only, well, Meropulus might say things that would look bad." "And is that all?" she asked with an odd sense of disappointment. "Doesn't Mr. Salt do anything else but act as a sort of keeper?" Ronnie, already weary of the subject, yawned behind his hand. "Awfully sorry, but I was up late last night." "Salt? Oh, yes, I believe he does odd jobs. He's rather an ugly brute, isn't he?" She did not answer this. Her interest in the man puzzled her. He appealed in a strange fashion to something within her that was very wholesome. She was glad, very glad, about his war decorations. "I wish I had decided to ride this morning," complained Ronnie. That he should have done fine things. She liked to forget Ronnie's war services. "I never dreamed you would be out on a day like this." "Why I came into the park at all, I really do not know. How is the doctor?" "Well," she nodded. "I didn't realize it was a bank holiday, and that all these dreadful people would be unchained for the day. He looked a little peaked when I saw him last." "Look, Beryl, Stepp." A car, headed for Marble Arch, had swerved across the road in response to the signal of its occupant. It pulled up behind Ronald's machine, and Mr. Stepp, with his queer sideways smile, alighted, waving a white-gloved hand. "Oh, dear," said Beryl plaintively, "why did I get off that horse? I could have pretended that I had not recognized him." Beryl could not help realizing his unimportance in the millionaire's scheme of life. "My dear girl." Ronald was genuinely distressed, and it came to Beryl in the nature of an unpleasant discovery that he was so completely in awe of the financier that his manner, his attitude, the very tone of his voice, changed at the sight of him. The photographs of Jan Stepp, which had from time to time appeared in the public press, at once flatter and disparage him. And Stepp seemed to expect this homage, took it as his right, dismissed and obliterated Ronnie from participation with a jerk of his head, intended as an acknowledgment of his greeting and as an excusal of his presence. The lens has depicted faithfully the short black beard, the thick black eyebrows, the broad nose, and the thick bull neck of him. They missed his immense vitality, the aura of power which enveloped him, his dominant and forceful ego. Jan Cornelius Stepp I had spoken no English. His son Commandant Stepp, an enlightened and scholarly man, spoke it well. His voice was thick and deep, sometimes in a moment of excitement guttural, for his grandfather had been a Transvaal Boer, a Bywoner who had become successively farmer and mine-owner. He had been killed at Tugela Drift in the war, whilst Jan III was in England at a preparation school. "Ha, Beryl! Very good luck, huh? I shall miss my train. Riding? But it is worthwhile. God, I wish I wasn't so fat and lazy. Motor cars are the ruin of us. My grandfather rode 20 miles a day, and my father was never off a horse. But it was not a grunt. Ha!" Beryl often asked her father why Mr. Stepp grunted at the end of his every question. It was a throaty growl cut short, a terrifying mannerism of his, meaningless but menacing. She used to wonder whether the impression of ruthless ferocity which he gave was not more than half due to this peculiarity. He towered above her, a mountain of a man, broad of shoulder and long of arm. There was something simian about him, something that was almost obscene. He was fond of describing himself as fat, but this was an exaggeration. The doctor came in yesterday morning. He had bulk. He was in the truest sense gross, but she would not have described him as fat. "Sit down," he commanded. "I haven't seen you since Friday." "Nerves, huh?" "He is really very well." "What's the matter with him?" Beryl laughed. "Father receives a great deal of misplaced sympathy. He has been jumpy ever since I can remember." Stepp nodded. "Sit down, Ronnie." She pointed to a chair at the other side of her. He was sitting by her side, in the chair vacated by Ronnie, and Ronnie was standing. "No, thank you, Beryl," he said hastily, for all the world like a schoolboy asked to sit in the presence of his master. "Sit down," growled Stepp, and to the girl's amazement Ronnie sat. Presently Stepp looked at his watch. It was the only notice Jan Stepp took of his presence throughout the interview, and Ronnie neither showed resentment nor made the slightest attempt to intrude into the conversation that followed. "I can catch that train," he said, and got up. "You're coming to dinner with me next week? I'll fix the date with the doctor." She said she would be delighted. Something of the mastership extended to her. "You saw Salt? Queer fellow, huh?" He turned back after he had taken her hand. "Big man, huh? I thought he was. Interesting," she admitted. "Yes, interesting. A man." He glowered at Ronald Morell. "Interesting," he repeated, and went away with that. Her fascinated gaze followed him as he strode toward the car. "He is like a powerhouse. Paddington, get me there, damn you," she heard him say, and when the car had gone, dynamic, she said with a sigh, "When I shake hands with him, I feel as though I'm going to get a bad burn." "You were very silent, Ronnie?" "Yes," absently. "Old Stepp is rather a shocker, isn't he? How did he know you had seen Salt?" "Father told him, I suppose." "Ronnie, are you afraid of Mr. Stepp?" He coloured. "Afraid? How stupid you are, Beryl. Why should I be afraid of him? Well, I do business with him. I'm a director of a company or two. He put me into them. One has to— how shall I put it? One has to be polite to these people. I'll go along now. Beryl, lot of work to do." He was uncomfortable, and she did not pursue the subject. The knowledge brought a little ache to her heart that Ronnie was afraid of Jan Stepp. She would have given her soul to respect Ronald Morell as she respected the swarthy, grey-haired man whom even Stepp respected. Sometime in her youth it is probable that Mrs. Colebrook had to choose between rabble and riffraff, and had found a compromise. "I've children," said Mrs. Colebrook, peering into the saucepan that bubbled and splashed and steamed on the kitchen fire, "are a great responsibility, especially in this neighbourhood where, as you might say, there is nothing but raffle. That man Starker, who lives up the street, number 39, I think it is. No, maybe it's 37. It is the house before the sweeps. Well, I did think he was all right. Geraniums in his window, too, and canaries. A very homely man. Wouldn't say boo to a goose. He got 9 months this morning. Ambrose Salt, sitting in a wooden chair, which was wedged tightly between the kitchen table and the dresser, drummed his fingers absently upon the polished cloth table-cover and nodded. His dark, sallow face wore an expression of strained interest. Evie. Well, I'm worried about Evie. She sits and broods, there's no other word for it, by the hour, and she used to be such a bright, cheerful girl. I wonder sometimes if it is through her working at the drug-stores. It is depressing for a young girl. Being attached to medicines, in a manner of speaking, you're bound to hear awful stories, people's insides, and all that sort of thing. Christina says she talks in her sleep, and moans, and tosses about. It can't be over a young man, or she'd bring him home. I asked her the other day. I think a girl's best friend is her mother, and all I got was, "Oh, shut up, mother." In my young days I wouldn't have dared speak to my mother like that, but girls have changed. They want to go to business, cashiering, and typewriting, and such nonsense. I went out to service when I was 16, and was first parlour-maid before I was 20. But talk to these girls about going into domestic service, and they laugh at you. A silence followed, which Salt felt it was his duty to break. I suppose they do. Life is very hard on women, even the most favoured of women. I hardly blame them for getting whatever happiness they can. Happiness, scoffed Mrs. Colebrook, shifting the saucepan to the hob. It all depends on what you call happiness. I don't see much happiness in standing in a draughty shop, taking money all day and adding up figures and stamping bills. Besides, look at the temptation. She meets all kind of people. I think I'll go upstairs to my room, Mrs. Colebrook. I want to do a little work. You're a worker, said Mrs. Colebrook admiringly. I'll call you when supper is ready. May I walk in to see Christina? He asked permission, in the same words every night, and received the same answer. Of course you can. You need never ask, Mr. Salt. She'll be glad to see you. At the head of the narrow stairway, Salt knocked on a door, and a cheerful voice bade him come in. It was a small room containing 2 beds. That which was nearest the window was occupied by a girl whose pallor was made more strangely apparent by a mop of bright red hair. Over her head, and hooked to the wall, was a kerosene lamp of unusual design and brilliance. She had been reading, and one white hand lay over the open page of a book by her side. Salt looked up at the lamp, touched the button that controlled the light, and peered into the flame. I had no idea you could do anything like that. Working all right? Fine, she said, enthusiastically. You're a brick, Ambrose, to make it. Mother won't touch it. The thinks it will explode. It can't explode, he said, shaking his head. Those vapor gas lamps are safe, unless you fool with them. Have it put outside the door in the morning, and I'll fill it. Well, where have you been today, Christina? She showed her small white teeth in a smile. To Etruria, she said solemnly. It is the country that was old when Rome was young. I went on an exploring expedition. We left Croydon Aerodrome by airplane and stayed overnight in Paris. My fiancé is a French marquis, and we stayed at his place in the Avenue Kléber. The next morning we went by special train to Rome. I visited the Colosseum by car and saw the temples and the ruins. I spent another day at the Vatican and St. Peter's and saw the Pope. They must have been worth millions. There we met a magician. Then we went on to Volsini and Tarquini, and I found a wonderful old tomb full of glorious Etruscan ware plates and amphoras and vases. He lived in an old ruined house on the side of the hill. He had a flock of goats and gave us milk. The streets were filled with rich chariots drawn by little horses. It was magic milk, for suddenly we found ourselves in the midst of an enormous marble city, full of beautiful men and women in togas and wonderful robes. The chariots shone like gold, and were covered with figures of lions and hunters, and trees and scrolls. Wonderful. And the gardens, they were beautiful. Flowers of every kind. Heliotrope and roses and big white trumpet lilies, and the marble houses were covered with wisteria. Oh, dear. Etruria? Repeated Salt thoughtfully. Older than Rome? Of course. I told you about the marvellous trip I had to China. Of course, there must have been people before the Romans, the sort of ancient Britons of Rome. Her eyes, fixed on his, were gleaming with merriment. when I was the lovely concubine of young Kuei-fi, and how the eunuchs strangled me. That was long after Rome, but China was 2,000 years old then. I remember, he said soberly. You went to China once before then. His glance fell on the pages of the book, and he picked it up, turning its meaningless leaves. It is all about Etruria, she said. Evie borrowed it from the store. They have a circulating library at the store. Have you seen Evie? He shook his head. Not for weeks, he said. I am usually in my room when she comes home. Christina Colebrook, invalid and visionary, puckered her smooth brows into a frown. Evie has changed quite a lot, she said. She had emerged from her world of dreams and make-believe, and was facing the ugliness of life that eddied about her bed. She is quieter and dresses more carefully. All girls adore swagger underclothes. Not in the way you would notice. She always had good taste, but especially in the way of underclothes. They live in dread that one day they will be knocked down by a motor bus and taken to a hospital wearing a shabby camisole. But Evie, she's collecting all sorts of things. You might think she was getting together a trousseau. Has she ever spoken to you about anybody called Ronnie? No, she never speaks to me, said Ambrose. You know nobody called Ronnie? He signified his ignorance. At the moment, he did not associate the name. She talks in her sleep, Christina went on slowly, and she's spoken that name lots of times. I haven't told Mother. What would be the good, with her heart as it is? Ronnie is the man who is worrying her. I think she is in love with him, or what she thinks is love. Salt was silent. And he is somebody in a good station of life, because once she called out in the middle of the night, Ronnie, take me in your car. This was the first time Christina had ever spoken to him about the girl. There is only one thing that can happen, said she wisely, and that would break Mother's heart. The people of our class have. Mother has very narrow views. I should feel that way myself if I hadn't seen the world. She patted the book by her side. Perhaps Mother's view is right. She is respectable, and the old Roman Emperor Constantine, when he classified the nobility, made the respectable much superior to the honourable. What do you mean? About Evie? I mean that she'll come to me one night and tell me that she is in trouble, and then I shall have to get Mother into a philosophical mood and try to make her see that it is better for a child to be illegitimate than not to be born at all. Good gracious, said Ambrose, startled. But it may be just a friendship. Rats, said Christina contemptuously. I've heard about 'em. Platonic. Friendships between attractive shop girls and well-to-do young men. Have you ever heard of Archianassa? She was Plato's mistress. He didn't even practice the kind of love that is named after him. Evie is a good girl, and has really fine principles. I shock her awfully at times. I wish I didn't. I don't mean I wish I didn't say things that make her shocked, but that she wouldn't be shocked at all. You have to have a funny kink in your mind before you take offence at the woman and man facts. If you blush easily, you fall easily. I wish to God Evie wasn't so pretty. And she's a dear, too, Ambrose. Poor darling. It would be better if she thought more of her own dangerous sickness. She has great schemes for getting me away to a country where my peculiar ailment will dissolve under uninterrupted sunlight. Ronald Morel, said Ambrose suddenly, but it wouldn't be he. Who is Ronald Morel? He is the only Ronald I know. I don't even know him. He's a friend of mine. Which way does he live? In Knightsbridge somewhere. Christina whistled. Glory be. Evie's shop is in Knightsbridge. You've been crying, Evie. Evie turned away quickly and began to unfasten her skirt. At 11 o'clock that night, Evie Colebrook came into the room, and, as she stooped over the bed to kiss her sister, Christina saw something. I twisted my ankle, slipped off the sidewalk. I was a baby to cry. Christina watched her as she undressed rapidly. You haven't said your prayers, Evie. Damn my prayers. There was a little choke at the end. Put out the light, Christina. I'm awfully tired. Christina reached up for the dangling chain that Ambrose Salt had fixed to the lamp, but she did not immediately pull it. Have you ever heard of a man called Ronald Morel? Mr. Salt was talking about people he knew tonight, he said carelessly. There was no answer then. Good night, Christina. Christina pulled the chain, and the light went out. Verrill Merville told herself, at least once a day, that the average girl did not give two thoughts about the source of her father's income. In her case, there was less reason why she should trouble her head. Dr. Merville had retired from practice 4 years before. In his time he was what is loosely described as a fashionable physician, and certainly was regarded as one of the first authorities of cardiac diseases in the country. When he retired, he was indubitably a rich man. His practice, as a consultant, was an extensive one, and his fees were exceptionally high, even for a fashionable physician. He sold his house in Devonshire Street, and bought a more pretentious home in Park Place, but the zest for speculation, repressed during the time he was following his profession, had occupied the hours of leisure which retirement brought to him. He tried to find interests, and failed. He had broken violently from the routine of 25 years, and found time the heaviest of the burdens he had ever carried. An active man, well under 60, the emptiness of his days, after he had turned over his work, filled him with dismay. He was under an agreement to the doctor who had purchased his practice not to return to his profession, or he would have been back in Devonshire Street a month after he had left. Then he tried the stock market, made a few thousands in oil, and grew more interested. A rubber speculation hurt him, but not so much that his enthusiasm was damped, or his bank balance was seriously affected. He bought a few thoroughbreds and sent them to a trainer, but he had no love for the turf, and although he won a few respectable stakes, he quitted the game at the end of the first season. He followed this loss with what might have been a disastrous investment in South African mines. Here might have ended the speculative career of Dr. Merville, had he not been under an obligation to the South African. Then, at a nerve-racking moment, came Stepp, who held up the market and let out Merville, bruised and shaken, but not ruinously so. Within a month of their meeting, the doctor's name appeared on the prospectus of one of Stepp's companies, a mild and unromantic cold storage flotation, which was a success in every sense. This object lesson was not lost upon the big man. The issue was oversubscribed, and paid a dividend from the first year. He followed the promotion with another. Merville had many friends in society, people who might look askance at the name of Jan Stepp, and be disturbed by the recollection of certain other companies which that gentleman had floated, accepted Dr. Merville's directorship as evidence of the failure, company's stability and financial soundness. Applications came in for 2 millions. The East Rand Consolidated Deep was floated for 750,000. Dr. Merville was chairman of the board. Even Jan Stepp was surprised. Merville himself discounted his own influence, not realizing that in the 25 years of professional life he had built up a national reputation. Large as was the circle of Merville's acquaintances, neither his personal popularity nor his standing as a financial authority could account for this overwhelming success. His name had been a household word since his treatment of a foreign royalty, whose case had been regarded by native physicians as hopeless. This may not have been a complete explanation. Probably the fact that the stock in the cold storage company stood at a premium had something to do with the rush for consolidated deeps. The new company did not pay dividends, but long before the first was due, Mr. Stepp had launched 2 others. It was a stock-holding company, and in the main it held such stock as a general public declined to purchase. There are rules of behavior which normal people do not transgress. On paper, Dr. Merville made a fortune. Actually, he acquired heavy liabilities, not the least of which was his heavy participation in a private flirtation which Mr. Stepp, with unconscious humour, labelled the Investment Salvage Syndicate. A corporation man has a less rigid code. A gentleman does not search the overcoat pockets of his fellow clubmen and confiscate such valuables as he may find, nor does he steal into the houses of people he does not know and remove their silver. Dr. Merville found himself consciously assisting in manipulation of a stock, a manipulation which could only be intended to deprive stockholders of their legitimate rights. There was one unpleasant moment of doubt and shame when Merville sought to disentangle his individuality from this corporative existence. He tried to think singly, applying the tests which had governed his life. He found it easier to divide his responsibility. Somehow he felt less venal when only a 14th of the blame attached to him. Wealth is an effective narcotic. This fraction represented his holding in consolidated deeps. Rich and fearless men can find a melancholy pleasure in the contemplation of their past sins. He started at the sound of her voice. Beryl thought he was unusually nervous when she went to find him in his study. that poverty and the danger of poverty acts as a microphone, through the medium of which the still small voice of conscience is a savage roar. Ready? Yes, dear. Do you know whether Ronnie will be there? What time did Step say? 8 o'clock. We have plenty of time, Father. The car isn't here yet. Dr. Merville was looking abstractedly at her. His mind, she knew, was very far away. Ronnie. I don't know. John Maxton will be there? Yes, a judge. I saw him today. The little grimace he made was involuntary. Step admires him, and John is clever. He will be a judge one of these days. Absurd, of course. As to Ronnie, one would think you expected to meet him in his official capacity. She laughed. How do you feel about him, Beryl? The maid tapped at the door to say the car had arrived. Beryl answered, Do you mean— I don't quite know what you do mean. About the scandal. Yes, Ronnie told me all about it. The man is a blackmailer, and his sister was not much better. Do you remember a man who came to see you? Why he should have come to you I don't know, with a story about his sister. East was the name. Ronnie had shown a kindness to the girl. He met her at some mission or other. That was all. Ronnie does queer things like that, and he gave her some money to go on a holiday. Humph? Ready? But, Daddy, don't you believe Ronnie? She was desperately anxious to consolidate her own faith. I don't know. Ronnie is a queer fellow. He was ready to go. His overcoat was over his arm, and yet he lingered. Beryl, you are 22 and very beautiful. She guessed he would say something more about Ronald Morell, and was stiffening to defend him, but she was mistaken. I may be biased, but I hardly think I am. I have seen many lovely women in my life, and you could hold your own with any of them. I hadn't thought much about it, she said. Do you ever think of getting married? She tried hard to control herself, but the colour in her face deepened and faded. There are two parties to a marriage, Daddy. Are you fond of anybody? I mean, are you, in your heart, committed to any one man? A pause, then, No, I'm glad, said her father, relieved. Very glad. You must look for something in a man which fellows like Ronnie Morell can never give to a woman. Power, fortune, mental strength and stability. Come along. She followed him to the car, dumb with astonishment, but not at that moment apprehensive. She knew that he had been talking of Jan Stepp. The Mr. Steppe had a house in Berkeley Square, which he rented from its lordly owner. Beryl thought of him as a sultan amidst samplers. Beryl had dined there before, and it had been a baffling experience, for in no respect did the personality of the tenant find an opportunity of expressing itself. Sir John Maxton was talking to him when they were announced. The furnishings and the colour schemes of the landlord had been left as they had been found, and since the atmosphere of the place was late Victorian, Mr. Stepp was unconformable to his surroundings. One of the greatest advocates at the bar, Maxton was tall, slender, aesthetic. His gentle manner had led many a confident witness into trouble. The doctor told me you were likely to be here, he said, when she had escaped from Stepp's thunderous civilities. He had a reputation at the bar as a just and merciless man, a master of the art of cross-examination. I met him in the park. I hoped Ronnie would have come. Have you seen him lately? Only for a few minutes on Monday. I didn't know you were a friend of his, Sir John. Maxton's lips curled. Beryl wondered if he was trying to smile, or whether that twitch indicated something uncomplimentary to Ronnie. I'm more than a friend, and less. I was one of the executors of his father's will. Old Bennett Morell was my first client, and I suppose I stand in loco parentis to Ronnie by virtue of my executorship. I have not seen him for quite a year. Somebody told me that he was scribbling. He always had a bent that way. It is 1,000 pities he didn't take the law seriously. An occupation would have kept him out of mischief. Has Ronnie been called to the bar? She asked in astonishment. Maxton nodded. Just before the war, but he has never practiced. I hope that the newspaper connection will keep him busy. But Ronnie works very hard, she asserted stoutly. He has his company work. He is a director of several and chairman of one, I believe. Maxton looked at her with the faintest shade of amusement in his eyes. He lowered his voice. Of course, he said dryly, that is an occupation. A few years. Do you mind if I am ill-bred, and ask you if you have known our host very long? He nodded. Beryl, glancing across at her father and Stepp, saw that the doctor was talking earnestly. She caught Stepp's gaze and looked back to Sir John. I have been fighting a case for him. Rather a hopeless proposition, but we won. The jury was wrong, I think, in giving us a verdict. I can say this because the other side have entered an appeal which is certain to succeed." Jan Stepp must have heard the last sentence. "Huh? Succeed?" "Yes, perhaps it doesn't matter very much. I had a verdict. A disqualified winner is still a moral winner, huh, Doctor? You used to be a racing man. What do you think?" Dinner was announced whilst the doctor was disclaiming any knowledge of the turf or its laws. The dinner was exquisite in its selection and brevity. Mr. Stepp had one special course which none of the others shared. He invited them, and showed no regret when they refused. A footman brought a silver dish piled high with steaming mealie cobs. He took them in his hands and gnawed at the hot corn. Salt? It was probably the only way that mealies could be eaten, she told herself. No more inelegant an exhibition than the sword-swallowing manoeuvre which followed the serving of asparagus. Mr. Stepp was wiping his fingers on his serviette. "You asked me once before, Beryl. Where was it? In the park? No, I haven't seen him. I very seldom do. Strange man, huh?" The butler had attended more frequently to Dr. Merville's wine-glass than to any other of the guests. His gloom had disappeared, and he was more like the cheerful man Beryl remembered. "Salt is a danger and a menace to society," he said. Stepp's brows lowered, but he did not interrupt. "At the same time, he can exercise one of the most beneficent forces that nature has ever given into the care of a human being." "You pique my curiosity," said Maxton. "Interested?" "He has," nodded Merville. "Is he psychic or clairvoyant? From your tone one would imagine that he had some supernatural power. I discovered it some time ago. He lodges with a woman named Colebrook in a very poor part of the town. She had a seizure one night, and Salt came for me. Mrs. Colebrook suffers from an unusual form of heart disease. You will remember, dear, when I was called out in the middle of the night, a year ago. The moment I examined the woman, who was unconscious, and, in my opinion, in extremis, I knew that nothing could be done. Salt was terribly upset. I applied the remedies which I had brought with me, and which I had thought, from his description of the seizure, would be necessary, but with no effect. The woman had 2 daughters, one bedridden. His grief at the thought that she would die without her daughter seeing her was tragic. I think he was going upstairs to bring the girl down, when I said casually that if I could lend the patient strength to live for another hour, she would probably recover. What followed seems to me even now as part of a fantastic dream." Beryl's elbow was on the table, her chin in her palm, and she was absorbed. Maxton lay back, his arm hanging over the back of his chair, weighing every word. Stepp, his hands clasped on the table, his head bent, sceptical. Salt bent down and took the inert hands of the woman in his, just held them. "Remember this, that she was the colour of this serviette, her lips grey." I wondered what he was doing. "I don't know now." "How long after he took her hands?" asked Maxton. "Less than a minute, I should think. Only her face went gradually pink, and her eyes opened. As I say, she opened her eyes and looked around. She said, 'What do you think of that, Dr. Merville?' And then she nodded very slowly. She knew you, of course. She had never seen me in her life. I learned that afterwards." He was looking ghastly. Salt dropped her hands and stood up. "Not a vestige of colour," urged the girl. "Go on, please, father." What came after was even more curious. I said to him, "Salt, what is the matter?" And he answered in a Cockney whine, "That was less and ungrammatical. Salt never makes an error in that respect. It's me, sir, I get them attacks at times. Aneurism, Salt." Stepp's face was puckered into a grimace of incredulity. Salt sat down too. Mrs. Colebrook got up quite unaided, sat down in a chair before the fire, and fell fast asleep. I gave him some brandy, and he seemed to recover, but he did not speak again, not even to answer my questions. He sat bolt upright in a wooden chair by the side of the kitchen table. All this happened in the kitchen. He didn't move for a long time, and then his hands began to stray along the table. There was a big work-basket at the other side, and presently his hands reached it, and he drew it toward him. I watched him. He took out some garment. I think it was a night dress belonging to one of the girls. It was unfinished, and the needle was sticking into it. He began to sew. "Good God!" cried Maxton. "Do you suggest that on the touching of hands the two identities changed?" "I suggest that. I assert that," said the doctor quietly, and drank his wine. "Rubbish," growled Stepp. "What did Salt say about it?" "I will tell you. Exactly an hour after this extraordinary transference had been made, I saw Mrs. Colebrook going pale. She opened her eyes and looked at me in a puzzled way, then at the daughter, a pretty child who had been present all the time. 'I always have these attacks, sir,' she said. 'A aneurism, the doctors call it.' He didn't understand or remember much. And Salt? He was himself again, but distressingly tired and wan. Did he explain? The doctor shook his head. He was amused. The next day, out of curiosity, I called at the house and asked him if he could sew. Beryl sat back with a sigh. He said that he had never used a needle in his life. His hands were too big. 'It doesn't seem human,' she said. The doctor had opened his mouth to reply when there was a crash in the hall outside and the sound of a high, aggressive voice. Another second, and the door was thrown violently open, and the man lurched in. He was hatless, and his frock-coat was covered with the coffee-coloured stains of wet mud. His cravat was awry, and the ends hung loose over his unbuttoned waistcoat. A stray lock of black hair hung over his narrow forehead. "Hail, thieves and brother bandits!" He strode into the centre of the room, and with legs apart, one hand on his hip and the other caressing his long brown beard, he surveyed the company with a sardonic smile. He said thickly, he spoke with a slight lisp, "Hail, head devil and chief of the tribe!" Maxton saw him and started. Hail, Helen, Stepp, was on his feet, his head thrust forwards, his shoulders bent. There was something feline in that crouching attitude. "You drunken fool! How dare you come here, huh?" Mr. Meropulos snapped his fingers contemptuously. "I come because I have the right," he said with drunken gravity. "Who will deny the Prime Minister the right of calling upon the King?" He bowed, and nearly lost his balance, recovering by the aid of a chair-back. "Go to my study, Meropulos. I will come out with you." Stepp had gained control of himself, but the big frame was trembling with pent rage. "Study? Bah! Here is my study. Hail, doctor, man of obnoxious draughts. Hail, stranger, whoever you are. Where's the immaculate Ronnie? Flower of English chivalry and warrior of a million flights, huh?" He bellowed his imitation of Stepp's grunt, and chuckled with laughter. "Now listen, confederates. I have done with you all. I am going to live honest." "Why?" "I will tell you. Meropulos." Beryl turned quickly toward the door. She knew before she saw the stolid figure that it was Salt. Meropulos turned too. "Ah, the faithful Ambrose. Do you want me, Salt?" His tone was mild. He seemed to wilt under the steady gaze of the man in the doorway. Ambrose Salt beckoned, and the drunken intruder shuffled out, shamefaced, fearful. "Quite an interesting evening," said Sir John Maxton, as he closed the car door on the Mervilles that night. "I thought I should find the doctor in." 2 days later, Sir John Maxton made an unexpected call upon the doctor, and it occurred to him that he might also have made an unwelcome appearance, for he interrupted a tete-a-tete. "Well, Ronnie, how are you after all these years?" Ronnie was relieved to see him. That was the impression which the lawyer received, and Beryl, although she was her sweet, equable self, would gladly have excused his presence. Maxton had an idea that he had surprised them in the midst of a quarrel. The girl was flushed, and her eyes were unusually bright. Ronnie's countenance was clouded with gloom. Sir John was sensitive to atmosphere. "No, I really won't stay. I wanted to have a chat with the doctor about the extraordinary story he told us the other night. I was dining with the Lord Chief and some other judges last night, and, without mentioning names, of course, I repeated the story. They were remarkably interested. Barham says that he had heard of such a case." "What is all this about?" asked Ronnie curiously. "You didn't tell me anything, Beryl." "Who, what, and where is the case, Mr. Salt?" she said shortly. "Oh, Salt. They say that he cannot read or write. He is an extraordinary fellow. I must meet him." "Is that a fact?" Sir John Maxton looked at the girl. "Yes, I believe so. Ronnie, on the contrary, is in the way of becoming a famous writer, Sir John. So I hear." He wondered why she had so deliberately and so abruptly brought the conversation into another channel. Ronald Morell, for his part, was not inclined to let the subject drift. "It is quaint how that coon intrigues you all," he said. "Oh, yes, he is coloured. You haven't seen him, John, or you wouldn't ask that question." "I have seen him. It did not appear to me that he was coloured. He has a striking face. Really, I must meet him. At any rate, he seems to have struck you and Beryl all of a heap," said Ronny, smiling. "Are you going?" said John. Maxton was taking his farewell of the girl. "Bye, Beryl. Good-bye, Ronny," she said quietly, "because if you are, I'll walk a little way with you." Once in the street, Maxton asked, "What is the matter with you and Beryl?" "Nothing. Beryl is just a little grandmotherly. She went to the theatre last night with some people, and she spotted me in the box." "Why on earth should I be?" demanded the other. "Beryl is really unreasonable." "I see," said Sir John dryly. "And of course you were not alone in the box." "She swore that my friend was a girl she had seen me with in the park. The lady was a very great friend of mine." "And who was it? Is that a discreet question?" "No, it isn't," said Ronny instantly. "I don't think one ought to chuck names about. It is most dishonourable and caddish." "Then I probably know her," said Sir John, wilfully dense. "I give you my word of honour," Ronny was earnest, "that the lady was not only presentable, but is known personally to you. I know most of the people in your set, and I cannot imagine that you would be scoundrel enough to escort the kind of girl you couldn't introduce to me, or Beryl, or any other of your friends. The fact is that she had a row with her fiancé, a man I know very well, a Coldstreamer, and I was doing no more than trying to reconcile them, bring them together, you understand. She was dreadfully depressed, and I got a box at the theatre with the idea of cheering her up. My efforts," he added virtuously, "were successful. Beryl said that it was a girl, the daughter of a dear friend of mine, she had seen me talking with in the park." "What dear friend of yours was this?" "I don't think you've met him," parried Ronny. "Did she have trouble with her fiancé too?" asked Sir John innocently. "Really, Ronny, you are coming out strong as a disinterested friend of distressed virgins. Of course I cannot believe you. If I may employ the imagery and language of an American burglar whom I recently defended, Sir Galahad has nothing on you." "You don't believe me, John," said Ronny, injured. "I am not a child. I will assume her innocence. You had some girl with you, some pick-up. Innocent or guilty, God knows. The sophisticated have no appeal for you. There was a girl named East, a chorus girl, if I remember rightly. If you're going to talk about that disgraceful attempt to blackmail me, I'm finished," said Ronny, resigned. "Why didn't you charge her and her brother with blackmail?" "They came to me. Good Lord, did they? I'll break that infernal blackguard's neck. When will you meet him?" Ronny did not answer. "They came to me, and I knew that the story was true. The brother, of course, is a blackmailer. He is levying blackmail now, and you are paying him. Don't argue, Ronny. Of course you are paying him. If it were a case of blackmail, why did you not prosecute? You said just now that you would break his neck, which meant to me that you see him frequently when he comes to draw his blood money. The mere threat of the prosecution would have been sufficient to have sent him to ground. It struck me that the girl was acting under the coercion of her brother, and I do not think you would have had any trouble from her. Ronny, you are rotten." "Oh, come now, John. That is rather a strong expression." He said this as he stopped at the corner of Park Lane and Piccadilly, and Ronny smiled nervously. "Rotten?" repeated the lawyer. He screwed a monocle in his eye and surveyed his companion dispassionately. "I know quite a lot about you. They are your life. Chorus girls, shop girls, the mechanics of joy who serve Madame Ritty, that made you jump, eh? And God gave you splendid gifts, and the love of the sweetest, dearest girl in this land." "Who is this?" asked the young man slowly. "Beryl. You do not need to be told that. Search the ranks of your light women for her beauty, Ronny. A girl passed them, a wisp of a girl on the borderline of womanhood. She carried a little bag, and was hurrying home from the store where she was employed." Even as he listened to the admonition of his companion, Ronny caught her eyes and smiled into them. She paused and looked round once. He was still watching her. "I am afraid I must leave you, John. I have a lot of work to do, and you are quite mistaken as to my character and Beryl." He left the lawyer abruptly and walked toward the gates of the park where the girl had stopped, ostensibly to tie a shoelace. Sir John saw her pass leisurely into the park. A few seconds later Ronny had followed. His time was his own, for Evie Colebrook was working that evening. The annual stock-taking was in progress, as she had told him when they were at the theatre on the previous night. "Rotten!" repeated Maxton, and stalked gloomily to his club. Mr. Ronald Morell's flat was on the third floor of a block that faced busy Knightsbridge. His library was a large and airy room at the back, and from the open casements commanded an uninterrupted view of the park. It was a pleasant room, with its rows of bookshelves and its chintzes. The silver fireplace and the rich Persian rugs which covered the parquet were the only suggestions of luxury. There were one or two pictures which Francois had an order to remove when certain visitors were expected. The rest were decent reproductions, with the exception of a large oil painting above the mantelpiece. It was a St. Anthony, and was attributed to Tiziano Vecellio. The austere saint loomed darkly from a sombre background, and was represented as an effeminate youth. The veining of the neck and shoulders was characteristically Titian. So, too, was the inclination of a marble column, which showed faintly in the false picture. Ronnie was indifferent as to the authenticity of the picture. Tiziano's inability to draw a true vertical line is well known, and upon this column, more than upon other evidence, the experts accepted the picture as an early example of the fortunate painter's work. The dawning carnality on Antony's lean face, the misty shape of the temptress, Titian or his disciple had reduced to visibility the doubt, the gloating, and the very thoughts of the saint. A black oak table stood in the centre of the room, and a deep Medici writing chair was placed opposite the black blotting pad. It pleased Ronnie to imitate those ministers of state who employed this colour to thwart curious-minded servants, who, with the aid of a mirror, might discover the gist of outward correspondence. It was nearing midnight when the sound of Ronnie's key in the lock sent his sleepy servant into the lobby. Ronnie stood in the hall, tenderly stripping his gloves. "Has anybody been?" "No, monsieur." "Letters?" "Only one, monsieur. An account." He opened the library door, and Ronnie walked in. He switched on the light of his desk lamp and sat down. "I have not been out all the evening, Francois." Ronnie looked at his hand and pulled back the cuff of his coat. 3 ugly red scratches ran from the wrist to the base of the middle fingers. His lips pursed angrily. "No, monsieur. I came home after dinner, and I have not left this room. Do you understand?" "Perfectly, monsieur. Have we any iodine?" "Look for it, damn you. Don't gape." Francois hurried out to inspect the contents of the bathroom locker, where were stored such first-aid remedies as were kept in the flat. "Little beast," he said, "you need not keep it permanently. I don't think there will be any trouble. Well, there is a bottle. Would monsieur like a bandage? It is not necessary. Have you a cat in the flat?" "No." "Well, get one tomorrow. Bring me a hand mirror from my dressing-table. Hurry." He lifted the shade from the table-lamp, and, in the mirror, examined his face carefully. "I have had a quarrel with a lady, Francois." His right cheek was red. He imagined finger marks, but the fine skin had not been torn. "A common girl. I do not think she will make any further trouble, but if she does not know me anyway." Ronald's love-making had ended unpleasantly, and he had left the dark aisles of the park in a hurry, before the scream of a frightened girl had brought the police to the spot. "I was expecting monsieur to telephone me, saying that I might go home," said Francois. He lodged in Kensington, and sometimes it was convenient for Ronnie that he should go home early. 2 women came in the morning to clean the flat, and he usually arrived in time to carry in his master's breakfast from the restaurant attached to the building. "No, I didn't telephone." "That is all. Take this glass back, and bring me the evening newspapers. You can clear out." He was not thinking of his night's adventure, being something of a philosopher. When the front door closed upon his valet, Ronnie got up and, walking to the window, pulled aside the curtains. The casement was open, and he sat down on the padded window-seat, looking out into the darkness. The sordidness and the vulgarity of it would not distress him in any circumstances. He was thinking of Beryl and what John Maxton had said. He knew that she liked him, but he had made no special effort to foster her affection or to evolve from their relationship one more intimate. By his code, she was taboo. Love-making with Beryl could only lead to marriage, and matrimony was outside of his precarious plans. It pleased him to ponder upon Beryl. Perhaps she was in love with him. He had not considered the possibility before. That women only differed by the hats they wore was a working rule of his, but it was strange that the influence he exercised was common to girls so widely separated by birth, education, and taste as Beryl was from Evie Colebrook and others. Self-disparagement was the last weakness to be expected in Ronald Morel, and yet it was true to say that he had restricted his hunting for so long to one variety of game that he doubted his ability to follow another. His father had been an enthusiastic hawker, one of the remaining few who followed the sport of kings, and Ronnie invariably thought of his adventuring in terms of falconry. He was a hawk, enseignemed, a hawk that swung on its rigid sails, waiting on and until the quarry was sprung. She was certainly lovely. Sometimes the quarry was not taken without talons, to rend and tear at the embarrassed falcon. He felt the wounds on his hand gingerly. But a trained hawk respects the domestic fowl. Even the folk of the dovecot may sue at peace whilst he waits on in the sky. Her figure was delectable, and her mouth, red and full. A Rossetti woman should not have such lips. He got up and found a big portfolio filled with prints. Was it Rossetti who painted those delicately featured women? Yes, it was Rossetti, but Beryl's figure was incomparably more delicious than any woman's that the painter had drawn. Then he went to bed and to sleep. He came back to the window, staring out into the night, until, in the grey of dawn, the outline of trees emerged from the void. He did not move for 5 hours, and then he woke with a horrible sense of desolation. He blinked round the room, and at that instant the clock of a church began to strike. The quarters sounded. A pause. 9 o'clock. Toll, 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 9 o'clock. With a scream of fear he leaped out of bed, sweating, panic-stricken, forlorn. No, no, Christ, no! Francois, an early arrival, heard his voice and rushed in. Monsieur, he gasped. Ronald Morel was sitting on his bed, sobbing into his hands. A nightmare, Francois. A nightmare. Get out! Blast you! But he had had no nightmare, could recall nothing of dreams, though he strove all day, his head throbbing. Only he knew that to hear 9 o'clock striking had seemed very dreadful. I saw your friend Ronald Morel today, said Meropulos, sending a writhing ring of smoke to the ceiling. Sprawling on a big Morris chair, his slippered feet resting on the edge of a fender, he watched the circle break against the ceiling. A pair of stained grey flannel trousers, a silk shirt, and a velvet coat that had once been a vivid green. These, and an immense green silk cravat, the colour of which showed through his beard, constituted his usual morning négligé. He was working in shirt and trousers, and his sleeves were rolled up, displaying the rope-like muscles of his arm. Ambrose Salt, busy with the body of an unfinished safe, which in the rough had come from the maker's hands that morning, released the pressure of his acetylene lamp and removed his goggles before he replied. He looked across to his indolent companion and wiped the perspiration from his forehead. I have heard of him. Mr. Ronald Morel is neither a friend nor an acquaintance, Meropulos. I don't think I have ever seen him. You haven't missed much by not knowing him, said Meropulos, but he's a good-looking fellow. Stepp is still annoyed with me. Salt smiled to himself. He flicked the ash of his cigarette onto the tiled hearth. You think he is justified? Perhaps. I was terribly drunk, but I was happy. Some day, my dear brother, I shall get so drunk that even you will not hold me. I move towards my apotheosis of intoxication, certainly and surely. He sucked at the cigarette without speaking for a long time. Then I will be irresistible, and I shall have no fear of those brute arms of yours. Salt went back to his work. I have often wondered, said Meropulos at last. You remember Bob the Kanaka boy? What? Whether it would have been better if I had followed the advice of my headman that morning I'd pulled you aboard the sloop. He wanted to knock you on the head and drop you overboard. You were too dangerous, he said. If a government boat had picked us up, and you had been found on board as well as certain other illicit properties, I should have had a double charge against me. I said, no, because I was sorry for you. Because you were afraid of me, said Salt calmly. I knew you were afraid when I looked into your eyes. Why do you speak of the islands now? We haven't talked about the Pacific since I left the boat. I've been thinking about you, confessed Meropulos, with a quick, sly glance at the man. You are an extraordinary honour, Salt. Do you realize how... not curious. What is the word? Incurious, suggested Salt, and Meropulos looked at him with reluctant admiration. Merle says you have the vocabulary, that is English or something like it, of an educated man. But to return, Do you realize how incurious I am? Butcher! Have you killed so many? For example, I have never once asked you, in all our years of knowing one another, why you killed that man. Which man? Meropulus laughed softly. I refer to the victim for whose destruction the French government sent you to New Caledonia. Salt stood leaning his back against the table, his eyes fixed on the floor. So I killed him. He was a bad man, he said simply. I tried to find another way of stopping him, but he was clever, and he had powerful friends who were government officials. He hired 2 men to wait for me one night. I was staying at a little hotel on the Plassey Road. They tried to beat me because I had reported this man. Then I knew that the only thing I could do was to kill him. I should do it again. Meropulus surveyed him from under his lowered brows. You were lucky to escape the widow, my friend, he said, but Ambrose shook his head. It had the same effect. Nobody was executed in those days. Capital punishment had not been abolished, but the Senate refused to vote the executioner his salary. I was lucky to go to New Caledonia. Cayenne is worse. How long did you serve? 8 years and 7 months, was the reply. Meropulus made a little grimace. I would sooner die, he said, and lit another cigarette. Deep in thought, he smoked until Ambrose made a move to pick up his crook's glasses. Don't work. I hate to see you, and hate worse to hear you. What do you think of Morel? I don't know him. I have heard about him. He is not a good man. What is a good man? Meropulus demanded contemptuously. He is a cur, too. He is a lover of ladies. Who isn't? Step walks on him. He is scared of Step. But you are not. Well, perhaps I am. He is such a gorilla. But then everybody is, except you and I. Ambrose smiled. Why should I be? I am stronger than he. Yes, I suppose it comes down to that. Meropulus looked at the man's bare arms. The basis of all fear is physical. I am assembling the lock at home. When will the safe be finished? In a week? I shall make it work to 5 letters, the only word I can spell. When she came to a hard word, he spelled it. I shouldn't have known that, but I heard a man spell it once, on the ship that brought me home. He was a steerage passenger, and he used to take his little child on the deck when it was fine, and the little one used to read scripture stories to him. I heard one word, and never forgot it. I'll be glad when the thing is finished. The Greek meditated. You are an ingenious devil. We have a whole lot of papers that we never want to see the light of day, Step and I. We could destroy them, but they may be useful, correspondence that it isn't safe to keep, and it isn't wise to burn. It was a courtesy status, for he had neither mined nor engineered. In the Paddington directory, against Meropulus, 49 Junction Terrace, were the words mining engineer. Probably the people of Junction Terrace were too occupied with their own strenuous affairs to read the directory. They knew him as one who at irregular periods was brought home in the middle of the night, singing noisily in a strange language. No, 49 was a gaunt, damp house with a mottled face, for the stucco had peeled in patches and had never been renewed. Cicero's oration was Greek to Cassius. The melodious gibberish of Mr. Meropulus was Greek to Junction Terrace, though they were not aware of the fact. Meropulus bought it at a bargain price, and made no contingency allowance for dilapidations. The windows of the upper floors were dingy and unwashed. Similarly, he dispensed with carpets in the hall and on the stairs. The owner argued that as he did not occupy the rooms above, it would be wicked waste of money to clean the windows. His weekends he spent in more pleasing surroundings, for he had a cottage on the borders of Hampshire where he kept hens and grew cabbage roses, and on Sundays loafed in his garden, generally in his pyjamas, to the scandal of the neighbourhood. He had a whimsical turn of mind, and named his cottage the Parthenon, and supported this conceit by decorating his Arcadian groves with plaster reproductions of the great figures of mythology, such figures as Phidias and Polycletus and Praxiteles, and chiselled. He added to this a wooden pronaos, which the local builder misguidedly surmised was intended for the entrance to a new cinema. When they discovered that the erection had no other purpose than to remind Meropulus of departed Hellenic splendours, the grief of the villagers was pathetic. Here he was kept, reluctantly, tidy. He owned a small American car which supplied him the transportation he required, and made his country home accessible. You never seemed to get any further, he complained. It was Friday, the day he usually left town, but he had lingered on, hoping to see some tangible progress in the construction of the safe. "You have been fiddling with that noisy lamp for 2 hours, and, so far as I can see, you've done nothing. How long will it be before anything happens?" And then, before Salt could reply, he went on, "Why don't you come to my little Athens, Salt? You prefer to stay in town, and you are a man of brains. Have you a girl here, eh? No? Gee! What a time that fellow Ronnie must have. But they will catch him some day, a mad father or a lunatic fiancé, and ping! There will be Ronnie Morell's brains on the floor, and the advocates pleading the unwritten law. You seem to know a lot about him." Meropulus ran his fingers through his beard and grinned at the ceiling. "Yes, I can't know too much. We shall have trouble with him. Stepp laughs at the idea. He has him bound to his heel. Is that the expression, no? Well, he has him like that. But how can you bind a liar or chain an eel? His very cowardice is a danger." "What have you to be afraid of?" asked Salt. "So far as I can make out, you are carrying on an honest business." "It must be, although the doctor wouldn't be in it." His tone was sharp and challenging. Meropulus had sufficient not to accept that kind of challenge. "All businesses have their secrets. I can understand that you have papers that you wish to keep in such a way that nobody but yourselves can get at them." "Quite so," agreed the Greek, and yawned. "Ronnie will pay," he said, "but I am anxious that I should not be asked to contribute to the bill. The other night I was in the park. I have had a great deal of amusement watching him. I go there because he goes. I know the paths he uses." She did not know him. "And there came with him a most pretty young lady. You guessed that?" "I know, because later, when she complained, she did not know his name." "Ronnie," he mused. "Now I tell you what I will undertake to do. I will make a list, accurate and precise, of all his love affairs. Such men marry rich women. It will be well to know these, because there may come a day when it will be good to flourish a weapon in this young man's face." Salt was working, and only muttered his reply. He was not then interested in Ronnie Morell. He stayed on in the house long after Meropulus had dragged himself to his room and had dressed for the journey. So absorbed was he in his task that the Greek left without his noticing. At 7 o'clock he finished, put away his tools in a cupboard, threw a cloth over the safe, and went out, locking the door behind him. Both Stepp and Meropulus had urged him to live in the house, but though he had few predilections that were not amenable to the necessities of his friends, Salt was firm on this point. He preferred the liberty which his lodgings gave him. Possibly he foresaw the difficulties which might arise if he lived entirely with the Greek. Salt could be tactful, but he had a passion for truth, and the two qualities are often incompatible. Meropulus had a vicious and an uncertain tongue, was tetchy on some points, grotesquely so, on the question of Greek decadence, although he had lived so long away from his native country that English was almost his mother tongue. A bus carried him to the end of the street where he lodged, and he stopped at a store on the corner and bought a box of biscuits for Christina. She was secretary and reader to him, and he repaid her services with a library subscription and such delicacies as she asked him to get for her. The driving force of learning is imagination. By imagination was Christina educated. The subscription was a godsend to the girl, and augmented, as it was, by an occasional volume which Evie was allowed to bring from the store library by virtue of her employment, her days were brightened, and her dreams took a wider range than ever. Evie sometimes said that she did not understand one half of the words that Christina used. To Mrs. Colebrook her daughter was an insoluble enigma. Mrs. Colebrook believed in dreams and premonitions, and the sinister significance of broken picture wires. It was part of her creed that people who are not long for this world possess supernatural accomplishments. She associated education with brain fever and ideas above your station, and whilst she was secretly proud of the invalid's learning, she regarded Christina's spinal trouble as being partly responsible for the abnormality. Therefore she eyed Christina's books askance, and looked upon the extra library subscription as being a wild flight in the face of Providence. She expressed that view privately to Ambrose Salt. "I have just been taking my last look at the silvery Bosphorus." "You have come at a propitious moment, Salt Effendi," said Christina solemnly as he came in. "You have been in trouble today, Christina." Not very much. The journey was a lovely one. My husband, taking offence at a kiss I threw to the handsome young sultan as he rose beneath my latticed window, has decreed that tonight I am to be tied in a sack and thrown into the dark waters. Good gracious, said Ambrose. It was just the thing I wanted. We went by way of Bergen, and thank you ever so much for that old Bradshaw you got for me. It was a silly journey today. Ambrose, I wasn't in the heart for a holiday. Mr. Meropulus kindly gave it to me. Yes, Bergen, and then to Petrograd. The Tsars were there, poor people, and then to Odessa and down the Black Sea and... Oh, I don't know. Is your back any worse? She shook her head. No, it seems better. I nearly let myself dream about getting well. Do you think that other idea is possible? Yes, yes, yes. We can borrow a spinal carriage from the Institute, but Mother hasn't much time. And besides, I couldn't get down those narrow stairs without a lot of help. I know it is possible now. But the chariot, dear Ambrose, I've got it. He chuckled at her astonishment. It will come tomorrow. In this tiny house there is no room. It is rather like a motor car, for I have to find a garage for it. But I got it. No, it didn't cost me a great deal. Dr. Merville told me where I could get one cheap. I put new tyres on, and the springs are grand. Christina, you will be... Don't cry, Christina, please. You make me feel terrible. His agitation had the effect of calming her. There must be something in this room that makes people weep. She gulped. What is wrong? Ambrose, Evie is just worrying me to death. She shook her red head helplessly. I don't know. She's changed. She is old. She's such a kid, too, such a kid. She will not be hurt. I wish I were sure it was Ronald Morel. If that man hurts her, the knuckles of her clenched hand showed bone-white through the skin. I'll ask you to do what you did for Mother Ambrose. Give me strength for an hour. Her voice sank to a husky whisper. And I'll kill him. Salt sat locking and unlocking his fingers, his eyes vacant. Step is only to lift his finger. They heard the sound of Mrs. Colebrook's heavy feet on the stairs, and Christina wondered why she was coming up. She had never interrupted their little talks before. Somebody to see you, Christina, and I'm sure it is too kind of you, miss, and please thank the doctor. I'll never be grateful enough for what he did. Ambrose Salt got up slowly to his feet as Beryl came into the room. I wonder if you really mind my coming. I'm Beryl Merville. It is very good of you, Miss Merville, said Christina primly. She was ready to dislike her visitor. She hated the unknown people who called upon her, especially the people who brought jelly and fruit and last year's magazines. Their touching faith in the virtues of calves' foot and fruit as a panacea for human ills, their automatic cheerfulness and mechanical good humour drove her wild. She loathed Marron Glace, and scented tobacco was an abomination. The church and its women had given up Christina ever since she had asked, in answer to the inevitable question, Yes, there are some things I want. I'd like a box of perfumed cigarettes, some Marron Glace, and a good English translation of Liaisons, and a good English translation of Liaison. Dangereux. Her chief regret was that the shocked inquirer had never heard of Liaisons Dangereux. Christina only knew of its existence from a reference in a literary weekly which came her way. Beryl sensed the hidden antagonism and the cause. I really haven't come in a district visitor spirit, she said. I'm not frightfully sorry for you, and I haven't brought you oranges. Grapes, corrected Christina. They give you appendicitis. Mother read that on the back page of Health Hints. Sit down, Miss Merville. This is Mr. Salt. She nodded to Ambrose. She did not look at him. Mr. Salt and I are old acquaintances, she said. I have to explain why I came at all. I know that you are not particularly enthusiastic about stray visitors. Nobody is. But my father was talking about you at lunch today, and father said, Why don't you go along and see her, Beryl? He has never seen you, but Mr. Salt has spoken about you, and, of course, he does know your mother. I said, She would probably be very annoyed, but I'll take her that new, long, wordy novel that is so popular. Let us sneer together. Beryl laughed and produced the book. I'm sure she'll hate it as much as I, if it is let the world go. I'm certain I shall, said Christina promptly, but I'd love to read it. It seemed an appropriate moment for Ambrose to retire, and he went out of the room quietly. He thought that neither of the girls saw him go, but he was mistaken. Christina Colebrook was sensitive to his every movement. and Beryl had really come to the house to see him. On her way home, she tried to arraign herself before the bar of intelligence, but it was not until she was alone in her room that night that she set forth the stark facts of her folly. She loved Ronald Morell, loved him with an intensity which frightened her, loved him, although he was, according to all standards by which men are judged, despicable. He was a coward, a liar, a slave to his baser appetites. She had no doubt in her mind, when she faced the truth, that the stories which had been told of him were true. The East girl, the pretty parlour-maid who had begun an action against him. And yet there was something infinitely pathetic about Ronald Morell, something that made her heart go out to him. Or was that a case of self-deception too? Was it not the beautiful animal she loved, the sleek, lithe tiger, alive and vital and remorseless? To all that was brain and spirit in her, he was loathsome. There were periods when she hated him, and was bitterly contemptuous of herself. And in these periods came the soft voice of Ambrose Salt, whispering, insinuating. That was lunacy too. He was old enough to be her father, was an illiterate workman, an ex-convict, a murderer. When her father had told her he had killed a man, she was neither shocked nor surprised. She had guessed, from his brief reference to New Caledonia, that he had lived on that island under duress. He must have been convicted of some great crime. She could not imagine him in any mean or petty role. A coarse-handed workman, shabby of attire, it was madness to dream and dream of him as she did. What did she wish? And dreams, so Freud had said, were the expressions of wishes unfulfilled. But she had no ultimate wish. She was prepared to answer the question frankly, if any answer could be framed. Her dreams of Ambrose Salt were unfinishable. Their ends ran into unfathomable darkness. She asked her mirror, "I wonder if he is very fond of that red-haired girl?" Contemplating such a possibility, she experienced a pang of jealousy, and hated herself for it. Jan Stepp came back from Paris on the eve of her birthday. The first was a diamond shawl pin. He called at the house the next morning, before she was down, and interviewed Dr. Merville. When Beryl went in to breakfast, 2 little packages lay on her plate. "You are a dear, Daddy." She went round the table and kissed him. "It is beautiful, and I wanted one badly." She hurried back to her place. Perhaps Ronnie had remembered. She picked up the card that was enclosed and read it. "Mr. Stepp?" Her father shot a quick glance at her. "Yes, bought it in Paris. He came in person to present it, but left when he found that you were not down. Rather pretty." This was an inadequate description of the beautiful plaque that flashed and glittered from its velvet bed. "It is lovely," she said, but without warmth. "Ought I accept? It is a very expensive present. Why not? Stepp is a good friend of ours. Besides, he likes you," said the doctor, not looking up from his plate. "He would be terribly hurt if you didn't take it. In fact, you cannot very well refuse." She ran through her letters. There was a note from Ronnie, an invitation to a first night. He said nothing about her birthday. "Oh, by the way, some flowers came. I told Dean to put them in your room. I have been puzzling my head to remember when I told him the date of your birthday. I suppose I must have done so, and, of course, he has the most colossal memory." "Who, father? Salt? He must have got up very early and gone to the market to get them." "Very decent of him." She went out of the room with an excuse, and found her maid in the pantry. She had filled a big bowl with the roses. There were so many that only room for half of them had been found. "The others I will put in the doctor's room, miss," said the maid. "Put them all in my room, every one of them," demanded Beryl. She selected 3 and fastened them in her belt before she went back to the breakfast-room. The doctor laughed. "I've never seen you wearing flowers before. Salt would be awfully pleased." This she knew. That was why she wore them. Evie Colebrooke came home at an unusually early hour, and the girl on the bed looked up in surprise. "I heard Mother talking to somebody, but I had no idea it was you, Evie." "Mother has been talking about your eccentric tastes, with particular reference to pyjamas," said Christina. "What is the matter? Has your swain another engagement?" "My swain, as you call him, is working tonight," said Evie, "and it is so hot that I thought I would come home and get into my pyjamas. She thinks that pyjamas are indelicate. In her young days, girls weren't supposed to have legs. Father wore pyjamas. Father also drank." Mother thinks that the pyjamas had something to do with it. She also thinks that book reading was a contributory cause. What terrible jaw-breaking words you use, Christina. Father did read a lot, didn't he? Father was a student. He studied, amongst other things, race-horses. Do you know who Father was? Evie stared at her expectantly. He was a carpenter, wasn't he? He was the youngest son of the youngest son of a lord. Take that look off your face, Evie. There is no possibility of our being the rightful heiresses of the old hall. But it is true he had a coat of arms. Then why did he marry Mother? Why do people marry anybody? Demanded Christina. Why did Grandfather marry Grandmother? Besides, why shouldn't he have married Mother? He was only a cabinet-maker when he met her. She has told me so. There is blue blood in your veins, Evie. And his father was a parson, and his mother, the Honourable Mrs. Colebrook, the daughter of Lord Fanshelm. But really, Christina, Evie's voice was eager, and her eyes bright, you are not fooling. Is it true? It makes such an awful difference. Christina groaned. My God, what have I said? She asked dramatically. But really, Christina, you are related so distantly to nobility that you can hardly see it without a telescope, said Christina. I thought you knew. Mother used always to be talking about it at one time. My dear, what difference does it make? Evie was silent. Evie drew a long sigh. Where is your swain? She asked. What's intermediate? Well, Mother and Father, and the parson who got into trouble through drinking, and his wife who ran away with a groom. A man doesn't love a girl any more, because she has a fifth cousin in the House of Lords. He doesn't love her any less, because her mother takes in laundry, and if her lowly origin stands in the way of his marriage, and he finds that really she is the fault. Great-granddaughter of a princess, he cannot obliterate her intermediate relations. My swain is working, too. I don't like that word, swain. It sounds so much like swine. I hope you will never see the resemblance any clearer, said Christina. I shouldn't take off that petticoat if I were you, Evie. He may come in and you can see your knickers through that dressing-gown. Ambrose, if that is who you mean, is very busy these days. Do you call him Ambrose to his face? Asked Evie curiously, and her sister snorted. Christina, I hate mentioning knickers to a pure-minded girl, said Christina, fanning herself with a paper, but sisters have no secrets from one another. Would you call Julius Caesar Bill or Julie to his face? Of course not. He seems so dull and quiet. But I can't think of him as Ambrose Salt, Esquire, can I? I don't understand him, said Evie. I'll get him to jazz with you the next time you're home early, said Christina sardonically. Don't be so silly. Naturally, he isn't very lively being so old. Old! He is lively enough to carry me downstairs as though I were a pillow, and wheel me for hours at a time in that glorious chariot he got for me. And he is old enough. But what is the good of talking to you, Evie? Presently her irritation passed, and she laughed. I can tell you something about Mr. Salt you don't know, Evie was piqued into saying. Tell me the news of the great world, Evie. What startling happenings have there been in Knightsbridge? He has been in prison. Christina turned on her side with a wince of pain. Say that again. He has been in prison. A long pause. I hoped he had, Christina said at last. Ronald Morell. Ha! I believe in imprisonment as an essential part of a man's education. Who told you? I am not going to say. She pointed an accusing finger at the dumbfounded Evie. I know your guilty secret. That is the worst of druggists' shops. You pick up such awful language. The Ronnie you babble about in your sleep is Ronnie Morell. Oh, what makes you? It isn't true. It isn't true. It is a damned lie. Don't be profane, Evie. Mother says you can't work amongst pills without getting ideas in your head. I never talk in my sleep, and I don't know Ronnie Morell. Who is he? Evie's ignorance was badly assumed. Christina became very thoughtful. She lay with her hand under her cheek, her grey eyes searching her sister's face. Would Ronnie be impressed by your distant relationship with nobility? She asked quietly. Would it make such an awful difference if he knew about the coat of arms in Father's Bible? I don't think it would. If it did, he isn't worth worrying about. What is he? Didn't Mr. Salt tell you? Asked Evie hotly. He is a nasty, scandal-mongering old man. He seems to spend his time gossiping about people who are 1,000,000 times better than him. Than he, murmured Christina, her eyes closed. I hate him. He didn't say that Ronnie had been in prison. Christina's voice was gentle. All that he said was that the only Ronnie he knew was Ronald Morell. How absurd, Christina! He did not even describe him, or give him a character. As if Old Salt could give Mr. Morell a character. You're half in love with him. Wholly, nodded Christina. I love his mind and his soul. One is a gentleman, and the other is an old fossil. Old age is honourable, said Christina tolerantly. The arrogance of you babies. I am incapable of any other kind of love, and I shall love him through eternity. I never want a man to draw my flaming head to his shoulder and whisper that until he met me, the world was a desert, and food didn't taste good. When I am dead, and he is dead. It is because Ambrose Salt never paws me or holds my hand, or kisses me on the brow in the manner of a father who hopes to be something closer, that I love him, and I want nothing more than this. The thing he gives me is everlasting. If he were to die tomorrow, I should not grieve, because his flesh means nothing to me. That is where I am better off than you, Evie. You have nothing but what you give yourself. It isn't that, Evie. You think it is his love for you that thrills you. You think he gives you these wonderful memories which keep you awake at nights. Your love is the love of the martyr who finds an ecstatic joy in his suffering. Groping toward understanding, Evie seized this illustration. That is true, or it may be true. God loves the martyr. It isn't one-sided, she quavered, and Christina nodded. It is blasphemous, anyhow. God with a small g. Does your God love you? It is blasphemous to talk of Ronnie as God. Ronnie does love me. I know it. He is much broader-minded, but he does love me. He hasn't silly and conventional ideas about love as most people have. A girl knows when a man loves her. That is one of the things she doesn't know, interrupted Christina. She knows when he wants her, but she doesn't know how continually he will want her. He is unconventional, too, and broad-minded. Evie was breathless from surprise. The broad-minded are usually people who take a generous view of their own shortcomings. Is he one of those unconventional souls who think that marriage is a barbarous ceremony? Who told you that? It isn't an unique view. Broad-minded men often try to get narrow-minded girls to see that standpoint. They just seem to know what people are thinking and feeling, and express themselves wonderfully. You can't believe writers, not some writers, there are some, of course, that give just a true picture of life, not in books, but in articles in the newspapers. You're cynical. I hate cynical people, said Evie, throwing herself on her bed, and you have all your ideas of life out of books, and the rotten people who come in here moaning about their trouble. Ah, so Ronnie writes for the newspapers, does he? Evie's indignant retort was checked by a knock on the door. She got off the bed and tied her dressing-gown more tightly. That is Mr. Salt. Can he come in? I suppose so, answered Evie grudgingly. Just looked in before I went to my room, he said. I don't really show my legs through this kimono, do I, Christina? Not unless you want to come in. Ambrose Salt looked tired. Good evening, Evie. Good evening, Mr. Salt. Evie's dressing-gown was wrapped so tightly as to give her a mummified appearance. I will parley with him, she nodded. I saw the osteopath today, and I've arranged for him to come and talk to you tomorrow, said Ambrose, sitting on the edge of the bed at the inviting gesture of Christina's hand. I don't believe that he will make a scrap of difference. I've seen all sorts of doctors and specialists. Mother has a list of them. She is very proud of it. I'm only hoping that this man may do you some good, said Ambrose, rubbing his chin meditatively. I've seen some wonderful cures in America. Even Dr. Merville believes in them. He says that if you build a skyscraper and the steel frame isn't true, you cannot expect the doors to shut or the windows to open. I'm sorry I'm so late, but the osteopath was dining out, and I had to wait until he came back. He hurt his ankle too, and that took time. I had to give him a rubbing. He is the best man in London. Dr. Duncan Moore. She did not take her eyes from his face. Evie noticed this, and discounted Christina's earlier assertion. Will it cost a lot of money? Asked Christina. Not much, in fact. Very little. The first examination is free. He doesn't really examine you, you know. He will just feel your back, through your clothes. I asked him that because I know how you dislike examinations. "I don't believe in these quack doctors," said Evie decidedly. "And if he doesn't think that you can be treated, and that there is a chance of making you better, he won't bother you any more. They promise all sorts of cures, and they only take your money. We have a lot of those kind of remedies at the store, but Mr. Donker, the manager, says that they are all fakes. I know that. Don't tell me that an osteopath isn't a medicine. He's a sort of doctor, but I'll bet you he doesn't do any good." "Cheer up, Job," said Christina. "Faith is something. I suppose you mean well, but if I took any notice of you, I'd give up the struggle now. I don't want to depress you. You're very unkind, Christina, but I don't think you ought to be too hopeful. It would be such an awful—what's the word? Come down for you." "Reaction," said Salt and Christina together, and they laughed. Salt went soon after, and Evie felt that a dignified protest was called for. "There is no reason why you should make me look like a fool before Salt," she said, hurt. "Nobody would be happier than I should be if you got well. You know that. I'm not so sure that Mr. Salt is sincere." "What?" Christina leaned upon her arm, and her eyes were blazing. "But don't dare to say that, Evie. Don't dare to say that he isn't sincere. You can say that he is old and ugly, if you like, and shabby, and anything." Evie lay awake for a long time that night. Christina was certainly a strange girl, and when she said she did not love Salt, she was not speaking the truth. Only she had been too much of a lady to lose her temper. That was just how she had felt, when Christina had hinted that Ronnie was not sincere. About old Salt, too. What did he do for a living? She must ask Christina. "It certainly looks like a very ordinary safe to me, Salt." Mr. Janstep sat astride of a chair, his elbows on the backrest, his saturnine face clouded with doubt. "Do you mean to say that an expert could not get inside without disturbing the apparatus? Huh? Impossible," replied Salt. "I have filled the top chamber with water, and I have tried at least 1,000 combinations, and every time I put the combination wrong, the safe has been flooded." He was a long time doing this, and Step and the Greek watched. He twisted the dials on the face of the unpretentious repository until he brought 5 letters, one under the other, in line with an arrow engraved on the safe door. "Now," said Salt. He turned the handle, and the door swung open. "What is the code word?" The contents were 2 or 3 old newspapers, and they were intact. Step peered forward. "Besides which, each letter is different." "Ah, why did you choose that word, Salt? It is one of the very few words I can spell." "It is not an inappropriate word," said Meropulus, amused, "and one easy to remember." Step fingered his stubbly beard. "This may act as a deterrent to promiscuous burglars. I intend pasting a notice on the safe, Step, explaining frankly that unless the code word is used, and if any other combination of letters is tried, indeed if the handle is turned, whilst the dial is set at any other word than the code word, fee, contents of the safe are destroyed. That will be telling people that we have something in the safe that we want to keep hidden, huh?" he said, dubiously. "A fool idea. Everybody has something in his safe that he wants to keep hidden," said the other coolly. Step got out of the chair to spin the dials. "Now let me try. Shut the door, Salt. That is right. Now we will suppose that I am some unauthorized person trying to find a way of opening the safe. So," he turned the handle. "Open it." Salt worked at the dials, and presently the door swung open. "How about cutting into the safe?" The newspapers were saturated, and an inch of water at the bottom of the safe splashed out and into a bathtub that Salt had put ready. "Suppose I am a burglar, huh? I'd burn out the lock or the side, and don't touch the combination." "I have left a hole in one side of the safe," said Salt, and pointed to a rubber plug that had been rammed into a small aperture. With a pair of pincers he pulled this out, and a stream of water spurted forth, and was mostly caught in the can he held. "That has the same effect," he explained. "The water is pumped at a pressure into the hollow walls of the safe. The door is also hollow. When the water runs out, a float drops and releases the contents of the upper chamber. In the case of the door, the float operates the same spring that floods the safe when the handle is turned." Step scratched his head. "Perfect," he said. "You have experimented with the acid?" Salt nodded. "I think hydrochloric is the better." "Both with sulphuric and hydrochloric," he said. Step turned to the Greek. "You had better keep it here," he said, and then, "Will it be ready today? I want to get those Brackpan letters out of the way." I needn't tell you, Salt, that the code word must be known only to us three, huh? I don't mind your knowing, but you, Meropulus, cut it out, right out. You've got to cut out absinthe, do you hear? His growl became a roar that shook the room, and Meropulus quailed. It is cut out, he said sulkily. I've got to have some amusement. I am confining my boozing to the Parthenon. You have it, if all I hear is true, said Step grimly. Give Salt 100, Meropulus. It is worth it. What do you do with your money, Salt? You don't spend it on fine clothes, huh? He goes about doing good, said Meropulus, with a good-natured sneer. I met him in Kensington Gardens the other day, wheeling an interesting invalid. Who was she, Salt? My landlady's daughter, replied the other shortly. You've met Miss Merville, huh? No business of yours, anyhow, growled Step. Nice lady? Yes, a very nice lady, said Salt steadily. He pushed back his long grey hair from his forehead. Step is gone on that girl, said Meropulus. Pretty, huh? Salt nodded, and was glad when his employer had departed. I suppose he wouldn't. He'd have brained you if you had said she wasn't pretty. He wouldn't have brained me, said Salt quietly. Even Step would have thought twice about lifting his hand to you. He's a brute, though. I saw him smash a man in the face once for calling him a liar at a directors' meeting. It was an hour before the poor devil knew what had happened. Yes, she is pretty. I see her riding some mornings, a young Diana. Delicious. I'd give a lot to be in Step's shoes. Why? Why? Meropulus rolled a cigarette with extraordinary rapidity and lit it. Well, if he wants her, he'll have her. Step is that kind. I don't suppose the doctor would have much to say in the matter, or she either. Salt picked up an iron bar from the table. It was one of 4 that he had brought for the purpose of strengthening the safe, and it was nearly an inch in diameter. I think she would have something to say, he said, weighing the bar on the palms of his hands. And then, to the Greek's amazement, he bent the steel into a V. He used no apparent effort. The bar just changed its shape in his hands as though it had been made of lead. Why did you do that? He gasped. I don't know, said Ambrose Salt, and with a jerk brought the steel almost straight. Phew! Meropulus took the bar from his hand. I shouldn't like to annoy you, seriously, he said. He did not speak of Beryl again. Steady. Evie Colebrook had found a note awaiting her at the store on the morning of the day she came home early. It consisted of a few words scrawled on a plain card, and had neither address nor signature. Dearest girl, I shall not be able to see you tonight. I have a long article to write, and shall probably be working through the night, when your dear and precious eyes are closed in sleep. Your lover. She had the card under her pillow when she slept. Are you sure you aren't too busy? Said Beryl when she came down, a radiant figure, to the waiting Ronnie. Now that you have taken up a literary career, I picture you as being rushed every hour of the day. Sarcasm is wasted on me. Ronnie displayed his beautiful teeth. Unflattering though it be, I admit to a slump in my literary stock. I have had no commissions for a week, and I'm not taking you away from any of those beautiful friends of yours. Beryl, he murmured reproachfully, you know that I have no friends, if by friends you mean girl-friends. It is my mad jealousy which makes me ask these questions, she said quizzically. Come along, Ronnie, we will be late. What the play was about, Beryl never quite remembered. Ronnie, sitting in the shade of the curtains, was more interested in his companion. It was strange that he had known her ever since she was a child, and he a schoolboy, and yet had never received a true impression of her beauty. He watched her through the first act, the tilt of her chin, the quick smile. Beryl, you ought to be painted, he said in the first interval. I mean by a portrait painter. You look so perfectly splendid that I couldn't take my eyes off you. That is a little less subtle than the usual brand of flattery you practice, isn't it, Ronnie? The colour came slowly, and, in the dim light of the box, a man who had not been looking for this evidence of her pleasure would have seen nothing. Or is your artlessness really an art that conceals art? I'm not flattering you. I simply speak as I feel. I never realized your loveliness until tonight. She straightened up and laughed. You think I'm crude? I suppose I am. You do not say that I am keeping my hand in, though you probably think so. I should imply my compliments. But if I were trying to make love to you, I should be a little more subtle, as you say. I admit I've had all sorts of flirtations, in fact. I've been rather a blackguard in that way, and of course I've said nice things to girls, buttered them, and played to their vanity. It is just because my spasm is unpremeditated that I find myself at a loss for words. There is no sense in my making love to you anyway, supposing that you would allow me. I can't marry. I simply won't marry until I have enough money, and I haven't nearly enough. If in 4 years' time the money doesn't come, well then, I'll risk being a pauper, but the girl will have to know. She said nothing. Here was an unexpected side to his character. He had some plan of life, and a code of sorts. If she had been better acquainted with that life of his, which she so far suspected, she would have grown alert when Ronnie unmasked his way of retreat. She was surprised at his virtuous reluctance to make a woman share his comparative poverty. She should have been suspicious when he fixed a time limit to his bachelorhood. As it was, she was seeing him in a more favourable light. It was not like Ronnie to plan so far in advance that she knew. It might have occurred to her that he was definitely excusing the postponement of marriage. Ronnie desired that she should. His instinct in these matters was uncannily accurate. It was worth coming out with you, if only to hear your views on matrimony, was all the comment she made. I don't know. He looked gloomily into the auditorium. In many ways I have been regretting it. That doesn't sound gallant, but I am not in a mood for nice speeches. You think I am? I did not mean to be nice when I said that you were lovely, any more than I wish to be nice to Titian when I praise his pictures. Beryl, I've been fond of you for years. That is the truth. I suppose I've been in love with you, though I'd never wanted to be. I've recognized just how unfair it would be to chain a woman like you to a rake. I'm not sparing myself, like me. God knows whether I could be constant. Beryl was spared the necessity for replying. In my heart I know that if I had you, there could be no other woman in the world for me. An intimate knowledge of my own character makes me sceptical. The curtain went up on the second act just then. She knew he was looking at her, and turned in her chair to hide her face. Her heart was beating tumultuously. She was trembling. She was a fool, a fool. That frankness of his was assumed. He was acting. He meant nothing. He was a liar. Lied as readily as other men spoke the truth. Versed in the weaknesses of women, he had chosen the only approach that would storm her citadel. She told herself these truths, her reason battling in a last desperate stand against his attack. And yet, why should he not be sincere? For the first time he had admitted the unpleasant charges which hitherto he had denied. He surely could not expect to make her love him more by the confession of his infidelities. If he had followed up his talk, had made any attempt to carry on the conversation from the point where he left it, she would have been invincible. But he did not. He asked her if she would mind if he left her. When the curtain went down again, he was more cheerful, and was seemingly interested only in the people he recognized in the stalls. He wanted to smoke, and to meet some men he knew. She assented, and was disappointed. He showed no such desire, and it was she who began it. They had a long wait between these two acts, and as he had returned to the box after a shorter interval than she had expected, there was plenty of time, had he so wished, to have resumed his conversation. You puzzle me, Ronnie. I can't see, if you loved me, how you could do some of the things you have done. You won't be so commonplace as to tell me that you wanted to keep me out of your mind, and that that form of amusement helped you to forget me. No, he admitted. But, Beryl dear, need we discuss it? I don't know why I spoke to you as I did. I felt like it. But I am going to discuss it, she insisted. I want my mind set in order. It is overthrown for the moment. What prevented you from keeping me as a friend all this time? A real close friend, if you loved me? Oh, Ronnie, I do want to be fair to you, even at the risk of being shameless, as I am now. Why could you not have asked me, even if it meant waiting? He looked down at the floor. I have some sense of decency left, he said in a low voice, and then the curtain went up. Beryl looked at her programme. The play had 4 acts. There was another interval. He did not leave her this time, nor did he wait for her to begin. I am going to be straight with you, Beryl, he said. I want you, I adore you, but I cannot commit you to an engagement which may adversely affect your father and incidentally myself. I am being brutally selfish and mercenary, but I am going to say what I think. You'll be amused and perhaps horrified when I tell you that Step is very keen on you. She was neither amused nor horrified, but on the other hand If Ronnie Morel realized that in his invention he had accidentally hit upon the truth, he would not have been amused, and most certainly terror would have struck him dumb. But she said nothing. If Beryl had only said what she was of a mind to say, that she had learned from her father that Stepp was in love with her, she might have silenced him. Ronnie's explanation seemed natural, knowing Ronnie. "I'd sooner see you dead than married to him," he said vehemently, "but none of us can say that now. We are in a very tight place. Stepp could ruin your father with a gesture. He could very seriously inconvenience me." Here he was much in earnest, and the girl, with a cold feeling at her heart, knew he spoke the truth. But that time will pass. We shall weather the storm which is shrieking round our ears. You don't read the financial papers. You're wise. You see what might happen, Beryl? Beryl nodded. She was ridiculously happy. A great play, don't you think so, Miss Melville? It was Sir John Maxton who had pushed through the crowd in the vestibule. "Splendid," she said. "Ronnie, did you like it?" "I never heard a word," said Ronnie, and somehow that statement was so consonant with his new honesty that it confirmed her in a faith which was as novel. The car carried them through the crowded circus and into the quietude of Piccadilly. "Oh, Ronnie, I am so happy." His arm slipped round her, and his lips pressed fiercely against her red mouth. "Why can't you sleep?" asked the drowsy Christina, as the girl lit her candle for the second time. "I don't know. I'm having such beastly dreams," said Evie fretfully. "Book the second." "Lord, how you startled me!" The step of Ambrose Salt was light, and there was a buoyancy in his mien when he came into Mrs. Colebrook's kitchen. Surprising that good lady, with so unusual an appearance at an hour of the day when she was taking her afternoon siesta. She said, "The osteopath came this morning. A stout gentleman with whiskers. Very nice, too, and American. He'll never cure her. But bless you, and Mr. Salt, he'll never do any good to Christina, though I wish he could, for I'm up and down those blessed stairs from the moment I get up to the moment I go to bed. She's had 10 doctors and 4 specialists, and she's been 3 times to St. Mary's Hospital, to say nothing of the Evelina when she was a child and fell out of the perambulator that did it. 10 doctors and 4 specialists. They're doctors, too, in a manner of speaking, so you might say 14. Salt never interrupted his landlady, although his forbearance meant, very often, a long period of waiting. "Can I see Christina, Mrs. Colebrook?" he begged. "Certainly you can. You needn't ask me." "She'll be glad to see you," said Mrs. Colebrook conventionally. "I thought of going up myself, but she has always got those books. Do you think so much reading is good for her?" "I'm sure it is. But, well, I don't know. I've never read anything but the Sunday papers, and they've got enough horrors in them that they actually happened. It isn't guesswork like it is in books. I never read a book through in my life." "My husband?" "Why, when he passed away, there was enough books in the house to fill a room. He'd sooner read than work at any time. He was a bit aristocratic in his way." Salt had come to understand that aristocratic did not stand, as Mrs. Colebrook applied the word, for gentleness of birth, but for a loftiness of demeanour in relation to labour. Christina was not reading. He made his escape up the stairs. "I have nothing for you today. I haven't been baking." She lay on her back, her hands lightly folded, and she was inspecting the end bed-rail with a fixity of gaze that indicated to Ambrose how far she was from Water Street and the loud little boys who played beneath her window. She patted the bed, and he sat down. "The osteopath has been, I suppose Mother told you? She has the queerest word for him, osteopath." "Yes, he came and saw, or rather, he prodded in a gentle, harmless kind of way, but I fancy that my spine has conquered. He wouldn't tell me anything. I suppose he didn't want to make me feel miserable. He didn't say very much, but seemed to be more interested in the bones of my neck and shoulders than he was in the place where it hurts. Poor, kind soul, after all the uncomplimentary things that have been said about my spinal column." "He told me," said Ambrose, and something in his face made her open her eyes wide. "What did he say? Please tell me. Was it good?" He nodded, and a beatific smile lightened his face. "You can be cured, completely cured. You will walk in a year, or maybe less. He thinks it will take 6 months to manipulate the bones into their place. He talked about breaking down something, but he didn't mean that he would hurt you. He just meant that he would have to remove. I don't know what it is, but it would be a gradual process, and you would feel nothing. He wants your mother to put you into a sort of thin overall before he comes. He lugged a parcel from his pocket. "I thought you had better have silk." "I bought one, a smock of thick silk." Her eyes were shining, but she did not look at him. "He works at you through it, and it makes his work easier for him, and for you, if... Anyhow, I got silk, Christina." "It doesn't seem possible," she said softly. "And it is going to cost a lot of money." "Cost you? The silk overall is lovely, but I wouldn't mind if I wore sackcloth." "You great soul!" She caught his hand in both of hers, and gripped it with a strength that surprised him. "Evie is quite sure that I am in love with you, Ambrose. I lied to her when I said I never called you Ambrose. And, of course, we are in love with one another, but in a way that poor Evie doesn't understand. If I was normal, I suppose I'd love you in her way. Poor Ambrose, you'll be so embarrassed." She laughed quietly. "Were you ever in love that way?" "Love is a great disturbance," said Ambrose. "I think Evie means that kind." "I have never been. I think I love you as I should love my child, if I had one." "If you say that you love me as a mother, I shall be offended, Ambrose." "Do you think it will really happen? Will it cost very much, £1 a visit, and he is coming every day except Sunday?" £150. Christina made a calculation, and the immensity of the sum left her horror-stricken. She cried, "Oh, Ambrose, how can you?" "I won't have the treatment. It is certain to fail." "I won't, Ambrose. I've paid 100 on account. He didn't want to take it, but I said I would only let him come on those terms." "I wasn't speaking the truth. I'd have let him come on any terms. So you see, Christina, I've paid, and you must be treated. Hold my hand, Ambrose, and don't speak a word. I'm going for a long walk. I haven't dared walk before." She resumed her gaze upon the bed-rail, and he sat in silence whilst she dreamed. Evie returned at 10 o'clock that night, and heard Christina singing as she mounted the stairs. "I'm a well woman, I tell you." "Enter, sister. Has mother told you that I am practically a well woman? Don't put too high hopes. Shut up. In a year I shall walk into your medicine shop and sneer at you as I pass. Have you brought home any candy? Sweets is hopelessly vulgar, and I like the American word better. And you look bright and sonsy. Did you see the god? I wish you wouldn't use religious words, Christina, just when we are going to bed, too. I wonder... You're not afraid?" "Yes, I saw my boy." "Have you a boy?" in simulated surprise. "Evie, you are a surprising child. Whom does he take after?" "Really, I think you are indecent," said her sister, shocked. "You know perfectly well I mean Ronnie." "Oh, is he the boy? To you girls, everything that raises a hat or smokes a cheap cigar is strangely boyish. Well, is he nearly dead from his midnight labours?" "I'd like to see you write a long article for the newspapers," said Evie witheringly. "I wish you could. Tell me about him, Evie. You may even see that. What is he like? What sort of a house has he?" She waited. "He lives in a flat, and, of course, I've never seen it. You don't imagine that I would go into a man's flat alone, do you?" Christina sighed. "There are points about the bourgeoisie mind which are admirable," she said. "What does bourgeoisie mean?" "The bourgeoisie are the people who have names instead of numbers to their houses. They catch the 9:25 to town and go home by the 5:17. They go to church at least once on Sunday, and their wives wear fascinators and patronize the dress circle. You talk such rubbish, Christina. I can't make head or tail of it half the time. It wouldn't be respectable. I don't see what it has got to do with my not going into Ronnie's flat." "Why didn't I think of that word?" wailed Christina. "Evie, huh?" said Evie, her mouth full of pins, and in an unconscious imitation of one who, did she but know it, held her soul in the hollow of his hands. "We used to meet a lot in the park." "Where do you meet your lad?" "I simply can't say boy." "Oh, anywhere," said Evie vaguely. "As a matter of fact, that is where I first saw him, but now he doesn't go to the park. He says the crowd is vulgar, and it is. You know, Christina, why I've heard men addressing meetings and saying that there wasn't a God, and talking about the king, most familiarly. It made my blood boil. I don't suppose the king minds, and I'm sure God only laughed. Christina, well, why not? What's the use of being God if he hasn't a sense of humour? He has everything he wants, and that is one of the first blessings he would give himself. Where do you meet Ronnie, Evie?" "Sometimes I have dinner with him, and sometimes we just meet at the tube station and go to the pictures." Christina pinched her chin in thought. "He knows that girl who came to see you, Miss Merville? She rather runs after him, I think." I told him about her visit, and he asked me if she knew that I was a friend of his, and whether she had seen me. He doesn't say so. He is too much a gentleman. I can't imagine Ronnie saying anything unkind. But he sort of hinted, suggested Christina. You are uncharitable, Christina. Nothing Ronnie does is right in your eyes. Of course he didn't hint. I know that he doesn't like her very much. It is the way he looks when I speak about her. He admitted it, because, just after we had been talking about her, he said that I was the only girl he had ever met who did not bore him unutterably. You could never be sure whether Christina was being nice or unpleasant. So Ronald Morel had once been the victim of a demoralizing experience. His very words. That was certainly convincing evidence, said Christina, and her sister arrested the motion of her hairbrush to look suspiciously in her direction. He had awakened in time to hear the church clock strike 9, and for the space of a few seconds he had suffered the tortures of hell. Why, he never discovered. But not again did the chimes affect him. He had heard the clock strike 9 since then. In truth, he had been specially wakened by Francois the very next morning, in the expectation that the tolling of the bell would recall to his mind the cause of his abject fear. He had made a very thorough examination of his mind in the Freudian method, but could trace no connection between his moments of terror and the sound of a bell. He had to rest content with that. A nightmare, as an unpleasant dream is called, may be intensively vivid, yet from the second of waking leaves no definite memory behind it, said a lesser authority. He had other matters to think about. Step, an unusual visitor, came to his flat one morning. Ronnie was in his dressing-gown, reading the morning newspapers, and he leaped up with a curious sense of guilt when the big man was announced. You dabble in press work, Morel, don't you? Ronnie acknowledged his hobby. Do you know anybody in Fleet Street? Editors and such like. I know a few. Why, Mr. Step. Step lit a cigar, and strolling across the room looked out of the window. Because we've got to beat up a few friendly press criticisms, said Step at last. He carried the air of a patron to such an extent that Ronnie felt an interloper, an uncomfortable feeling to a man still in pyjamas. The financial papers are raising merry hell about the Klein River diamond flotation, and we have to get our story in somehow or other. You don't want to be called a swindling company promoter, huh? Wouldn't look good, huh? I don't see how I come into it, said Ronnie. You don't, huh? Of course you don't. You don't see. You're a director, so is Merville. Have you ever seen anything but a shop girl's ankles? You've drawn directors' fees. I'm not a director. It doesn't matter a damn to me what they say. He had his nominees, who voted according to the orders they received. The name of Jan Stepp seldom appeared amongst the officers or directors of a company. What makes it so almighty bad is that I was floating the Midwell Traction Corporation next week. We'll have to put that back now, but it will keep. What are you going to do? I don't know exactly what to do, said Ronnie. It was the first time he had ever been called upon to justify his director's fees. I know a few men, but I doubt if I can do anything. Fleet Street is a little rigid in these things. Get an article in somewhere, ordered Step peremptorily. Take this line, that we bought the Klein River mine on the report of the best engineer in South Africa. We did. There's no lie about that. Mackenzie. He's in a lunatic asylum now, and the report was in his own handwriting, so there won't be a copy. And you needn't mention that he is in a lunatic asylum. Most people think he is dead. Never mind about that. Didn't he write to us complaining that we only put an extract from his report into the prospectus? Snarled Step. I didn't come here for a conversation. He did write, said that we'd published a sentence away from the context. He didn't think I was going to put the worst into the prospectus, did he? He was right. What he said was that the Klein River mine would be one of the richest in South Africa if we could get over difficulties of working, which he said were insuperable. They are. The only way to work that mine is with deep-sea divers. Now, have this right, Morel, and try to forget Flossie's blue eyes and Winnie's golden hair. This is business. Your business. You've got to take that report. Meropulus will give it to you, but you mustn't take it from the office and extract all that is good in it. At the general meeting, you have to produce your copy and read it. If anybody wants to see the original, refer them to Mackenzie. You've got to make Klein River look alive, and you haven't to defend it. Do you hear me? No defense. You've got to handle that mine as though you wished it was yours, huh? The £100 shares are at 12. You've got to make 'em look worth 200, and it is dead easy if you go the right way about it. Ask any pickpocket. The easiest way to steal a pocketbook is to go after the man that's just lost his watch. Make 'em think that the best thing they can do is to buy more Clyne Rivers, and hold them up. You've got to think it, or you won't say it. Get this meeting through without a fuss, and there's 1,000 for you. I'll try, said Ronnie. Yet it was in no confident mood that he faced a hall full of enraged stockholders a week later. The meeting was described as noisy. It ended in the passing of a vote of confidence in the directors. He spoke of nothing else that day, and Beryl basked in reflected approval. Her father knew nothing. Ronnie was elated. No other man but Stepp could have induced him to present a forged document to a meeting of critical stockholders, and when Clyne Rivers rose the next day to 17, he was not as enthusiastic as Dr. Merville, who phoned his 80. Congratulations on what was undoubtedly a remarkable achievement. He wondered why Ronnie, whom he did not like overmuch, called with greater frequency. Men take a very tolerant view of other men's weaknesses. He had too large an experience of life to harbour any misconception as to his second cousin's private character, although he would, in other circumstances, have passively accepted him as a son-in-law. He did not regard Ronnie as a marrying man, and, with the exception of a few moments of uneasiness he had had when he noted Beryl's preference for his associate's society, he found nothing objectionable in the new interest which Ronnie had found. But he wished he wouldn't call so often. The theory that the world holds a patch of arable land reserved for young men to put under wild oats, and that without exciting the honest farmers whose lands adjoin, is a theory that dies hard as the cultivated fields increase in number. Dr. Merville might, and did, dismiss Ronnie's errant adventures with a philosophical sua quic voluptas. He found himself taking a more and more lenient view of Ronald Morell's character. Sen, a man is never himself until he is idle. Successions of nurses, schoolmasters, and professors shepherd him into the service of his fellows, and the conventions of his profession, no less than a natural desire to stand well with the friends and clients he has acquired in his progress, assist him in maintaining something of the appearance and mental attitude which his tutors have formed in age. Many a man has gone through life being some other man who has impressed him, or some great teacher who has imparted his personality into his plastic pupil. The first instinct of a man lost in the desert is to discard his clothes. The doctor, wandering in this financial waste, began to discard his principles. He was unconscious of the sacrifice. If at school he had committed some error, he would have been corrected. If, in the course of his professional life, he had made a mistaken diagnosis, or blundered in an operation, he would have known. Now, though this he did not realize, he was, for the first time in his life, free from any other authority than his own will and conscience. Ronnie is coming to dinner tonight, isn't he? You know, I shall not be here, my dear. He fell into a common error when he believed, as he did, that standards of honour and behaviour are peculiar to the trades in which they are exercised, and that right and wrong are adaptable to circumstances. I promised Stepp I would spend the evening with him. I wish you would tell Ronnie how pleased we all are at his very fine speech. I thought he was that. I never dreamed that he had it in him. Stepp talks of making him chairman of the company. No. Stepp brought him out before the meeting. The chairman is a man named Howitt, a very troublesome fellow. I thought you were a director, Daddy. Ronnie was only acting chairman. The company is in a perfectly sound position. You can see that from the way the stock has jumped up in the past few days. She was curious on this point, and had waited an opportunity of asking him why he had not been present at the meeting. I am, in a sense, but my nerves are in such a state just now that I simply couldn't bear the strain of listening to a crowd of noisy louts jabbering stupid criticism. These city people aren't fools, you know. More likely, she thought, the buyers were the people who knew very little about stock exchange transactions. She wondered if it was the city people who were buying the stock, or were responsible for the encouraging rise in Clyne River diamonds. Ronnie arrived as the doctor was going out, and they met in the street before the door. It was nothing, said Ronnie modestly. They were rather rowdy at first, but after I had a little talk with them, you know how sheep-like these fellows are. I discovered from Stepp who was likely to be the leader of the opposition, and I saw him before the meeting. Of course, he was difficult and full of threats about appointing a committee of investigation. However, yes, you did splendidly. You'll find Beryl waiting for you. I shouldn't talk too much about Klein Rivers. She is a very shrewd girl. Ronnie, yes? Don't unsettle her. She is in an inquiring mood just now, especially about the companies and things. Not that there is anything about Klein Rivers that is discreditable. He found her in the drawing-room and took her into his arms. I never talk business to Beryl, said Ronnie, which was nearly true. She was so dear and fragrant, so malleable in his skilled hands, now that the barrier of her suspicion had been broken down. He was a light sleeper, and the party walls of the tiny house were thin. For third, in the middle of the night, Ambrose Salt turned in his narrow bed and woke. He got out of bed, switched on the light of a portable electric lamp which stood within reach of his hand, and, thrusting his feet into slippers, opened the door. The house was silent, but a crack of light showed under Christina's door. "Are you awake, Christina?" he asked softly. "Is anything wrong?" "Nothing, Mr. Salt." It was not Christina. There was no hint of tears in her voice. Ambrose went back to his bed and to sleep. He knew that he had not been mistaken either as to the sound that had awakened him or the direction from whence it came. He was sorry for Evie. For one terrific moment he had thought it was Christina, and that the new treatment which had already commenced was responsible for the loud sobs which had disturbed his sleep. He was easily sorry. A cat writhing in the middle of the street, where a too-swift motor car had passed, wrung his heart. A child crying in pain made him sweat. "What did he get up for?" whispered Evie. "He is always interfering." When he saw a man and a woman quarrelling in this vile neighbourhood, he rushed from the scene, lest the woman be struck. "The wonder to me is that the whole street isn't up," said Christina. "What is the matter, Evie?" "I don't know. I'm miserable." Evie flounced over in her bed. "I just had to cry." "I'm sorry." Christina was very serious. She, too, had been awakened by the hysterical outburst. "There is nothing wrong, is there, Evie?" It carried a meaning to her that she had the courage to face. No answer. "I can't be all the help to you that I should like, darling, and I am a pig to you at times. But I get tetchy myself, and it is a bore lying here day after day. I mean, really wrong. You would tell me if there was anything wrong, wouldn't you?" "Yes," whispered the girl. "If it was anything that affected your health. You know that. I should just love you and help you all I could. Nothing would make you wrong in my eyes." Christina snorted. "I don't know what you're driving at," said Evie in a fret. "You don't mean—" "It isn't wise to keep some secrets, Evie, not if you know that there is somebody who loves you well enough to take half your burden from you." "I'm a virgin, if that is what you mean," she said crudely. Sobbed the girl. "Then what in hell are you snivelling about?" she demanded savagely. She was not unreasonably irritated. "I haven't seen Ronnie for a week." Christina cuddled the slim figure and kissed her damp face. "He is so much above me, and I'm so ignorant, such a shop girl." "I wish to God you'd never seen him," snapped Christina, and wished she hadn't, for the next minute Evie was in bed with her, in her arms. "I'm so unhappy. I wish I hadn't met him too. I know that it isn't right, Chris. I know it isn't. I know I shall never be happy." "You'll get over that, Evie," she said soothingly. "But it is only because they haven't any other kind of fruit. But I love him so. You don't really. You are too young, Evie. You can't test your feelings. I was reading today about some people who live in Australia, natives, who think that a sort of sour apple is the most lovely fruit in the world. It takes a lot of courage to walk out of that shop and find another. If you go to a poor sort of store to buy a dress, you get to think the best they have in stock is the best you can buy anywhere. After a while, you are sure and certain that the dress they show you is lovely. It is only when you put it against the clothes that other women have bought from the better shops that you see how old-fashioned and tawdry and what an ugly colour it is." She waited for an answer, but Evie was asleep. Ambrose came home early the next day. Every other afternoon he took Christina to Kensington Gardens. He kept the long spinal carriage in a stable, and spent at least half an hour in cleaning and polishing the wheels and lacquered panels of the chariot. "Shut the door, Ambrose." He obeyed. "You heard Evie crying?" "It was nothing. She hasn't seen her man for a week, and she was a little upset. I promised her to tell you that it was all your imagination, if you asked. Poor Evie doesn't know that you wouldn't ask anyhow. Is it Ronald Morell, Christina? She nodded, and, seeing his face lengthen, she asked, Is he a good man, Ambrose? No, I don't know him. Once or twice I have seen him. Do you think there is any danger to Evie? I don't know him personally. Ambrose was speaking very slowly. But I have never spoken. That was the word he used. Meropulus says he is rotten. There have been 1 or 2 nasty incidents. Meropulus likes talking about that sort of thing. What was that word you told me, Christina? It is not like me to forget. It describes a man with a bad curiosity. Prurient? That is the word. Meropulus has that kind of mind. And pictures. He has books, all about beastly subjects. He says that Ronald Morell is bad. The worst man he has ever met. He wasn't condemning him, you understand. In fact, he was admiring him. Meropulus would. Poor Evie. Christina was plucking at her underlip pensively. She said, She thinks she is in love with him. That would have ended it. He is a beautiful dream to her, naturally, because she has never met anybody like him. I wish he had made the mistake of thinking she was easy the first time he met her. What I am afraid of is that he does understand her, and is wearing down her resistance gradually. What am I to do, Ambrose? Years before, when he was working in a penal settlement, Ambrose Salt had bruised and cut his chin. From this warning he had acquired a curious trick. He had been working in tapioca fields, and the prison doctor had warned him not to touch the healing wound with his hand for fear of poisoning it. In moments of doubt he rubbed his chin with the knuckle of a finger. You can't advise me? Christina had often seen him do this, and had found in the gesture sure evidence of his perplexity. She said, reading the sign, I didn't think you would be able to. I can go to Morell and warn him, suggested Salt, but that means trouble here. I don't want to make mischief. She nodded. Evie would never forgive us, she said with a sigh. I'm ready, Ambrose. He stooped and lifted her from the bed, as though, as she once described it, she were of no greater weight than a pillow. Mr. Jan Stepp was dressing for dinner when Salt was announced. Tell him to wait? No, send him up. Here, sir? Asked the valet. Don't wait, you. Where else, you fool, huh? Salt came into the dressing-room and waited until his employer had fixed a refractory collar. The valet retired discreetly. Well, Salt, what do you want? The daughter of the woman I lodge with knows Morell, said Ambrose Salt briefly. She's a pretty child, and I don't want anything to happen to her that will necessitate my taking Morell and breaking his neck. Stepp looked round with a scowl. Necessitate? You talk like a damned professor. I'm not Morell's keeper. It is enough trouble to keep him up to the scratch in other matters. As to breaking his neck, I've got something to say to that Salt, huh? He faced the visitor, a terrifying figure, his attitude a threat and a challenge. You might have to identify him, said Salt thoughtfully. That is true. Stepp's face went red. Now see here, Salt. I've never had a fight with you, and I don't want to, huh? Get that right. I've smashed bigger men and stronger men than you. By God! You're the only one of the bunch that is worth 10 cents as a man, but I'll allow nobody to dictate to me, nobody, whether he is a girl-chasing dude or an escaped convict. You'll not smash me, said Salt coolly, and you needn't smash Morell. I'm telling you that I won't have that girl hurt. I don't know him, but I know of him. A word from you will send Morell crawling at her feet. He's that kind. Stepp glared. You're telling me, are you? He breathed. You think you've got me because you're indispensable now that you know about the safe. But I'll have another safe and another word. Do you hear? I'll show you that no damned lad can bully me. The other smiled. You know that the code is safe with me. That's my way. I would break Morell or you for the matter of that, kill you with my hands before your servant could come, but the code would be with me. You know that too. He met, had not feared to meet, the fury of Stepp's eyes, and presently the big man turned away with a shrug. You might, he said, speaking more to himself than to Ambrose Salt. One of these days I'll try you out. I'm not a weakling, and I've beaten every man that stood up to me. I believe you about the safe. He looked round at the visitor, and the anger had gone from his face. You're the first man or woman I've ever believed in my life. Sounds queer, huh? It is a fact. I'm not frightened of you. Nobody knows that better than you. Salt nodded. About Morel. I'll talk to him. What is this girl? You're not in love with her yourself, huh? Can't imagine that. All right, I'll speak to Morel. A damned cur. Anything more? Nothing, said Ambrose, and went out. Step stared at the closed door. A man, he said, and shivered. No other man breathing had caused Step to shiver. He saw Ronnie at a club late that night. You've got a parcel of women in tow, huh? Said Step. Here, I want you. He jerked his head in the direction of a quiet corner of the smoking room, and Ronnie followed him, expecting compliments, for they had not met since the meeting. I don't quite understand, began Ronnie. You understand all right. Go steady. One of them is a friend of Salt's. Coldbrook, I think her name must be. She's a friend of Salt's. He says he'll break your neck if you monkey around there. Do you get that? Huh? Salt says so. He'll do it. Ronnie did not know Ambrose Salt any better than Ambrose knew him. The threat did not sound very dreadful, and he smiled. Salt is a hell of a bad man to cross. You can grin. Maybe I'll see the same grin when I come to look at you on the mortuary slab. He has had his kill once, and that will make the second seem like blowing bubbles. That's all. Ronnie was annoyed, but not greatly impressed. He only knew Salt as a sort of superior workman who did the dirty work of the Confederacy. Threats did not greatly distress Ronnie Morel. Sometimes he used to wonder how Step employed him, but then he also speculated upon the exact standing of Meropulus, whose name never appeared on a prospectus, and who had apparently no particular duties. He was free of the park now. He had been threatened so often, and it was his experience that the worst was over when the threat came. Walking down Regent Street one Saturday afternoon, he had come face to face with the girl who had screamed. She was with a tall, broad-shouldered young man, and she had recognized him. The man looked as though he were going to follow, but the girl who screamed caught his arm. After he had passed them, Ronnie, from the tail of his eye, saw the couple stop and the girl point after him, and that was the end of it. The man might hate him, but would not make a fuss. The beginning and end of vengeance was a threatening gesture. The offence was comparatively old, and men did not pursue other people's stale vendettas. He knew just what that broad-shouldered man was saying and thinking. He was a scoundrel. He deserved flogging. If he had been on hand when the girl squealed, he would have torn the heart out of the offender. But he wasn't there, and the girl had shown both her purity and her intelligence by preferring his gentle courtship to the violent love-making of Ronnie Morel. In a sense, the incident was subtly flattering to the broad-shouldered young man. Ronnie was not seeing Evie in these days. He was more pleasingly engaged, but Step's warning piqued him. The new game was infinitely more intriguing, an opponent better armed for the fight and offering a more glorious triumph. Salt! His lips curled in derision. That nigger! That half-caste jailbird! He wrote to Evie that night, making an appointment. You don't know how happy I was when I found your letter at the stall this morning. I told him your letters were from an uncle who isn't friends with Mother. The manager doesn't like girls to get letters. He is an awful fossil, but he's rather keen on me. What a darling little liar you are, said Ronnie, amused. My dear, I've missed you terribly. I shall have to give up my writing if it is going to keep me from my girl. She snuggled closer to his side as they walked slowly through the gloom to her favourite spot. She did not tell him how she had sat there every evening, braving the importunities of those less attractive ghouls who haunt the park in the hours of dusk. There have been times, said Ronnie, when they had found chairs and drawn them to the shadow of a big elm, when I felt that I could write no more unless I saw you for a moment. But I set my teeth and worked. I pretend sometimes that you are sitting on the other side of the table, and I look up and talk to you. You are like Christina, said the delighted girl. She makes up things like that. Would you have liked to see me really walk into the room and sit down opposite to you? He held her more tightly. I wish you weren't such a dear little Puritan. 9/10 of my troubles would vanish, he said fervently, and I could work. By heaven, how I should work if I had the inspiration of your company. I'm half inclined to engage a housekeeper, if only to chaperone you. He waited for a rejoinder, but it did not come. In fact, you are awfully old-fashioned, darling. You have such queer ideas about how people should behave, he said. Am I? I suppose I am. Why? The modern girl goes everywhere. Bachelor parties and dances. Chaperons are about as much out of date as the dodo. She gurgled with laughter. What is a dodo? A bird, a sort of duck. You funny boy. You know Salt, don't you? Friend? Of course not. Isn't he a great friend of yours? She struggled up out of his arms. He is a great friend of Christina's, but not of mine. He is so old and funny-looking. I understand. He has grey hair, and he is quite dark. When I say dark, I mean he is not a Negro, but, well, dark. Not a friend of yours? Of course not. There are times when I can't stand him. He doesn't read or write. Did you know that? Of course you do. And he has been in prison. You told me that, too. If Mother knew, she would have a fit. It was a surprise to me that he was aware we were friends. Did you tell him? Me, Why do you talk about him, Ronnie? I've no special reason. Only what has he been talking about me? Not to me, of course. He told a friend of mine that he didn't like you to know me. Of course not. I never heard such nerve. I'm sure he meant well. How dare he? Don't get angry, darling. You have to do something for me, Evie dear. Talking about me. What is the use? He bent his head and kissed her. It will be easy for you to say that you've only met me once or twice, and that you are not seeing me any more. But you will see me, Ronnie, surely. You don't suppose that anything in the world will ever come between us, do you? Not 50 salts. It is Christina, she said. How mean of her to discuss me with Salt. I'll tell her that I've given you up. Will you do as I ask? Of course, Ronnie, darling. And I've done so much for her. Brought her books from the store, and given her little things. I do think it is deceitful of her. But she is terribly sharp, and I must be careful. He is in love with Christina. I sleep in the same room. Ours is a very small house. I used to have a room of my own until Salt came. The horrid old man. It does seem ridiculous, doesn't it? A man like that? Yes, I'll tell her. Will you tell her what I suggest? He insisted. Christina says she isn't, but really, she is so deceitful. As for Mr. Salt, leave me to deal with Mr. Salt, said Ronnie grandly. Evie reached home, her little brain charged with conflicting emotions. I've given up Ronnie, and I'm not going to meet him again, she said, as she entered the room. Her relief at meeting the man again, the happiness that meeting had brought, her resentment at Salt's unwarranted interference, her hurt from Christina's supposed duplicity and breach of confidence, each contended for domination, and each, in turn, triumphed. She was without finesse, and Christina, instantly alert, was not impressed. This is very sudden. What has happened? I've given him up. Evie slammed her hat down on a rickety dressing-table. She had no intention of letting the matter rest there. Her annoyance with Salt must be expressed. If a girl cannot have a friendship without her own sister and her sister's beastly friends making up all sorts of beastly stories about her, and breaking their sacred word, too, by telling beastly people about their private affairs, then she'd better give up having friendships, she said a trifle incoherently. Evie glowered at her. I want to sort that out, said Christina, frowning. The only thing I'm perfectly sure about is that somebody is beastly. Do you mean that people have been talking about you and your Ronnie? You know, she blurted tremulously. Oh, said Christina. Is that all? Is that all? You and Salt between you, trying to interfering in my affairs. Don't you think it enough, parting Ronnie and I? Breaking my heart, that is what you're doing, she wailed. I'll never speak to Salt again. We're not safe. I'm going to tell Mother and have him chucked out of the house. The old murderer. That's what he is, a murderer. Some night he'll come along with a knife and cut our throats. A nigger murderer, she screamed. You'll get an audience in no time. Go along. He may be good enough to be your fancy man, but he's not good enough for me. Open the window and tell the street all about it, suggested Christina. They would love to hear. Open the window. Every woman in this street screams her trouble sooner or later. The woman across the road was shouting, Murder all last night. Be fashionable, Evie. Ronnie would love to know that you made a hit in Water Street. Evie was weeping now. You're horrible and vulgar, and I wish I was dead. It is more convincing. I swear, began Evie. "Don't swear, Evie." "Screech. You've parted Ronnie and I? You and Salt?" "I don't think so," said Christina quietly. "My impression is that you are saying what Ronnie told you to say. Ronnie told you to say that you had given him up. And you must have told him, Christina. What did Ambrose Salt do? He went to a friend of Ronnie's with a lot of lies about me and Ronnie. It was mean of you. He didn't want telling. He heard you the other night when you were having hysterics and yelling, 'Oh, Ronnie, Ronnie,' at the top of your voice. You did everything except give Ronnie's address and telephone number. Apart from that, I did tell him. I wanted to know the kind of man you're raving about. And your Ronnie is just dirt. Ronald Morell has a bad reputation with girls. I don't care if you foam at the mouth, Evie. I'm going to say it. Don't dare to say that. Don't dare. If Mother didn't sleep like a dormouse, she'd hear you. Some people think they can make black white if they shout black loudly enough. He is a blackguard. Salt told you. Salt told you." Evie's voice had a shrill, thin edge to it. "I know he did. A murderer. A nigger murderer, that is what he is. I could have told him myself the day I saw him. Not fit to live under the same roof as me. I shall tell Ronnie what he said. I'll tell him tomorrow, and then you'll see. As you are permanently parted, I don't see how you will have an opportunity of telling him," said Christina. "Saw him? How?" Evie was surprised into interest. "With my eyes." Evie smiled contemptuously. "Mr. Salt took me to Kensington Gardens, and I saw him. He pointed him out to me. 'That is where you and your damned Salt were wrong,' she said in triumph. 'Ronnie has been working in his flat all the afternoon. He was writing an article for the Statesman. They were driving together. He didn't seem to be working very hard when I saw him,' said Christina, unmoved, unless he was dictating his article to Miss Melville. 'Mr. Salt said, "There is Morell," he should have said, "Mr." And I saw him. He is good-looking, the best-looking man I have ever seen. It wasn't Ronnie. I don't mean that Ronnie isn't good-looking. He's lovely. But it couldn't have been him. You are only saying this to make me jealous. Besides, he hates that Melville girl. At least he doesn't like her. How was he dressed? So far as I could see, he wore a long-tailed coat. He certainly had a top hat. Mr. Stepp was going, but couldn't get away. Mr. Salt said that he thought he had been to Lady somebody or other's garden party. Now I know it wasn't Ronnie. He was wearing a blue suit. No, he hadn't changed his clothes. He told me he didn't dress until an hour before he met me. Salt is he must have been mistaken. Before she went to bed, she came over to say good night. I'm sorry I lost my temper, Pris. My dear, if you lose nothing else, I shall be happy. I hate your insinuations, Christina. Some day you will find out what a splendid man Ronnie is, and then you'll be surprised. I shall, admitted Christina, and later, when Evie was dropping into sleep, who did Ambrose kill? I don't know. Somebody in Paris. Another long silence. He must have been a terrible villain. Who, Salt? No, the man he killed, said Christina. She lay awake for a long time. It was 2 o'clock when she heard his key in the lock. She raised her head, listening to the creaking of the stairs as he came up. He had to pass her room, and she whispered, "Good night, Ambrose. Good night, Christina." She blew a kiss at the door. She felt a little twinge of impatience, for she was on her way to the horse show and Ronald. "Is the doctor in?" "Good." Mr. Stepp, with a gardenia in his buttonhole, leaned out of the window of his car and waved his yellow glove in greeting, and Beryl, who was just about to enter her own machine, stepped back upon the sidewalk and waited. "He can wait. Where are you off to, Beryl, huh? Looking perfectly lovely, too. I often wonder what those old back-veld relations of mine would say if they ever saw a girl like you. I know. Their women are just trek oxen, mustn't say cows, huh? Are you in a great hurry?" "Not a great hurry," she smiled, "but I think father is expecting you. But he'll not be worried if I'm late. Drive me somewhere. I want to talk." She jumped at the opportunity of placing a time limit on the conversation. "Drive to Regent's Park, round the inner circle, and back to the house," she ordered. And Mr. Stepp handed her into the car. "I want to have a little chat about your father," he said, greatly to her surprise. He had never before spoken more than 2 consecutive sentences in reference to Dr. Merville. "What I tell you, Beryl, is in confidence," he said. "I'm not sure whether I ought to tell you at all, but you're a sensible girl, huh? No nonsense. That is how a woman should be. The doctor has lost a lot of money. You know that. He has taken up a lot of shares, against my advice. He is carrying— well, I wouldn't like to tell you the figure. I didn't know, she answered in alarm. But I thought father confined his investments to your companies. Yes, so he has. He bought them, against my advice. Most of my stock is only partly paid up. That is all right. He is carrying nearly 1 million shares in one concern or another. You can carry millions, always providing there is a market, and that you can sell at a profit, or else that there isn't any need to call up the remainder of the capital. That need has arisen in the case of 2 companies in which he is heavily involved. Now, Beryl, you are not to say a word about what I have told you. But I don't quite follow what you have said. Does it mean that father will be called upon to pay large sums of money? He nodded. Or else. There is no or else, said Step. The capital has to be called in justice to the shareholders, and the doctor must pay. Somebody must pay. In fact, I am going to pay. That was the reason I was calling on him today. He has been very worried lately, said Beryl in a troubled tone. I don't know how to thank you, Mr. Step. Is it a big sum? It runs to hundreds of thousands, said Step. Very few can lay their hands on that amount, huh? Jan, Step. They know me in the city, hate me, would slaughter me, but they don't despise me. I can sign cheques for 1 million, and they'd be honoured. But father must make some arrangement to pay you, Mr. Step, she began. That is nothing, but I thought I would let you know. The shares may rise in value. There is no telling what may happen with the market in an optimistic mood. Step isn't a bad fellow, huh? She heaved a long sigh. No, you are kind, most kind. I wish father wouldn't touch the stock market. He is so easily depressed. Temperamentally, he is unfitted for a gambler. Can't you persuade him, Mr. Step? If you say the word, I'll stop him, said Step. She was silent. There is nothing I wouldn't do for you, Beryl. I'm grateful, she said, as the car was heading for the house. I cannot put myself under any bigger obligation. Father must do as he wishes. But if you could help him with advice— Step watched the car out of sight before he mounted the steps and rang the bell. You saw us, huh? It occurred to her then that if he could, at a word, arrest the speculative tendencies of Dr. Merville, why had he contented himself with advice when her father had made his disastrous investment? Saying good-bye to him at the door of the house, Beryl drove on to Olympia, a disturbed and anxious girl. Yes, I wanted to talk to Beryl, and I knew that you wouldn't mind waiting. The doctor moved uneasily. I've got to call up the unpaid capital of Brackban Mines and Toledo Deeps. Couldn't you wait a little while? He asked nervously. The shares are moving. They went up a fraction yesterday, which means that there are buyers. I was the buyer, said Step. I took a feeler at the market. I bought 500, and I could have had 500,000 at the price. They were falling over one another to sell. No, I'm afraid I've got to make a call, and you'll have to take up your shares, huh? Well, I'm going to let you have the money. That is good of you. Not at all. I must keep your name sweet and clean, Merville. I am going to marry Beryl. The doctor opened a silver box and took out a cigar with a shaking hand. Beryl is a very dear girl, he said. Have you spoken to her? No, there is plenty of time. I don't want to scare her. Let her get used to me, Melville, huh? That's that. You're crossing with me tonight, huh? Good. I hate the harbour route, but you can sleep on board, and that saves time. Abrahams is coming from Vienna with the Bulgarian concession. I'm inclined to float it. Ronnie was waiting in the main entrance when the girl arrived. In some respects he was a model escort. He never expected a woman to be punctual, and had trained himself in the art of patient waiting. No, really, I haven't been here very long, he replied to her apology. And you, of all women, are worth waiting for. You are a dear. I don't believe you, but still, you are a dear. I'm so sick of life today, Ronnie. Don't ask me why. Amuse me? How is the doctor? He queried, as they were shown into their seats. He is going to Paris tonight with Mr. Step, she said. I'm rather glad. 2 or 3 days abroad will do him a lot of good. There aren't many people here this afternoon, Ronnie. Most of the swells of Tascott, he explained. The night's séance is crowded. Gone to Paris, eh? The news made him thoughtful. She drove him back to the house to tea. Dr. Merville was out, and was not returning to dinner. The maid said He had left a letter in his study. "My hard-hearted parent has gone without saying good-bye," she said. Beryl found it to be a note, saying he was unlikely to see her before he went. His bag would be called for, he added. "Take me out to dinner, Ronnie. After, I would like to see a review, and I want to be in a box. I feel unintellectual today. I'm in the mood when I want to see people with red noses and baggy trousers. I love boxes, since—" Ronald Morell walked home from Park Crescent, stopping at a messenger office to scribble a note. "It is at a drug-store in Knightsbridge," he said. "I want the boy to give it to the young lady in the pay-desk. Perhaps he had better make a purchase, a cake of soap, if that is the boy." He smiled upon the diminutive messenger, and let him hand the letter to the lady when he puts in his bill. He came to the flat, to find Francois laying out his dress-clothes. "Finish what you are doing, and go home. I shall not want you this evening," he said. "Stay, have a bottle put on ice. You can lay the small table. You might have bought some flowers. I hate flowers, but get some. You can throw them away tomorrow." "Yes, monsieur," said his imperturbable man. "For how many shall I lay supper?" "For 3, answered Ronnie. It was a convention that he invariably entertained 2 guests, but Francois had never had to wash more than 2 used glasses. Beryl was still in the drawing-room, and the tea-table had not been cleared, when Ambrose Salt came for the doctor's bag. She heard the sound of his voice in the hall, and came to the head of the stairs. "Is that you, Mr. Salt? Won't you come up for a moment?" The doctor had telephoned to Moropoulos, he explained, asking him to take the grip to his club. She gathered that it was usual for Ambrose to carry out these little commissions. "She is a nice girl, and her hair is such a wonderful colour. How is Miss Colebrook? Has she forgiven me for acting the part of district visitor?" "The osteopath says she will get well," replied Ambrose simply, "and when I went in to see her this morning she told me she really thought that she felt better already. She has the heart of a lion, Miss Merville. She is certainly brave." Beryl knew she was a brute, because she could not work up an enthusiastic interest in Christina Colebrook. Salt's voice was hushed. "It will be wonderful if she is cured. You are very fond of her?" "I don't let myself think about it. In fact, I shall be more bitterly disappointed than she if the treatment does not succeed." There was not a vestige of likeness between them. She had been examining his face as he spoke, wondering what there was in him that she had seen at their first meeting which reminded her of Ronnie. And the skin. There was a yellow-brown tinge in it. This man's face, for all its strength, was coarse. The eyes were the only fine features it possessed. Whilst he was speaking, he moved his hands so that his nails were discernible. She remembered her father saying once that people who had Negro blood in their veins betrayed their origin, even though they were quite white, by a dark half-moon on their fingernails. Yes, I'm fond of her. They were ugly nails, broad and ragged of edge. Yes, there it was, a brown crescent showing against the deep pink. She is lovable. I haven't met anybody like Christina before. Why was she annoyed? Perhaps annoyed hardly described her emotion. She was disappointed in him. Her attitude towards Salt was enigmatical. It was certainly capricious. She was a little nauseated, and was glad when he went. Salt carried the suitcase to the club, and left it with a porter. He wished he had an excuse for calling every day at the house. The sight of her exalted him, raised him instantly to a higher plane. He saw Evie walking home in front of him. She saw him, stopped, and became interested in a shop window. She always avoided him in the street, and would not dream of walking with him. In the kitchen, to which she followed him, she condescended to speak. "You were looking very pleased with yourself when I saw you in High Street, Mr. Salt," she said. "Was I? Yes, I was feeling good. You're home early tonight, Evie. Mrs. Colebrook had a washing day, and was at her labours in the scullery, and Evie could flare up without reproof," she said. "I'm so glad you notice when I come in, and go out. It is nice to know that all your movements are watched. I suppose I ought to ask your permission when I stay out late. We always like to please the lodger." He looked down into the pretty flushed face, and smiled gently. "I believe you are trying to be cross with me, Evie," he said good-naturedly, "and I don't feel like being cross with anybody. My dear, it is no business of mine. Don't call me my dear, if you please. You have a nerve to my dear me. A man like you—" Salt's knuckle touched his chin awkwardly. "I didn't mean to be offensive. You are offensive. You are the most beastly offensive person I know. You go prying and spying into my business, and telling lies about gentlemen whose boots you're not fit to blacken. What's this, Evie? Hello, hello. Mrs. Colebrook stood in the kitchen doorway, wiping her soapy hands on her apron. Telling lies about you? What gentleman? Mr. Salt would not tell a lie to save his life. He'd have to be a pretty good gentleman for Mr. Salt to blacken his boots. No. It is nothing, Mrs. Colebrook, smiled Ambrose. Evie wilted before her mother's fiery gaze, and, turning, slammed from the room. I made her angry. Something I said. It was my fault entirely. I promised you I'd come home and help you. I washed blankets before you were born, Mrs. Colebrook, or soon after, at any rate. Now, what about those blankets? You're not going to wash any blankets, said Mrs. Colebrook, and Evie has got to say she is sorry. He went with her to the little scullery with its copper and wash tub. She protesting, You go into the kitchen, and I'll make you a cup of tea. I didn't think you meant it, she said, and I can't let you do it. Blankets, said Ambrose, rolling up his sleeves. Evie burst into her room, red with anger. She hated Salt more than ever. She said so, flinging her hat wildly on the bed. Oh, was that you who was strafing? Asked Christina. I gave him a piece of my mind, said Evie with satisfaction. That was generous, considering the size of it. Christina bent outward and laid down the paper and stylograph she had been using. It is no business of his, the interfering old devil. I couldn't have done that a few days ago, she said. And what has poor Ambrose done? He had the cheek to tell me I was home very early, as if he was the lord of the house. Aren't you home early? Christina eyed her critically. You came home in a bad temper, she said. I suppose giving up Ronnie has got on your nerves. I haven't given him up, Evie snapped. Only he's busy tonight. Christina chewed a toffee ball reflectively. That man is certainly industrious, she said. They will have to bring out new papers to print all he writes. Does he find time to eat? Evie lifted her nose scornfully. What did you say to my Ambrose? I told you. You said that you gave him a piece of your mind. That doesn't mean anything to me. Did you call him a murderer? Of course I didn't. I hope I'm a lady. I've often hoped so, and maybe one of these days my hopes will be realized. So you didn't call him a murderer? You lost a great opportunity. Don't be offensive to him again, Evie, she said quietly. Evie did not reply. When Christina spoke in that tone of voice, she was frightened of her. What is Ambrose doing now? I don't know. In the kitchen, I suppose, guzzling food. And I'm starving. But I won't sit down at the same table as a black man. I won't. Don't be a fool, Evie. Go down and get some food. You can bring it up here and eat it. And, Evie, Ambrose is a very dear friend of mine, and I dislike hearing you call him a black man. He is almost as white as you and I. His great-grandfather was an Indian. If you don't like to hear me say unpleasant things about your friends, don't say them about mine. Here Evie thought, not without reason, that she had a point which was worth labouring. She was astonished when Christina surrendered without firing another shot. Perhaps you are right, dear. Go and get something to eat. Christina choked. Do you think he is making up to Mother? She asked, as that interesting possibility presented itself. Evie returned almost immediately with the news that the kitchen was empty, and that she had seen one whom she was pleased to describe as the enemy bending over a wash-tub, his arms white with lather. Don't say funny things when I'm eating candy, she begged. She had hardly taken her seat before she saw a familiar face in the stalls. The review had reached its 7th scene before Beryl, and her escort were shown into the big stage box of the pavilion. "Isn't that Mr. Meropulus?" she asked, and following the direction of her eyes he nodded. The Greek did not appear to have noticed them. "Yes, that is Meropulus." He was conspicuous as being the only man in that row of the stalls who was not wearing evening dress. "Don't let him see you, Beryl. And now, home." Apparently Mr. Meropulus did not identify the pair, for though he turned his head in their direction, he showed no sign of recognition. Halfway through the last part of the review, he disappeared, and they did not see him again. "It has been a jolly afternoon and evening," said Beryl as they came out. Ronnie was looking round for his car. "What a fool I am," he said. "We'll have to take a taxi. I told Parker not to wait. For some extraordinary reason, I imagined your car would be here. Come home and have some supper." The cab had hardly started before he tapped at the window, and, leaning out, gave a fresh direction. She hesitated. I've just remembered that I told Francois I was bringing a couple of men home. Told him early this morning. I can't stay very long, she said. No, nobody's waiting up for me. I'll come in for 5 minutes, dear. My maid never does. It spoils my enjoyment of a dance if I think that I'm keeping some poor girl out of her bed. His arm came round her. Her head drooped toward him. Ronnie, I'm so glad all this has come about, darling. I've run after you. I know I have. An eternity, he breathed. But I don't care. 4 years seems such an awful long time to wait. And marriage is, as you say, in your immoral way, only a third-party sanction. It is silly. He kissed her. An automatic lift carried them to the 3rd floor, and Ronnie went in, switching on the lights. I wonder whether Father will be angry, she asked. If your man, he sleeps out. Ronnie helped her off with her wrap. He's never here after 9. This is my own room, Beryl, but you saw it when the doctor brought you here to dinner. She walked over to the big black table and sat down. Here genius broods, she laughed quietly. What a humbug you are, Ronnie. I don't believe you write 1,000 words a month. He smiled indulgently. And there is your wicked Anthony. He looks worse by artificial light. Now, Ronnie, I really must go. It is the last bottle of that wine. Go? Incredulously, with foie gras sandwiches and a beautifully dry wine. The door into the dining room was open, and he pointed. Jerry will be furious when he comes to breakfast in the morning and finds it gone. Ronnie had a friend, one Jeremiah Talbot, a man after his own heart. Well, I'll eat just a little, and then you must take me home. Beryl had met him once, a languid, loose-lipped man with a reputation for gallantry. You shouldn't have paid off the cab. He was too busy at the wine bucket to listen. No more, dear. She put her lips to the wine and handed it back to him. She sat on the edge of one of the window Chesterfields and let her eyes rove around the room, and after a while he brought a plate and a filled glass. A sudden panic had taken possession of her, and she was shaking. No! And yet it was so natural and so comforting to let him hold her. She relaxed, unresisting. I shouldn't be here, Ronnie, she murmured between his kisses. Let me go, darling, please. But he held her the tighter, and she did not deny his greedy lips. Ronnie woke with a start, stared at the window and cursed. Pulling on a dressing-gown, he slipped from the room, and at the sight of him the woman who was dusting the sideboard paused in her labours. I don't want you here today. Where is your friend? In the pantry, sir. Well, take her with you. Ah, Francois, listen. Turn these women out, and then go out yourself, go to the city, and buy anything you like, but don't come back before 11, no 12. He waited until the flat was empty and returned to his room. Beryl was lying with her head in the crook of her arm. She was not asleep, nor crying, as he had feared. What is the time? I'm dreadfully sorry, darling. I must have fallen asleep. She did not turn, but spoke into the pillow. 8. Curse it. You can't go home in evening dress. Why not? She struggled up, her face averted. It is the best way, she said. Will you get me a cab? And he came up again. She was tidying her hair at the mirror. It was very foolish, she remarked without emotion. She shook her head. There is nobody below, and thank God there was an Albert Hall ball last night, said Ronnie. And it is only 8. Shall I come down with you? An Albert Hall ball? No. Just show me how to work the elevator. Where could I have been after that finished? You lie better than I, Ronnie. Having breakfast. Lots of people make a special function of breakfast after those shows. All right. Show me how the elevator works. To her maid, a quarter of an hour later. I'm going to bed, Dean, and if Mr. Morrell rings up, will you tell him that I am very sorry I cannot see him this morning? You can bring me a cup of chocolate? Yes, I've had breakfast, but bring me some chocolate. She was standing by the window in a silk wrap when the maid brought the tray. Beryl did not look round. Put it down, Dean. I will ring when I want you. She walked across the room and locked the door. Yes, Beryl, it is you. Then she came to the mirror and looked for a long time at herself. What exposure should you give to a photograph taken, say, soon after 8 o'clock in the morning? I was hoping it was somebody else. That same morning, Mr. Meropoulos asked a question of Ambrose Salt. Ambrose glanced out of the window. What sort of a morning? This morning. Mr. Meropoulos produced a folding kodak from his pocket. You could get a snapshot on the 25th of a second, he said. Would this stop be wide enough? Ambrose took the camera in his hand. Yes, he said. What were you taking? A scene or a figure? Ambrose smiled. A figure, said Mr. Meropoulos. A lady in evening dress. 8 o'clock is a funny time to photograph a lady in evening dress, he said. An amusing time, if one hadn't been waiting up all night to take it. I was here at 5. Yes, I came back for the camera. But 8 o'clock. I took a chance of missing the lady, but even if I had it, wouldn't have mattered. He laughed gleefully. How very obliging. Salt? My ambrosial man? I am going to sleep. I think you need it, said Ambrose. He did all the work of the house, even to making Mr. Meropoulos's bed, and he was glad of the opportunity to spring-clean the sitting-room. He only interrupted his labours to cut a crust of bread and a slice of cheese for his lunch. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the telephone bell rang for the first time that day. Is that Mr. Meropoulos? Is that you, Mr. Salt? Yes, lady. He recognized her voice instantly, and his heart leaped within him. I'm so glad. Will you come to the house, please? Yes, I'll come right away. He hung up the receiver as Meropoulos strolled in yawning. You was the caller. A friend of mine, said Salt. Didn't know you had any friends. Are you going? Make me some coffee before you go, Salt. Make it yourself, said Ambrose. Meropoulos grinned after him. I'd give a lot of money to stick a knife into that big chest of yours, my good Ambrose, he said pleasantly. I'm so glad you've come. I had to send for you. Do you mind? Marie opened the door to the untidy visitor, showing him straight to the drawing-room, and Beryl came halfway to him, taking his hand in both of hers. I want to talk to you. About nothing in particular. I'm nervy. Can't you tell from my hand? The hand in his was shaking. He felt the quiver of it, and she looked pale. Why had she sent for him? She was amazed at herself. She had been thinking of him all the afternoon. Perhaps it was his strength she wanted, a rock on which she might rebuild the shattered fabric of her reason. Ronnie never came to her mind. He was incidental. Reality lay with the coarse-featured man whom she had likened to a Caesar. I don't want you to do anything for me, except be here, just for a little while. She was pleading like a frightened child. It won't hurt you, will it? I'm here. I will stay here until you want me to go, said Ambrose, and smiled into her eyes. Mr. Salt, I do so wish to talk about something. She had only released his hands to pull a chair forward. Opposite to him she sat, this time both of her hands in his. Why? She gave up asking the question. You killed somebody, is it true? I knew it was true before I asked you. Did it injure you? Make you think less of yourself? Did you loathe the man you killed because he made you do it? No, I didn't even hate the man. He deserved death. You are looking at me so strangely. You don't think I am mad, do you? I don't think you are mad. I did not wish to kill him, but there was no other way. There is no other. There must be that definite end to some problems. Death. I believe implicitly in it. Destruction. A man who is so vile that he kills in his greed or his lust. Who takes an innocent and a helpful life? Helpful to the world and its people, you must destroy him. If you have a sheepdog that worries sheep, you shoot him. The Lord does this, so that the brain behind his wicked hands shall not lead him to further mischief. There is no other way. Or he will breed other sheepdogs with the same vice. Most problems are soluble by various processes, some of them drastic, some of them commonplace. A very few, can only be ended that way. My man was one of these, but I didn't hate him, nor hate myself. I won't tell you the story. He was a bad man, and I killed him, and I think no less of myself, and no more. I did what I thought was right. I've never regretted it, but I've never been proud of it. She listened, fascinated. The hands in his were quiet now. There was a hue in her cheeks. How fine to feel like that, to detach yourself, but why should you regret? You injured no one. He nodded. Except the man. And was he married? I didn't know at the time. She came forward afterwards and paid the expenses of my defence. She hated him. It was very sad. They were quiet together until she lifted her head and spoke. Mr. Salt, I'm going to ask you another strange question. Have you, in all your life, ever been in love? "Yes," he said instantly. "With a woman, just because she is a woman, as I might love a man because he has all the outward attractions of a man. Have you loved her just for her beauty, and despised her mean soul and her vicious mind, and, despising, still loved?" She hung upon his words, and when he said no, her heart sank. "No, no, I couldn't do that. That would be horrible," he shuddered. She had made Ambrose Salt shudder. Ambrose Salt, who spoke calmly of murder, had shuddered at something which to him was worse than murder. She shrank away from him, but he held her hands tightly. The fragrance of sin, which had held to her and supported her through the day, was stale and sour and filthy. "Let me go, please." Her voice sounded faint. "In a moment. Look at me, lady." She raised her eyes to his, and they held them. "I am going to say something to you that I never dreamed I would say. I never thought the words would come to me. Look at me, lady, a rough man, old, I'm more than 50, ugly, with an old man's shape and an old man's hands, illiterate. I love you. I shall never see you again. I love you. You are beautiful, the most beautiful lady I have seen, but it isn't that. There's something in you that I love. I don't know what. Soul, spirit, individuality. I haven't revolted you. I don't think I have. Ambrose!" She clutched at the hands he was drawing away. "I must tell you, there is nothing to love but what you see. There is no soul, nothing but weakness and a pitiful cowardice. I love a man who is like that too. Foul, but beautiful to look at. And Ambrose, I have given him all that he can take. Not a muscle of his face moved. I have given him everything, this very day. That is why I sent for you. There must be something in what you say. A spirit in me responds to you. Oh, Ambrose, I love him." She was sobbing against the stained and ravelled coat. There was a scent of some pungent oil, turpentine, but he did not speak. His big hand touched her head lightly, smoothing her hair. What do you think I am?" she asked. "You know." He patted her shoulder gently. "I suppose you are wondering what I am feeling. I will tell you this. I am not hurt. I can't be hurt, for you have lost nothing which I prize. If you were different, you wouldn't like me to say that." He took her face between his rough hands and looked into her eyes. "How very beautiful it is," he said. I said I wouldn't see you again. She shut her eyes tight to keep back the tears. "Perhaps I won't, but if you want me, send for me." She dried her eyes. "I'm a weakling. I wish I was wicked and didn't care. I don't care, really. What has happened is," she shrugged, "it is the discovery of my own rottenness that has shocked me, nearly driven me mad." She did not want to kiss or be kissed. "You are going now, Ambrose. That is so lovely in you. You even know when to go." She laughed nervously and laid her two hands on his shoulder, and she knew that he felt as she did. "Goodbye, Ambrose. Come to me when I want you. I shall be busy inventing lies for the next few days." When he had gone, she realized that no man's name had been mentioned. Perhaps he knew. For the first time in his life, Ronald Morrel was regretting an adventure. He had gone half a dozen times to the telephone to call up Merville's house, and had stopped short of giving the number. All day long he had been trying to write, with the result that his waste-paper basket was full of torn or twisted sheets, even as the silver ash-tray on the table was heaped with cigarette ends. Then he tried to write her a note. He could think of nothing to say beyond the flamboyant beginning. What was the use of writing? And what was she thinking about it all? He wished, and he wished again. He had made a hopeless fool of himself. Why had he done it? For the truth unfolded as the hours passed, that an end must be found to this affair. In other cases, Phineas had been written at his discretion, sometimes cheerfully, sometimes with tears and recriminations. Beryl was not to be ended that way. There had been instances that called for solid compensations. In such a mood he thought of Evie Colebrook. Besides, he had half promised her. He grew hot at the very thought of matrimony, and in the discomfort of the prospect, the pleasant irresponsibilities of bachelorhood, and the features that went to the making of his life, seemed too good to lose. He was hemmed in by his new responsibility, ached to be free from fetters that were still warm from the forge. How perfectly attractive she was! He could admire her virtue, and cold-bloodedly compare her with Beryl, to Beryl's disparagement. Late at night he wrote 2 letters, one to Beryl, the other and the longer to Evie. Beryl had hers with her morning tea, saw who it was from the moment the maid pulled aside the curtains and let in the morning sunlight. She turned it over in her hand. Now she knew. So that was how she felt about a letter from Ronnie. Not so much as a tremor, not a quicker pulsation of heart. My very dearest. She opened the envelope and read, I don't know what to write to you or how. I adore the memory of you. Command me. I will do as you wish. I am shaken by the calamity. For you, I will not see you again, though it breaks my heart. It was written on a plain card, unsigned. I cannot. I dare not trust myself. She sent him a wire that morning. Come to tea. In answer came a hurried note by special delivery. I am overwhelmed by the sense of my treachery. She read the note and laughed. Ronnie never signed or dated such epistles. But I should have brought a second's unhappiness to you, unsigned. Yes, she could laugh. On the third evening, her father returned in a most cheerful frame of mind. He had carried through a business deal, he and Step, and he had enjoyed the trip, having met a number of French medical men who had entertained him. They were charming, and the new Pasteur laboratories were most fascinating. We feared you would have had a dull time, Beryl. I hope Ronnie didn't desert you. I am afraid he didn't, she said, and the doctor beamed. You're not too fond of him. I am glad of that, for he is rather a rascal. I suppose some young men, are like that, conscienceless. Did you have a good crossing? She asked, and turned the conversation into a more pleasant way. Salt was to have met us at the station, but he did not turn up. Perhaps Meropulus is drinking. One never knows when Meropulus will break out. He's afraid of Step. Who isn't? She asked with a grimace. The doctor scratched his cheek meditatively. I don't know. I'm not afraid of him. Naturally, I shouldn't like a rough and tumble with him, physically or verbally. Ronnie, of course, is in the most abject terror of him. He chuckled. The only man who isn't, reluctant to provoke him is Salt. Step told me that he had a row with Salt over some girl that Ronnie had been carrying on with. The daughter of the woman Colebrook, my dear. Her eyes were shining. Apparently, Salt went to our friend Jan and told him to put a stop to it, and Step was naturally annoyed. And do you know what Salt said? He told Step that in certain contingencies he would kill him before his servant could reach him. To his face. What did Mr. Step think of it? She found her voice to ask. Amused and impressed, too. He says Salt wouldn't tell a lie, wouldn't do a mean thing to save his soul. That is something of a testimonial from a man like Step, who, I am sorry to say, is inclined to be a little uncharitable. Beryl folded her serviette. She looked to be absorbed in the operation. He was telling me that Salt was one of the finest mathematicians in the country, and he doesn't read or write. Of course, he writes figures and symbols perfectly. He attends every lecture that he can get to. A remarkable personality. Very. I thought you rather liked him. She started from her reverie. Who? Ambrose? Ambrose? That is his name, isn't it? But, my dear, smiled the doctor indulgently, you wouldn't call him by his Christian name. I think he would be rather annoyed to be treated like a servant. I wasn't thinking of him as a servant. They got up from the table together, and she went with him as far as his study door. What have you been doing with yourself? Theatres, yes, and a ball, an all-night affair. I came home at 8. Humph! Bad for you, that sort of thing. She was sure it was. It was bad to lie, too, but she was beyond caring. Ambrose never lied. He would lie for her. Ronnie also would lie for himself. And the red-haired invalid. She mused and mused, thinking of Salt, Ambrose Salt, and this sister of hers, whom Ambrose had gone to Step about. She laughed quietly. She would have loved to have seen that contest of giants. Could Step be browbeaten? It seemed impossible, and yet Ambrose had cowed him. She dreamed that night that she saw Ronald and Salt fighting with reaping hooks. She woke up with a shiver, for in her dream their heads had been exchanged, and Ronnie's face smiled at her from Salt's broad shoulders. It was growing light, she found, when she peeped through the curtains. She went to bed again, but did not sleep any more. It was a coincidence that Ronald Morel was also awake at that hour. She would never let him go. His new responsibility was weighing on him like a leaden weight. Her wire had terrified him. "There's no end to it," he said with a groan. No end. Evie was one of that kind. He did not love Beryl. He loved nobody, but there were some girls whom he wanted to see again and again. He did not want to see Beryl. He pictured himself chained for life to a woman who was now wholly without attraction. To this misery was added a new and unbelievable horror. Step called just as Ronald was going out to lunch. At any time, Step was an unwelcome visitor. He wished Step wouldn't barge in without warning. It was not gentlemanly. In the state of Ronnie's nerves, he felt it impossible that he could support the strain of the big man's company for 5 minutes. "I'm awful glad to see you, Mr. Step. When did you get back? Last night? I won't keep you a minute. I want to see you about Beryl. I'm on my way to make a call on that swine Meropulus," he growled. Ronald Morell's heart missed a beat. Had she told? He turned white at the thought. Luckily, Step was striding up and down the room, hands in pockets, bearded chin on chest. Ronnie's mouth had gone dry, and he had a cold, sinking feeling inside him. "Yes, about Beryl," he managed to say. "You're a great friend of hers, huh? Known her for a long time?" Ronnie nodded. "You have some influence with her?" I hope so. Not a great influence. I'm going to marry Beryl." "The doctor has probably hinted to you that I have plans in that quarter, huh?" Ronnie swallowed. "No," he said. "I didn't know. My congratulations." "Keep 'em," said the other shortly. "They're not wanted yet." "Go about with her a great deal. You're a great friend of hers, huh?" "I suppose it is all right. I'd pull the life out of you if it wasn't. But Beryl is a good girl. What I want you to do is this. Give me a good name. If you have any influence, use it." "That's all right." "Get that?" "Certainly," Morell found voice to say. "I'll do what I can. And, Morell, when I'm married, you won't be asked to spend a great deal of time at my house. You'll come when I invite you. So long." "That's straight, huh? Gee, what a mess." Ronald shut the door on him. What a perfect hell of a mess he was in. He stood by the window, biting his nails. He wiped his forehead. Suppose Beryl told? He knew of cases. Girls had queer ideas about their duty in that respect. Beryl might. A baser case of ingratitude it would be difficult to imagine. She had principles. One of those threatening gestures which had come his way was the result of such a misguided act of confession on the part of a girl whom he had treated very handsomely indeed. Phew! He heard the trill of the telephone in Francois's pantry. "Mr. Meropulus," said Francois, emerging from his room. Ronnie scowled. "Tell him—" "No, put him through." He laid down his walking-stick and gloves. "Well, he's going out to lunch with some people." "Yes, Meropulus. Good morning. Lunch?" Meropulus said that his business was important. "All right. Oh, anywhere. One of those little places in Soho." He slammed down the instrument viciously. But this was a time to consolidate his friends and their interests. Not that Meropulus was a friend, but he was useful and might be more so. "Have you seen Step?" was his first question. The Greek arrived at the restaurant to the minute, and was looking more spruce than usual. "I understood he was on his way to see you. He seemed angry," said Ronnie. "Our dear Step is always angry," answered the Greek coolly. "This time, however, he has no cause. If he has gone to my house, he will not see me. What is the trouble?" Meropulus shrugged. "Good God! He has been informed by evil-minded people that during his absence I was, well, not to put too fine a point on it, very drunk. And were you? On the contrary, at the very hour when his spies informed him I was dancing on a table in a low part of the East End, and shouting that the Mackenzie report was a forgery." Ronnie went pale. "You never said that?" He gasped. "Of course not. If I had, it would be a serious thing for me. I, Paul Meropulus, tell you, Ronald Morell, that it would be a disastrous thing for me. Just now my relations with dear Jan are, strained. I do not wish a breach." "What?" "Why, that is a lie." "What is one lie worse than another? But surely if Step's men say—" "Let them say," quoted Meropulus. "It is what I say, and you say, and somebody else says, that counts, for at the very moment I was supposed to be misbehaving, he emphasized his words, 'I was dining with you, and the lovely Miss Merville in your flat.' Observe, I give you the date. It was one day before the charming Miss Merville spent the night with you alone in your very beautiful flat. Had the floor collapsed, Ronald Morell could not have received a worse shock. Ronnie had nothing to say. He had not yet realized the tremendous import of the man's threat. "I recognize your embarrassment and sympathize with you," said Meropulus, "but it is essential for my happiness and ultimate prosperity that both you and Miss Merville should testify that I dined with you on the previous night. I will save you a lot of trouble by telling you that I followed you from the pavilion to Knightsbridge. I spent the whole of the night outside, wondering when she would come out, and I photographed her as she got into the cab. The photograph, an excellent one, is now in a secret place. Step, I hope, will never see it," he added, looking at his vis-à-vis from under his eyelids. "Step is angry with me. How unjust! Step would not believe you, of course, but he would believe Miss Merville, and a great unpleasantness would be avoided. It was impossible that I could have been making a fool of myself at the very hour we three together were talking of—" "What were we talking of?" "Greece, let us say the academies. I am sorry to make this demand upon you, but you see how I am situated. I swear to you that I had no intention of using my knowledge. It was an amusing little secret of my own." Ronald found his voice. "Am I to tell Miss Merville that you know? That you have a photograph?" Meropulus spread his hands. "Why should she know?" "It is not necessary." Ronnie was relieved. It was something to be spared the scene which would follow the disclosure that a third person was in their secret. He asked for no proofs that Meropulus knew, and any thought of the girl, and what this meant to her, never entered his head. If Step knew! He grew cold at the thought. Step would kill him, pull his life out of him. Ronald Morell was prepared to go a long way to keep his master in ignorance. "That is what it amounts to." "Not at all." "I will see Miss Merville," he said, and then, feeling that a protest was called for, "You have behaved disgracefully, Meropulus, to blackmail me." He is immensely partial to Beryl Merville. "It was a simple matter to tell Step that on the night in question I was waiting soberly outside your flat, watching his interest. A confusion of dates would not have been remarked. He would be so mad that the lesser would be absorbed in the greater injury. He would forgive." "You," Ronald shuddered. "In the afternoon he made his call." "It is lucky finding you alone, dear," he began, awkwardly for him. "You'll never guess what I've been through during the past few days." She was very calm and self-possessed. A shade paler, perhaps, but she was of a type that pallor suited, and she met his eyes without embarrassment. That made matters more difficult for Ronald. He plunged straight away into the object of his visit. "Tuesday? Where were you on Tuesday night, Beryl?" She was puzzled. "I forget why." "Try to think, dear," he urged. "I was dining at home. Father was out, I think. I'm not sure. I went to a concert, after with the painters." She stared at him. "I don't understand." "Yes, that was it. Why? You were dining with Meropulus and I. Meropulus is in trouble with Step." "That he was dining with us? How absurd!" "He has been drinking, and some of Step's watchers have reported that he made an ass of himself, gave away some business secrets, and that sort of thing. Step is naturally furious, and Meropulus wants to prove an alibi." "Where?" "In my flat." She surveyed him steadily. He was unusually excited. She had never seen Ronnie like that before. Nothing ever ruffled him. "Of course, I can't tell such a lie, even to save your friend," she said. "Where did you meet the painters? Did they call for you?" "I was dining at home, although Father has such a wretched memory that he won't be sure whether I was here or not," he asked eagerly, and she shook her head. "No, I met them at Queen's Hall. I was late, and they had gone into the hall. But that is beside the point. I am not helping you in this matter." "But you must, you must." He was frenzied. There was a dead silence. "Meropulus knows. He saw you come into the flat and come out. When, on that night," she walked across the room, her hands clasped behind her. Ronnie had expected hysteria. He marvelled at her calm. "Very well," she said at last. "I dined with you and Meropulus. You had better invent another lady. Let us be decent, even in our inventions. I can save you the trouble." "And Mr. Meropulus entertained us with talk about what? Anything. Nervously, I know that you think I'm a brute. I can't tell you what I think about myself. You think you are in danger, and you are hating me, because I am the cause. Beryl," she smiled, "perhaps I am being uncharitable. The complex of this situation doesn't allow for very clear thinking. I may take another view next week." He went down the stairs, dumbfounded. "Will you post this letter for me as you go out?" Her quietness, the unshaken poise of her, staggered him. "Will you post this letter?" As if his visit had been an ordinary call. He glanced at the envelope. It was addressed to a Bond Street milliner, and on the back flap was scribbled, "Send the blue toque also." "Sheen," said Ronnie, as he dropped the letter into the post-box. He felt in some indefinable way that he was being slighted. Mrs. Colebrook acclaimed it as a miracle, and discovered in the amazing circumstance the result of her industrious praying. "Every night I've said, 'Please God, make Christina well, amen.'" The osteopath, a short, bearded man, who perspired with great freedom, grunted his grudging satisfaction. Christina was not well by any means, but for the first time in her life she stood upon her own 2 feet. "Yes, not bad after a month's work," said the osteopath. "Only for a few seconds, with Mrs. Colebrook supporting her on the one side and the bone doctor on the other, but she stood. You must have massage for those back muscles. They are like wool. If you don't mind a man doing it, you couldn't do better than persuade Mr. Salt. He is an excellent masseur. I found this out by accident. The evening he came to engage me, I'd been dining out and sprained my ankle getting out of a cab. Young lady, I observe your suspicion. I am an abstainer, and have not touched strong wines for 20 years. I came in feeling bad, and I was not inclined to discuss spines with him or anybody. But he insisted on massaging the limb, said he had learned the art in a hospital somewhere. Yes, ask him. Otherwise it will cost you half a guinea a day. Evie heard all this early in the afternoon. You darling. It was early closing day, and she came home to lunch. She flew up the stairs, and literally flung herself upon Christina. Isn't it wonderful? Mother says you stood up by yourself. Oh, Chris, didn't it feel splendid? Mother is a romancer, smiled Christina. I certainly did stand on my feet with considerable assistance, and it felt like hell, pardon the language, physically. Spiritually and intellectually, it was a golden moment of life. Oh, Evie, I'm gurgling with joy inside, and the prospect of Ambrose rubbing my back fills me with bliss. But not your bare back. Ambrose, Mr. Salt? Christina inclined her head gravely. I fear so, said Christina. I'm wrong. I knew this would be a shock to you. I think I must have an unpleasant mind. Don't be silly, Chris. It is all right, I suppose. And then, with a happy laugh, of course it is all right. I'd even let him rub my back if it would do you good. You've always said I had. Well, you've hinted. I always mix it up with that other one, the sign of the cross. You, Lady Godiva, murmured Christina admiringly. Quo vadis? That means where am I going? I am going to a matinee with a girl from the shop. She had tickets sent to her by a gentleman who knows the manager. It will be a bad play. You can't get tickets for a success. How is your Ambrose? I haven't seen him for weeks. Ronnie says that there has been an awful lot of trouble at the office. He's a director, my dear. Oh, has he an office? I don't know. Some office Ronnie is connected with. I saw his name in the paper. Ronnie, I mean. Has Ambrose been in trouble? No, some other man. I forget his name. It is foreign, and he drinks. But it has all blown over now. Christina sighed. I don't see how Ambrose came into it, even after your lucid explanation. Ambrose, that is to say, Mr. Salt, is supposed to look after, whatever his name is. It sounds like the name of a cigarette. He is supposed to stop him drinking. I don't know the whole story. And he found this, Meropulus, that's the name, in a bar, and hauled him out, and Meropulus fought him. But I do know that there was a row. Is the cigarette person still able to walk about? Asked Christina incredulously. Yes, but they are very bad friends. Meropulus says he'll get even with Salt. I sometimes feel... I don't know whether I ought to tell you this. Unhappy man, said Christina. Ronnie is getting quite communicative, isn't he? We're real friends, answered the girl enthusiastically. We're just pals. But I will. I sometimes feel that I really don't want to marry Ronnie at all. I feel that I could be perfectly happy, married to somebody else if I had him for a friend. But she had evidently done Ronnie an injustice in this instance. I've never told Ronnie this, said Evie. Isn't that queer? Christina thought it was queer, and wondered if this attitude of mind was Evie's very own, or whether it had grown by suggestion. I don't fancy that he would understand, but I did ask him whether he thought that he could be friends with Beryl Merville if she married somebody else. I only asked him for fun, just to hear what he would say. I could tell he was sincere. My dear, how he loathed that girl. He was so furious. Christina made no response. He said that if she married, he would never visit her house, and he wished he had never seen her. It was on the tip of her tongue to say that Beryl Merville must know the man very well to have excited such hatred, but she observed the truth. His large smile told her that even before he spoke. When Ambrose put in an appearance late in the evening, she learned that he had heard from the osteopath. "Now, Ambrose, did he say anything about massage?" Ambrose nodded. "I'll do it if you'll let me," he said simply. "My hands aren't as awkward as they look." Later her mother, who had been an interested spectator of the treatment, spoke a great truth. "It seems natural for Mr. Salt to be rubbing your back, Christina. He's just like a soul with hands. Sounds ridiculous, I know, but that is what I felt. He wasn't a man, and he wasn't a woman. I've always been a bit clever in describing people," she said. "Do you remember how I used to call Evie Spitfire? Don't spoil my illusions, Mother. A soul with hands entitles you to my everlasting respect. It seemed natural, somehow. How did you feel about it?" "Mother, I begin to feel that I got my genius from you," said Christina, patting a rumpled sheet into place. "I couldn't have bettered that. A soul with hands." Mrs. Colebrook blinked complacently. "And don't tell Evie, or she'll talk about his feet. He has big feet, I admit, though he makes less noise than Evie. And he snores. I heard him last night. 13, there came a day when Christina put her feet to the grimy pavement of the street and walked slowly, but without assistance, to Dr. Merville's car, borrowed through Beryl for the afternoon. It was a cold, clear day in January. The wind was in the east, and the gutters of Walter Street were covered with a thin film of ice. A momentous occasion, for in addition to other wonders, Christina was wearing her first hat. Evie had chosen and bought it. The woolen costume was one from Mrs. Colebrook's wash-tub. Ambrose had provided a grey squirrel coat. It had appeared at the last moment, but the hat was a joy. I admit it. "Lend me that powder puff of yours, Evie," she said recklessly. "My skin is perfect." Christina had worn it in bed all the morning, sitting up with pillows behind her and a mirror in her hand. "But I can't appear before the curious eyes of the world wearing my own complexion. It wouldn't be decent. Nobody will know." "If you take my advice," suggested the wise Evie, "you'll put a dab of rouge on your cheeks." "I am no painted woman," said Christina. "I am poor, but I am respectable. Ambrose would think I had a fever and send for the osteopath. No, a little powder. My eyes are sufficiently languorous without eye-black, I think. It must be powder or nothing." Ambrose did not accompany them, and Evie and Mrs. Colebrook were her attendants in the drive to Hampstead. Beryl saw them. She had arranged with Ambrose and the chauffeur that the car should go past the house, and she watched from behind a curtained window. So that was Evie. It was the first time she had seen her. No, not the first time. She was the girl to whom Ronnie had been speaking that holiday morning when she had passed them in the park. She was very pretty and petite, the kind Ronnie liked. She lingered at the window long after they had passed, loath to face an unpleasant interview. She knew it would be unpleasant. Her father had been so anxious to please her at lunch. His nervousness was symptomatic. He wanted to have a little talk with her that afternoon, he said. She guessed the subject set for discussion. "Ah, there you are, Beryl." Sitting before the drawing-room fire, she was reading, when he came in, rubbing his hands, and wearing a cheerful smile which was wholly simulated. "Now we can have a chat. I get very little time nowadays." He poked the fire vigorously and sat down. "Yes, Step is very fond of you. Loves you," Dr. Merville cleared his throat. "Beryl," he seemed at some loss for an opening, "I had talk with Step the other day. We were talking about you. Yes, he loves you, Beryl. A fine man, a little rough, perhaps, but a fine man, and a very rich man." "Yes," said Beryl again, and he grew more agitated. "How do you feel about the matter?" "About marrying Mr. Step? I don't know why you say—" "Yes, yes," he said irritably. "A young girl doesn't as a rule hear such things without displaying some emotion. I suppose you mean that? I can't marry him. I don't wish to. I'm sure you would learn to love him, Beryl." She shook her head. "Impossible. I'm sorry, father, especially if you wished me to marry him. But it is impossible." The doctor stared gloomily into the fire. "You must do as you wish. I don't mind what he does, really. I cannot conscientiously urge you to make any sacrifice. He is a rough sort, and I'm afraid he will take your refusal badly. I have made a hash of things. It was madness ever to invest a penny. I had 150,000 when I came into this house. And now—" She listened with a cold feeling in her heart. "Do you mean that you depend upon the goodwill of Mr. Stepp, that if you were to break your connection with him and his companies, your position would be affected?" He nodded. "I am afraid that is how matters stand," he said, "but I forbid you to take that into consideration." Yet he looked at her so eagerly, so wistfully, that she knew his lofty statements to be so many words by which he expressed principles long since dead. The form of his vanished code showed dimly through the emptiness of his speech. "I am a modern father. I believe that a girl's heart should go where it will. Girls do not marry men to save their families, except in melodrama, and fathers do not ask such a ghastly sacrifice. I should have been glad if you had thought kindly of Stepp. It would have made my course so much more smooth. However," he got up, stooped to poke the fire again, hung the poker tidily on the iron, and straightened himself. "Let me think it over," she said, not looking at him. Not until he was out of the room did he feel uncomfortable. She had been prepared for this development, and her father had hinted and hinted. Stepp had been a constant visitor to the house, and his rare flowers filled the vases of every room except hers. That Dr. Merville was heavily in the debt of her suitor she could guess. Stepp had told her months before that he had to come to the rescue of the doctor. At least 2 friends of hers had married for a similar reason, only she had hoped that so crude an alternative would not be placed before her, though she knew that such arrangements were not altogether confined to the realms of melodrama. She could look at the matter more calmly, because she had come to a dead end. A knightly millionaire bootmaker had married Lady Sylvia Frascoman, and had settled the Earl of Farrelly's bills at a moment when that noble earl was dodging writs in bankruptcy. There was nothing ahead, nothing. That belonged to herself. She did not count Ambrose Salt's love amongst the tangibilities of life. Stepp would marry that possession. It was as much of her as hands and lips, except that it was beyond his enjoyment. In the midst of her examination, her father came in. "I thought it was fine of Ronnie. There is one thing I forgot to say, dear Ronnie, who is as fond of you as any of us, thinks that you ought to marry. He says he'll be glad to see you married to Stepp." "Shut the door, father, please. There's a draught," said Beryl. Dr. Merville turned to his study, shaking his head. He couldn't understand Beryl. So Ronnie approved. She sat, cheek in hand, elbow on knee, looking at the fire. Stepp did not seem so impossible after that. Ronnie, he would approve, of course. What terrors he must have endured when he discovered that Stepp was his rival. An idea came to her. What mental agonies! She went down to the hall, where the telephone was, and gave his number. "Hello, yes." His voice changed. "Is that you, Ronnie?" "Yes. Is that you, Beryl?" She detected an anxious note. "How are you? I meant to come round yesterday. I haven't seen you for an age." There was an interval. "Father says that you think I ought to marry Stepp. Did you hear what I said?" she asked. "He is one of the richest men in town. It is for your good, dear." She nodded to the transmitter, and her lips twitched. "Yes, of course it is heartbreaking for me. I feel terrible about it all, but it is a good match, Beryl. I can't marry him without telling him, can I, Ronnie?" She heard his gasp. "You're mad. For God's sake, don't be so mad, Beryl. What good would it do? It would break your father's heart. You don't want to do that, do you?" "I will think about it," she said. "Beryl, Beryl, don't go away. It would be selfish, and nothing good could come of it." She was smiling delightedly at her end of the wire, but this he could not know. "You mustn't. You really mustn't. I'm not thinking about myself. It is you, your father. You won't do such a crazy thing, will you? Promise me you won't. I am entitled to some consideration." "I'll think about it," she repeated, and left him in a state of collapse. Poor Tinsy! It happened sometimes that Mr. Meropulus had extraordinary callers at his bleak house in Paddington. They came furtively, after dark, and were careful to note whether or not they were followed. Since few of these made appointments and were unexpected, it was essential that the Greek should be indoors up to 10 o'clock. Therefore he failed in his trust when his unquenchable thirst drew him away from business. He was maintained in comfort by Jan Stepp to receive these shy callers. Mr. Meropulus was not, as might be supposed, engaged in a career of crime, as we understand crime. The people who came, and whom he interviewed briefly in his sitting-room, were respectable persons who followed various occupations in the city, and would have swooned at the thought of stealing a watch or robbing a safe. But it was known in and about Threadneedle Street, Old Broad Street, and in various quaint alleyways and passages where bareheaded clerks abound, that information worth money could be sold for money. A chance-heard remark, the fag end of a conversation in a boardroom, heard between the opening and closing of a door, a peep at a letter, any of these scraps of gossip could be turned into solid cash by the bearded Greek. It was surprising how quickly his address passed round, and even more surprising how very quickly Meropulus had organized an intelligence service which was unique as it was pernicious. He paid well, or rather Stepp paid, and the returns were handsome. A clerk desiring to participate in a rise of value which he knew was coming could buy 100 shares through Meropulus, and that without the expenditure of a cent. Meropulus knew the secrets of 100 offices. There were few business amalgamations that he did not hear about weeks in advance. It cost Stepp £3,000, but was worth every penny. When the West Fontaine gold mines published a sensational report concerning their properties, a report which brought their stock from 8 to nothing, few people knew that Meropulus had the essential part of the report in his pocket the day after. It arrived in London, and in consequence Mr. Meropulus was a very busy man. The amount of the sum paid was exaggerated, but it was also spread abroad. He was in his sitting-room on that shivering winter night. A great fire roared in the chimney. A shaded lamp was so placed that it fell upon the book, and the occupant of the sofa could read in comfort. From time to time Mr. Meropulus sipped wryly. On a small eastern table was a large tumblerful of barley water. It was nearing 10, and he was debating within himself whether he should go to bed or test his will by a visit to a café, where he knew some friends of his would be, when he heard the street door slam and looked over his shoulder. "Alone, huh?" said Stepp. It could only be Salt, or the door opened, and Jan Stepp came in, dusting the snow from the sleeve of his coat. It was a handsome coat, deeply collared in astrakhan, and its lining was sealskin, as Mr. Meropulus did not fail to observe. He glanced at the barley water by the Greek's side, and grinned sardonically. "What brings you this way, Stepp?" "I want to put some things in the safe." "That's the stuff, not a headache in a bucketful." "Nor a cheerful thought," said Meropulus. Salt's invention stood on a wooden frame behind a screen. "Have to be careful about this word. Give me some more light," said Stepp at the dial. Meropulus rose wearily and turned a switch. "That's better, huh? Got it." The door swung open, and, taking a small package from his pocket, the big man tossed it in. "Got something here, huh?" He pulled out an envelope. There was a wax seal on the back. "The photograph?" he read, and frowned at the other. "It is mine," said Meropulus. "Nothing to do with the business?" "Nothing." Stepp threw it back and turned the dial. "Nothing new, huh?" He glanced at the barley water again. "Where's Salt?" "He goes home early." "I don't see him again unless one of your hounds sends for him." Stepp's smile was half sneer. His beard seemed to stiffen, and his eyes blazed. "You don't like Salt? A good fellow, huh?" Meropulus wrinkled his nose like an angry dog. "Like him? He's not human, that fellow. Nothing moves him, nothing. I hate a man who makes me feel like that. If he hadn't got my gun away, I'd laid him out. I tried to smash him up with a bottle, but he took it away from me as if I were a child. Inhuman. It would be fine to hurt the devil, and he is a devil, Stepp, but it never worries him. Sometimes I give him a newspaper to read, just for the fun of it. Don't try. He's a bigger man than you. You want to rouse him, huh? The day you do, God help you. I don't think you will. That's how I feel about him. He's cold. Chilly as a druid's hell. He is dangerous when he's quiet, and he's always quiet. He is no use to me. It is a waste of money keeping him. I'll give you no more trouble." It was a grimace indicative of his scepticism. Stepp pursed his lips until his curling black moustache bristled like the end of a brush. He had reason. "Leave it. Salt will not give you any bother." I don't want strangers here, huh? Cleaners who are spying detectives. Meropulus took his book again as his employer went out, but he did not read. His eyes looked beyond the edge of the page. His mind was busy. Detestation of Ambrose Salt was not assumed, as he had simulated so many likes and dislikes. They were incompatibles. It was impossible to imagine any two men more unlike. Salt's maddening imperturbability, his immense superiority to the petty annoyances with which his daily companion fed him, his contempt for the Greek's vulgarity, these things combined to the fire of the man's hatred. Meropulus was one whose speech was habitually coarse, his pleasures fleshly and elemental. He delighted to talk of his conquests, cheap enough though they were. So it pleased him, beyond normal understanding, to bring Beryl Merville into the category of easy women. He had collected from the Levant the pictures that hawkers and dragomen show secretly, and these were bound up in 2 huge volumes over which he would pore for hours. He had never doubted that she was bad. There were no other kind of women to Meropulus. Beryl was no less in his eyes than she had been. Suspecting, before there were grounds for suspicion, he had watched and justified his construction of the girl's friendship with Ronnie Morel. She was bad. He was certain when he watched her come out of the Knightsbridge flat that if he had been fortunate he would have seen her there before, perhaps the previous night. He had reason to meet Ronald Morel the next morning, and returning he brought news. Ambrose was clearing the snow from the steps and path before the house when he arrived. All women were bad, only some were more particular than others in choosing their partners in sin. "Come in." He was bubbling over with excitement. "I've got a piece of interesting information. Step is marrying her. You know Beryl Merville, don't you?" Ambrose, in his deliberate fashion, put away broom and spade before he joined the other. He had no other idea than to pass on the news, and create something of the sensation which its recital had caused him. "What do you think of it, Salt?" Only for the fraction of a second, and then his mask descended again. But his keen eyes did not miss the quick lift of Salt's head, or the change that came to his face. "Some girl, eh?" he added, one of his own peculiar comments. "Who told you?" "Ronald Morel. I don't suppose he minds, now. Lucky devil. Step. Dot. Oh, God!" He was certain of it. "If I had his money—" Ambrose walked slowly away, but his enemy had found the chink in his armour. Here he was wrong. It was incredible that a man like Ambrose Salt would feel that way, but he would swear that Ambrose was hurt. Ambrose was profoundly moved, but he was not hurt. That day Meropulus said little. Ambrose made little or no response. It was on the 2nd and 3rd days that he went to work with an ingenuity that was devilish to break farther into the crevice he had found. Meropulus was piqued and angry. The slyest, most outrageous innuendo he passed as though it had not been spoken. He dare not go farther for fear Salt complained to Step. That alone held him within bounds. But the man was suffering. Instinctively he knew that. Suffering in a dumb, hopeless way that found no expression. On the Friday night Ambrose returned to his lodging, looking very tired. Christina was shocked at his appearance. "Ambrose, what is the matter?" "I don't know, Christina. Yes, I know. Meropulus has been trying, very trying. I find it so much more difficult to hold myself in. I suppose I'm getting old, and my will-power is weakening." She stroked the hand that lay on the arm of the chair, for she was sitting up and looked at him gravely. "Ambrose, I feel that you have given me some of your strength. Do you remember how you gave it to Mother?" He shook his head. "No, not you. I purposely didn't. I've a loving heart for you, Christina. I shall carry you with me beyond life." "Why do you say that tonight?" she asked, with an odd little pain at her heart. "I don't know. Stepper wants me to go down with Meropulus to his place in the country." "Meropulus has asked me before, but this time Step asked me. I don't know." He shook his head wearily. She had never seen him so depressed. It was as if the spirit of life had suddenly burned out. "It is sleep you want, Ambrose." "I hope it will be as you say, Ambrose. But, my dear, you are overtired. We oughtn't to discuss souls and eternities and stuff like that. I'm not sleepy." He bent over her, his big hand on her head. "I'm glad you are well," he said. She heard him go downstairs and out of the house, late as it was. A few minutes afterwards Evie came in. "Where is Salt going?" she asked. "I saw him stalking up the street as though it belonged to him. And, oh, Chris, what do you think Ronnie says? Mr. Stepp is marrying that girl who came here, Beryl Merville. Fine, said Christina absently. She knew now, and her heart was bursting with sorrow for the man who had gone out into the night. The Parthenon occupied an acre of land that had once been part of a monastery garden. For Mr. Meropoulos there was a peculiar pleasure in setting up in the monastery land such symbols of the pantheistic religion of ancient Greece as he could procure. Until Mr. Meropoulos, with his passion for Hellenic nomenclature, had so named it, the old cottage and its land was known by the curious title Brother God Farm, or, as it appeared in ancient deeds, the farmstead of Brother of God. The house itself consisted of one large kitchen hall on the ground floor and 2 bedrooms above. A more modern kitchen had been built onto the main walls by a former tenant. The garden was the glory of the place in the summer. It had a charm, even on the chill afternoon that Ambrose deposited his bag at the white gate. A wintry sun was setting redly, turning to the colour of wine the white face of the fields. The cottage was well furnished, and unlike his home in Paddington, the floors were carpeted, a piece of needless extravagance from the Greek's point of view, but one which he had not determined, for he had bought the cottage and the furniture, together, the owner being disinclined to sell the one without the other. In the hollows of the little valley beyond the cottage, the mists were lying in smoky pools. His hands on the top of the gate, he gazed rapturously at such a sun set as England seldom sees. Turquoise, claret, a blue that was almost green. Drawing a long breath, he picked up his bag and walked into the house. Go down and look after Meropoulos. He is weakening on that barley-water diet, he told me himself. Thus Stepp. His servitor obeyed without question, though he knew that the shadow of death was upon him. Meropoulos was stretched in a deep mission chair, his slippered feet toward the hearth. And he had begun his libations early. On the floor within reach of his hand was a tumbler full of milky white fluid. There was a sugar basin, a glass jug half filled with water, and a tea strainer. Ambrose need not look for the absinthe bottle. The accessories told the story. Come in. Shut the door, you big fool. No, you don't. Ah. Meropoulos snatched up the tumbler from the floor and gulped down its contents. That is good, my dear, good. Sit down. He pointed imperiously to a chair. You'll have no more of that stuff tonight, Meropoulos. Ambrose gathered up the bottle and took it into the kitchen. The Greek chuckled as he heard it smash. Come back. He had a store, a little locker in the tool shed, a few bottles in his bedroom. He roared. Come, you big pig. Come and talk about Beryl. Ah, what a girl. What a face for that hairy gorilla to kiss. When I call you, come. Salt heard, but went on filling a kettle, and presently the shouts subsided. Drink this, said Ambrose, commanded Meropoulos sulkily, as Ambrose returned with a steaming cup of tea in his hand. Meropoulos took the cup and saucer and flung them and their contents into the fireplace. For children, for young ladies, but not for a son of the South, an immortal Salt. For young ladies, yes, for Beryl the beautiful. A hand gripped him by the beard and jerked his head up. The pain was exquisite. His neck was stretched. 1,000 hot needles tortured his chin and cheek where the beard dragged. For the space of a second he looked into the grey eyes, fathomless. Then Ambrose broke his grip, and the man staggered to his feet, mouthing, grimacing, but silent. Nor did Ambrose speak. His eyes had spoken, and the half-drunken man dropped back into his chair, cowering. When Salt returned to the room, after unpacking his bag, Meropoulos was still sitting in the same position. Do you want anything cooked for your dinner? There is fish and chops. You'll find them in the kitchen. He sat, breathing quickly, listening to the sizzle and splutter of frying meat. Ambrose Salt shut the door that led into the kitchen, and the Greek stood up listening. He locked the door quietly, put down his impedimenta, and opened a drawer of an old davenport. From beneath a locker he produced a bottle. Quietly he took up the water jug and sugar, and stole softly up to his room. Underneath an assortment of handkerchiefs and underwear he found an ivory-handled revolver, a slender barrelled plated thing that glittered in his hand. It was loaded. He made sure of that. His hatred of Ambrose Salt was an insensate obsession. He had pulled him by the beard, an intolerable insult in any circumstances. Are you coming down? But Salt was a nigger. He sat down on the only chair in the room and prepared a drink. "Go to hell. I've laid the table, and the food is ready," Ambrose called from the bottom of the stairs. "Come along, Meropulus. What is the sense of this?" "I'm sorry I touched you." "You'll be more sorry," screamed the Greek. His voice sounded deafeningly near, for he had opened the door. "You dog, you!" Mr. Meropulus had a wider range of expletives than most men. Ambrose listened without listening. Pulling out a chair from the table, he sat down and began his dinner. He had taken off his coat and his waistcoat. He heard the feet of the drunkard pacing the floor above, heard the rumble of his voice, and then the upper door was flung violently open, and the feet of Meropulus clattered down the stairs. His beard flowed over a coloured silk shirt, beautifully embroidered. But it was the thing in his hand that Ambrose saw, and, seeing, rose. The man's face was white with rage. An artery in his neck was pulsating visibly. "You pulled my beard, you ignorant negro, you nigger thing, you damned convict. You're going on your knees to lick my boots." "My boots, not Beryl's, you old fool." Ambrose did not move from the position he had taken on the other side of the table. "Down, down, down!" shrieked Meropulus, his pistol waving wildly. Ambrose Salt obeyed, but not as Meropulus had expected. Suddenly he dropped out of view behind the edge of the white cloth, and in the same motion he launched himself under the table, toward the man. Meropulus stumbled to his feet and glared round at his assailant. In a second he had gripped him by the ankles and thrown him. The pistol dropped almost into his hands. "I hope to God you love that woman. I hope to God you love her. You do, you old fool. You love her. Ronald Morell's mistress. I know. She stayed a night at his flat. Other nights, too. But I saw her as she came out. I photographed her." "You photographed her as she came out?" repeated Ambrose dully. A grin of glee parted the bearded lips. "I've hurt you, damn you. I've hurt you." Salt's voice was gentle. "And I'm going to tell Step and tell her father and everybody, you liar. You filthy man. You saw nothing? I didn't, eh? Oh, I didn't. Morell admitted it. Admitted it to me. He realized it even as he had spoken. And I've got the photograph in a safe place with a full account of what happened. In the safe. Meropulus had made a mistake, a fatal mistake. And you and Morell have her in your cruel hands." So softly did he speak that it seemed to the man that it was a whisper he heard. He looked at it thoughtfully. Salt held in his hands the pistol. "You must not hurt her," he said. Meropulus stood paralyzed for a moment, then made a dart for the door. His hand was on the latch when Ambrose Salt shot him dead. Book the third, I, Ambrose, looked a very long time at the inert heap by the door. He was quite dead. He seemed to be settling some difficulty which had arisen in his mind, for the gloom passed from his face, and pocketing the revolver slowly, he walked across to where Paul Meropulus lay. "I am glad," said Ambrose. Lifting the body, he laid it in the chair. Then he took out the pistol again and examined it. He only needed one. There were 5 live cartridges. In the kitchen he put on the heavy overcoat he had been wearing when he arrived. Returning, he lit the candle of a lantern and went out into the back of the house, where Meropulus had erected a small army hut to serve as his garage. He broke the lock and wheeled out the little car. Ambrose Salt was in no hurry. His every movement was deliberate. He tested the tank, filled it, put water in the radiator, then started the engines and drove the car through the stable gates onto the main road. Before leaving the engines running, he paid another visit to the house and blew out the lamp. As he reached the dark road again, he saw a man standing by the car. It proved to be a villager. Somebody heard a shot going off up this way. "I told you, it was only Mr. Meropulus' old car backfiring. Good night." "It was not that," said Ambrose as he stepped into the car. He drove carefully, because his life was very precious this night. Christina would get well, and her love would endure. He thought of Christina several times, but without self-pity. It was of the quality which did not need the flesh of him. Ronald Morell must die. There was no other solution. Ronald's offence was his knowledge. He knew, he had told, he must die, not because he had led the woman to his way. That was a smaller matter than any, and, honestly, meant nothing to Ambrose. He would tell again. A policeman stopped him as he drove through Woking. He was asked to produce a license, and when none was forthcoming, his name and address were taken. Ambrose gave both truthfully. It was a lucky chance for the policeman. Ambrose knew Ronald's flat. Afterwards he gave evidence and became important. Was promoted sergeant on the very day that Stepp sneered at a weeping man. That was 7 weeks later, in March, when the primroses were showing in Brother of God Farm. He had gone there once with Meropulus, and he had waited outside the door whilst Meropulus was interviewing Ronnie. 9 o'clock? He dropped his pen and leaned back in his chair. 9 o'clock was striking as the car drew up before the flat. Ronnie heard it through the closed casement. He used to feel like that in air raids. What was the cause of that cold, trickling sensation? His mouth went dry. A bell rung. "François? Louder, François? Pardon, monsieur." François came out of his pantry half awake. The door. Who was it? Thought Ronnie. He jumped up. "What do you want, Salt?" Ambrose looked round at the waiting servant. "You," he said. Ronnie flushed angrily. "I want to know the truth first. That man should go. I certainly cannot allow you to decide whether my servant goes or remains. Have you come from Mr. Stepp?" Ambrose hesitated. This uncouth fellow often served as a messenger. Perhaps it was a confidential message from Stepp, thought Ronnie. "I haven't come from Stepp." "Wait outside the door, François." "No, outside the lobby door." Suddenly Ronnie remembered. Stepp said, "You had gone to the country with Meropulus. Where is he?" "Dead." Ronnie staggered back, his pale face working. He had a horror of death. "Dead?" he said hollowly, and Salt nodded. "I killed him." "God!" Aghast. "But, why? He knew," he said, "you had told him. He knew because he was outside your flat all night and photographed her as she went out." The blood of the listener froze with horror. I don't know what you're talking about. Who is the she, Beryl Merville?" "It is a lie." "Absurd, Miss Merville." "Here?" He found his breath insufficient for his speech. "It is true. She was here. She told me." Something inside him was paralyzed. His words were disjointed. You're mad." "Told you. It is a damned lie. She was never here." "If Meropulus said that, I'm glad you've killed him." He took a photograph and wrote a statement. "You know about that because he spoke to you and admitted it all. I would have killed him if he had. The story of the photograph is a lie. He invented it. I swear before God that Meropulus has never spoken to me." Ambrose did not answer. That was his way. Where is this picture? Was this man speaking the truth? His version was at least plausible. How would he know if Ronnie was speaking the truth? Ronald Morell, his teeth biting into his lip, saw judgment wavering. He must go at once to the house in Paddington and get the envelope. It must be destroyed. He was fighting for his life. He knew that Salt had come to kill him, and his soul quivered. "Where is that picture?" "I tell you it is an invention of that swine." He had won. He guessed, even to you. I will not admit that there is a word of truth in the story. "I will come back," said Salt. The hand that was thrust into the overcoat pocket returned empty. He took no notice, but drove off. When he reached the street, he saw a man looking at the number plate of his car. He had forgotten to bring his keys. He had to break a window to get into the house at Paddington. That delayed his entrance for some while. He was in the room, and his fingers on the dial of the combination, when 3 men walked through the door. He knew who they were. "I have a revolver in my pocket, gentlemen," he said. "I have killed Paul Meropulus, the owner of this house." They snapped handcuffs upon his wrists. "Yes, sir," said Ambrose Salt. He had been reading a typewritten notice affixed to the top. "Do you know the combination of this safe, Salt?" asked the tall inspector in charge. "What is it?" "I am not at liberty to say." "What is in it?" "Money." No answer. The officer beckoned forward one of the uniformed men who seemed to fill the hall. "This safe is not to be touched, you understand? By anybody. Come along, Salt. If you allow the handle to be turned, there will be trouble." The handcuffs were unnecessary. They were also inadequate. The bar of the cuff had been wrenched open, the steel catch of the lock torn away. They did not believe him, but at the police station they found that he had spoken the truth. "I did it absent-mindedly," said Ambrose, shamefaced. "In the darkness of the car?" "I am very sorry, Inspector. I have broken these things. I was feeling for a handkerchief, and forgot." They put him into a cell, where he went instantly to sleep. Sunday morning, and the bells of the churches calling to worship. Fog, thin and yellow, covered the streets. The handcuffs became a famous exhibit which generations of young policemen will look upon with awe and wonder. In moments of peril he was ice. He paced up and down the carpet, his hands thrust deep into his pockets, his mind busy. He was too well-equipped a man to see danger in any other direction than where it lay. All the lamps in Jan Step's study were blazing. He had the African's hatred of dim lights, and there was usually one lamp burning in the room he might be using, unless the sun shone. Struggle was a normal condition of existence. All his life he had been a fighter, and had grown rich from his victories. He could not be cajoled or stampeded into facing imaginary troubles, nor yet to turn his back upon the real threat. Nothing had come to him that he had not planned and worked for, or to gain which he had not taken considerable risk. He was satisfied that Ambrose would not speak. If he did, Step chewed on an unlighted cigar. The risks now were confined to Ambrose Salt, and his fidelity to the trust which had been forced upon him by circumstances. The removal of Meropulus meant an inconvenience Salt scarcely counted. When the police arrested Ambrose Salt, they took possession of the house in which he had been found. The Greek was a nuisance and a danger, whilst his extravagance and folly had brought his associates to the verge of ruin. Any attempt to open this safe, except by the employment of the correct code word, will result in the destruction of the safe's contents. Amongst other things seized was the safe upon which Meropulus had pasted a typewritten notice in his whimsical language, to burglars and all whom it may concern: "Caution! Don't turn the handle." Step had seen the notice, but had not read it. If it had not been affixed, he tried to remember what was stored in the cursed thing. One turn of the handle, and every paper would have been reduced to a black pulp. Later he remembered the photograph in the sealed envelope. There were drafts, memoranda, letters from illicit agents, a record of certain transactions which would not look well, the Mackenzie report. Why had Salt gone to the safe? What was Salt after? The report he had had from the police, they had been with him for the best part of the morning, was to the effect that Salt had been arrested at the moment he was swinging the dials. He could not read. Only documents were in the safe. A footman appeared. "Who? Morel, show him in." Ronnie was looking wan and tired. He had not recovered from his fright. "Well, I got your phone call." "Don't phone me, do you hear? Never. What were you trying to tell me when I shut you up? You get people listening in at any time. Just now the exchanges will be stiff with detectives." "About Salt, he came to me last night." "Fine thing to talk about on the phone. Did you tell the police?" "No, and I've ordered Francois to say nothing. I knew Salt was going there. After Salt went, I sent Francois to Meropulus' house." "How did you know? And why did he come to you anyway?" The answer Ronnie had decided upon after much cogitation. "Oh, a rambling statement about Meropulus. I couldn't make head or tail of it. He said he was going to the house. I was afraid of trouble, so I sent Francois." "I'd forgotten that." "You knew Meropulus was in Hampshire. I told you they were both there. I don't want to come into this. Step, what you want matters as much to me as what your Francois wants. If Salt says he came to your flat, but he won't. He'll say nothing, nothing." He looked keenly at the other. "That was all he said? Huh? Just a rambling statement?" "Not like Salt, that. He never rambles." "Did he tell you that he killed Meropulus?" Ronnie hesitated. "He did. Try to speak the truth, will you?" "So he told you he had killed the Greco?" I didn't take him seriously. I thought he must be joking. Fine joke, huh? Did Salt ever pull that kind of joke? "You're not telling me the truth, Morel." "You'd better. I'm speaking as a friend." "What did he come to talk to you about, huh?" "He never even knew you, had no dealings with you. Why should he come to you after he'd committed a murder?" "I've told you what happened," said Ronnie desperately. Again the quick scrutiny. "Well, we shall see." Ronald waited for a dismissal. Step strode to the door and opened it. "That sounds like the doctor's voice," he said suddenly. "Why, Beryl, what brings you out?" "Good morning, Doctor." "Yes, very bad news." I hardly knew him. Beryl came past him and went straight to Ronald. Did you see him, Ronnie? Did he come to you? To me? Of course not. Don't lie, said Step impatiently. We're all friends here. But you must have had some reason. What makes you think he went to Morel, Beryl? I wondered. She met the big man's eyes coldly. Must I be cross-examined? I had a feeling that he had been to Ronnie. I don't know why. Why does one have these intuitions? We saw it in the morning papers, explained the doctor. I am fearfully worried. Poor Meropulus, it is dreadful. Step smiled unpleasantly. I saw the detective who arrested him. He is the least troubled of any of us, he said callously. And the next least is Salt. He said, Salt went straight to sleep the moment they put him into the cell, and woke this morning cheerful. He must have nerves of iron. He ought to be retained. Can anything be done for him, Mr. Step? He shall have the best lawyer. That Maxton fellow. As far as money can help, I'll do everything possible. I don't think it will make a scrap of difference. Yes, he was not a thief, was he? Mr. Step, you knew what an evil man Meropulus was. You know the provocation he offered to Ambrose Salt. Isn't it possible that the same cause that made him kill this man also sent him to the safe? What safe is this? Was that in the newspapers, too? He would not be trying to open the safe for the sake of getting money. He came to get something that Meropulus had. I wonder. Step was impressed. It may have been the photograph. Ronnie checked the exclamation. The terror wrung. He was livid. Do you know anything about a photograph? Asked Step, with growing suspicion. No. Here Beryl came to the rescue. When he saw her lips move, Ronnie expected worse. Whatever it was, I am sure that the safe holds the secret. Ambrose would not kill a man unless there was no other solution. Won't you open the safe, Mr. Step? I'll be damned if I do. He vociferated violently. There is nothing there which would save him, or justify him, or show the Greek as being what he was. Step could not answer this. He had another comment to offer. You're taking a hell of an interest in this fellow, Beryl. I shall always take a hell of an interest in every matter I please, he said, eyeing him steadily. His attitude toward her had changed slightly since the big diamond had blazed upon her engagement finger, a reminder of obligations past and to come. Unless you satisfy me that nothing has been left undone that can be done for Ambrose, I shall go into the witness box and swear to all that I know. My dear, her father's expostulation she did not hear. Step broke into it. There is something about this business which I don't understand. You and Meropulus and this fellow dined together once, or didn't you? Sounds mighty queer, but I won't inquire now. You'll open the safe? No. Step's jaw set like a trap. Not to save Salt or any other man. There is nothing there to save him, I tell you. But if there was, I wouldn't open it. Get that into your mind, all of you. She regarded him thoughtfully, and then, Ronnie, I am taking the car, Father. He looked in another direction. Even Step did not ask her where she was going. Christina had known in the middle of the night when the police came to search Salt's room. If her face grew of a sudden peaked, a new glory glowed in her eyes. A detective of high rank had been communicative. She heard the story with a serenity which filled the quaking Evie with wonder. Mrs. Colebrook wept noisily and continued to weep throughout the night. Christina meditated upon an old suspicion of hers, that her mother regarded Ambrose Salt as being near enough the age of a lonely widow woman to make possible a second matrimonial venture. This view Evie held definitely, and I've said such horrid things about him. Oh, Chris, my dear, I am so sorry, whimpered the younger girl, when the police had taken their departure. Chris, poor darling, aren't you feeling awful? I am. Am I feeling sorry for Ambrose? No. Christina searched her heart before she went on. I'm not sorry. Ambrose was so inevitably big. Something tremendous must come to him. It couldn't be otherwise. I was afraid something might happen. Evie shook her head wisely. This Greek man was very insulting. Ronnie told me that. And if poor Ambrose lost his temper— Ambrose did not lose his temper, Christina interrupted brusquely. If Ambrose killed him, he did it because he intended doing it. In cold blood. Evie was horrified. Yes, Ambrose must have had a reason. Ambrose is here. He tells me so. Don't gape, Evie. I'm not delirious. If I were blind and deaf, and he sat on this bed, he would be here, wouldn't he? Presence? Doesn't depend on seeing, or hearing, or even feeling. He'd be here if he was not allowed to touch me. Go back to bed, Evie. I'm sleepy, and I want to dream." Beryl arrived soon after 11. Christina was sure the girl would come, and had got up and dressed in readiness. Evie was out, and Mrs. Colebrook, red-eyed, brought her up to the bedroom. Some time went by before they were alone. Mrs. Colebrook had her own griefs to express, her own memories to retail. She left at last, singultant in her woe. "Do you think you are strong enough to come to the house?" asked Beryl. "I could call for you this afternoon. Perhaps you could stay with me for a few days. I feel that I want you near to me." This without preliminary. They were too close to the elementals to pick nice paths to their objectives. They recognized and acknowledged their supreme interests as being common to both. "Mother would be glad to get rid of me for a day or two," said Christina. "And I am sending my father abroad," nodded Beryl with a faint smile. "When shall I come?" "At 3. They are taking him into the country." "You have not seen him?" Beryl shook her head. "We shall never see him again," she said simply. "He will not send for us. I am trying to approach it all in the proper spirit of detachment. He is a little difficult to live up to. Don't you feel that? If I say no, you will think I am eaten up with vanity," said Christina, with a quick smile. "I am rather exalted at the moment, but the reaction will come, perhaps, in which case I shall want to hang on to your understanding." At 3 o'clock the car arrived. Mrs. Colebrook saw her daughter go without regret. Christina was unnatural. She had not shed a tear. Mrs. Colebrook had heard her laughing, and had gone up in a hurry to deal with hysteria, only to find her reading Stephen Leacock. She was appalled. "I am surprised at you, Christina. Here is poor Mr. Salt in prison." Words failed her. She could only make miserable noises. "Mother is a sort of female Heracleitus. She finds her comfort in weeping." "Mother has given me up," said Christina, when she was lying on a big settee in Beryl's room, her thin hand outstretched to the blaze. Beryl was toasting a muffin at the fire. "I wish it were a weeping matter," she said, and went straight to the subject uppermost in her mind. "I had spent the night there. Meropulus took a photograph of me coming from Ronald Morell's flat." She looked at the muffin and turned it. Meropulus was nasty. He must have told Ambrose that he knew. Did Ambrose know? Christina stirred on the sofa. "Yes, I told him. He went to Ronnie. Perhaps to kill him. Not the name of the man, but he guessed. I know the photograph was in the safe. I imagine Ronnie lied for his life. The police were looking for Ambrose. A detective saw the car outside Ronnie's flat and followed it. The killing of Meropulus was discovered by a man who heard the shot, and the car had just passed through, Woking after the police had been warned. I don't know all the details. Father has seen the inspector in charge of the case. Do you love Ronnie very much, Beryl? You don't mind? Do you like sugar in your tea? 2 large pieces," said Christina. "I am rather a baby, and I love of sugar." "No, please. Love him? I suppose so, in a way. It may be sheer ungovernable, you know. I despise him. I think he is loathsome, but there are times when I have a wistful feeling. Yet I would make no sacrifice for Ronnie. I feel that. I have made no sacrifice. Some women. Women are hypocrites when they talk of giving. They make a martyrdom of their indulgence, and it pleases them to accept the masculine view of their irresponsibility. They love sympathy. It is cheap to say that I would give my life. For Ambrose, I would sacrifice everything. I have given more than my life. So have you." Christina was silent. "I have faced everything," Beryl went on. She was sitting on a cushion between Christina and the fire, her teacup in her hands. "You have also, haven't you, Christina, about Ambrose? He has passed. The law will kill him. He expects that. I think he would be uncomfortable if he was spared. The unfairness of it. He told me once that all the way out to New Caledonia he grieved about the people who had been guillotined for the same offence as he had committed. He never posed. Can you imagine him posing? I've seen him blush when I joked about that funny little trick of his. Have you noticed it? Rubbing his chin with the back of his hand." Beryl nodded. "He said he had tried to get out of the habit," Christina continued. "No, Ambrose couldn't pretend, or do a mean thing, or lie. I'm getting sentimental, my dear." Ambrose was distressed by sentimentality. Mother kissed his hand the day I stood for the first time. He was so bewildered. They laughed together. "Are you marrying Step?" asked Christina. She felt no call to excuse the intimacy of the question. "I suppose so. There are reasons. At present he is rather impersonal. I have no imagination, perhaps. As impersonal as a marriage certificate or a church. I shall not tell him. You don't think I should? About Ronnie, I mean." Christina shook her red head. "No. As I see it, no. I told Ambrose." "That was enough," said Beryl. "If you must marry him, you are doing enough without handing him another kind of whip to flog you with. My conscience was for him. Step wants no more than he gives. A South American minister had lived there, and had spent a fortune on its interior adornment." The clock chimed 5. Ambrose at that moment was passing through the black gates of Westchester County Prison, and Ronald Morell was taking tea with Madame Ritty. Madame lived in a big house at St. John's Wood. Reputable artists had embellished its walls and ceilings, and if the decorations were of the heavy florid type, it is a style which makes for grandeur. The vast drawing-room was a place of white and gold, of glittering candelabras and crimson velvet hangings. How Madame had come to be its possessor is a long and complicated story. The minister was recalled from London on the earnest representations of the Foreign Office, and a budding scandal was denied its full and fascinating development. Madame had many friends, and her house was invariably full of guests. Some stayed a long time with her. She liked girls about her, she told the innocent vicar who called regularly, and might have been calling still, if his wife had not decided that if Madame required any spiritual consolation, she would put her own pew at her disposal. She succeeded. Her object confessed. Madame was to give her guests a good time. She gave dances, and entertained lavishly. There was no gambling at Alameda House. She made one stipulation, that her visitors should not play cards. The attitude of the police authorities toward Madame Ritty's establishment was one of permanent expectancy. Good people, people with newspaper names, were guests of hers. There was nothing furtive or underhand about her parties. Nobody had ever seen a drunken man come or go. The guests were never noisy only. Madame's girl guests were many, and none of the people who came to the dances were women. Madame was bemoaning the scepticisms of the authorities to Ronnie. She was a very stout woman, expensively but tastefully dressed. Her lined face was powdered, her lips vividly red. A duller red was her hair, patently dyed. Dyed hair on elderly women has the effect of making the face below seem more fearfully old. She wore 2 ropes of pearls, and her hands glittered. Ronnie always went to Madame Ritty in his moments of depression. He had known her since he was little more than a schoolboy. She had a house in Pimlico then, not so big or so finely furnished, but she had girl guests. You know, Ronnie, I try to keep my house respectable. Is it not so? One tries, and it is hard work. Girls have so little brain. They do not know that men do not really like rowdiness. Is it not so? But these policemen, oh, the dreadful fellows! Imagine! They question my maids, and it is so difficult to get the right kind of maid. And the maids get frightened or impertinent. She laid the accent on the last syllable. She was inclined to do this. Otherwise her English was perfect. The door opened, and a girl lounged in. She was smoking a cigarette through a holder, a fair, slim girl with a straight fringe of golden hair over her forehead. Ronnie smiled and nodded. "Is it thus you speak?" "Hello, Ronnie. Where have you been hiding?" Madame snorted. "Hello, Ronnie, my word." "And to walk in smoking. Lola, you have to learn." "I knew nobody else was here," replied the girl, instantly apologetic. "I'm awfully sorry, Madame." "Why, it is Mr. Morell." She hid the cigarette behind her and advanced demurely. "How do you do?" Always modesty in girls is the best. "That is better, much better," approved Madame, nodding her huge head. "Is it not so, Ronnie? To rush about, fly, fly, fly." Her representation of gaucherie was inimitable. That is not good, especially Englishmen. Men desire modesty. Americans also. The French are indelicate. Is it not so? Men wish to win. If you give them victory already, they do not appreciate it. That will do, Lola. She dismissed the girl with a stately inclination of her head. "What have you been doing? We have not seen you for a very long time." You'll have other engagements. You must be careful. I fear for you sometimes." She patted his arm. "You will come tonight? You must dress, of course. I do not receive men who are not in evening dress. Grand habit, you understand. The war made men very careless. The smoking jacket, tuxedo, what do you call it? And the black tie. That is no longer good style. If you are to meet ladies, you must wear a white bow and the white waistcoat with the long coat. I insist upon this. I am right, is it not so? All the men wear grand habit nowadays. What do you wish, Ronnie? Nothing in particular. I thought I would come along. I am feeling rather sick of life today." She nodded. "So you come to see my little friends. That is nice, and they will be glad. All of them except Lola. She is going out to dinner tonight with a very great friend. You know your way. They are playing baccarat in the little salon. It amuses them, and they only play for pennies." Ronnie strolled off to seek entertainment in the little salon. He was rung up at his flat that evening 4 times. At midnight, Stepp called him up again. "Monsieur, he has not returned." "No, monsieur, not even to dress." Madame Ritty, for all the rigidity of her dress regulations, made exceptions seemingly. "Hello?" Ronald was sleeping soundly when Stepp strolled into his room and let up the blind with a crash. Ronnie struggled up. "What time is it? Where were you last night?" Stepp's voice was harsh, contumelious. "I spent the night ringing you up." "Have the police been here?" "Police? No. Luckily, they are not sure whether he went in or not." "Why should they?" "Why should they?" mimicked the visitor, "because Salt stopped his car before the entrance of these flats. The detective who saw the car did not notice where Salt had come from. They asked me if there was anybody in Knightsbridge he would be likely to visit, and I said, 'No, do you hear? No, I can't have you in their hands, Morel. A cur like you would squeal, and they would find out why he came.' No. And I don't want to know." The dark eyes bent on Ronnie were glittering. "You hear? I don't want to know. Meropulus is dead. In a week or 2, Salt will be dead, and Beryl will be married." "Why in hell do you jump?" Ronnie affected a yawn, and reached out for his dressing-gown. "Of course I jumped," he was bold to say, even if he quaked inwardly. "You come thundering into my room when I'm half asleep and talk about police and the Meropulus. Oh, I haven't your nerve. If you want to know, Salt came here to ask me where you were. I thought he was a laird, and told him you were out of town." "You're a liar, a feeble liar. Get up." He stalked out of the room, slamming the door behind him, and when Ronnie joined him, he was standing before the mantelpiece, scowling at the Antony. "Now listen. I want to keep out of it, and so do you. They will make inquiries, and it is perfectly certain that they will trace you as being a friend of Meropulus. At present, they cannot connect me with the case, except that I had dealings with Meropulus. So had hundreds of others. I am not. If they get busy with you, they will turn you inside out. I don't want you to get it into your head that I'm trying to save you trouble. You could roast in hell, and I'd not turn the hose on to you. I'm thinking of myself, and all the trouble I should have if the police got you scared. Salt didn't come here, huh? Was anybody here beside you?" he asked quickly. "Only Francois." "Your servant." Stepp frowned. "Can you trust him?" Ronnie smiled. "Francois is discreet," he said complacently. A shadow passed across Stepp's dark face. "About the women who come here, yes. But with the police? That is different. Bring him in." "I assure you, my dear fellow, bring him here," roared the other. Ronnie pressed a bell sulkily. "Francois, you were here in the flat on Saturday night, huh?" "Yes, monsieur." "You had no visitors, huh?" Francois hesitated. "No visitors, Francois. You didn't open the door to Salt. You know Salt." The man nodded. "And if detectives come to ask you whether Salt was here, you will tell them the truth. You did not see him. Your master had no visitors at all. You saw nobody and heard nobody." He was looking into a leather pocket-book as he spoke, fingering the notes that filled one compartment. Francois's eyes were on the note-case too. "Nobody came, monsieur. I swear. I was in the pantry all evening." "Good," said Stepp, and slipped out 4 notes, crushing them into a ball. "Do you want to see me today?" asked Ronnie, and his uncomfortable guest glared. "Not today, nor tomorrow, nor any day. Where were you last night?" Francois retired in his discretion. I went to Brighton. You went to Ritty's. That. He did not attempt any euphemism. Madame Ritty's elegant establishment he described in 2 pungent words. God, what are you? I'm pretty tough, huh? Had my gay times, and known a few of the worst. But I've drawn a line somewhere. What a louse you are. Salt in prison, and Meropulus dead. And you at Ritty's. He stalked into the hall, shouted for Francois, and dropped the little paper ball into his hand. Francois closed the door on him respectfully. "A beast," said Ronnie, disgusted. He instructed by Step to defend him. A solicitor interviewed Ambrose Salt in his airy cell. He expected to find a man broken by his awful position. He found instead a cheerful client who, when he was ushered into the cell, was engaged in covering a large sheet of paper with minute figures. A glance at the paper showed the wondering officer of the law that Salt was working out a problem in mathematics. It was, in fact, a differential equation of a high and complex character. "It is very kind of Mr. Step, but I know what you can do, sir. I killed Meropulus." "Poor soul." "I killed him deliberately. How glad it must have been to have left that horrible body with all its animal weaknesses. I was thinking about it last night, wondering where it would be, somewhere in the spaces of the night, between the stars. Don't you often wonder whether a soul has a chemical origin? Some day clever men will discover. Souls have substance, more tenuous than light, and light has substance. You can bend light with a magnet. I have seen it done. The ether has substance. Compared with other unknown elements, ether may be as thick as treacle. Supposing some supernatural scientist could examine the ether as we examine a shovel full of earth, is it not possible that the soul germ might be discovered? For a soul has no size, and no weight, and no likeness to man. Some people think of a soul as having the appearance of the body which it inspires. That is stupid. If death can cling to the point of a needle and life grows from a microscopic organism, how infinitesimal is the cell of the soul? The souls of all the men and the women of the world might be brought together and be lost on one atom of down on a butterfly's wing. The lawyer listened hopefully. Here was a case for eminent alienists. He saw the governor of the jail as he went out. "I should very much like this man to be kept under medical observation," he said. "From my conversation with him, I am satisfied that he isn't normal." "He seems sane enough," replied the governor, "but I will speak to the doctor. I suppose you will send specialists down?" "I imagine we shall. He isn't normal. He practically refuses to discuss the crime, occupied the time by talking about souls and the size of them. If that isn't lunacy, then I'm mad." Step, to whom he reported, was very thoughtful. "He isn't mad. Salt is a queer fellow, but he isn't mad. He thinks about such things. He is struggling to the light. Those were the words he used to me. Yes, you can send doctors down if you wish." "You have briefed Maxton?" The lawyer nodded. He wasn't very keen on the job. It is a little out of his line. Besides, he'll be made a judge in a year or two, and naturally he doesn't want to figure on the losing side. I was surprised. In fact, he turned me down, definitely, but I was hardly back in my office. His chambers are less than 5 minutes' walk away before he called me up and said he'd take the brief. He is going to register next week. Step grunted. "You understand that my name doesn't appear in this, except for Maxton, of course. But I'm not going, and your job is to keep me out of this, Smith. I dare say that if I went on to the witness stand and told all I knew about Meropulus and what kind of a brute he was, my evidence might make a difference." Step's attitude was definite and logical. Salt, in a measure, he admired without liking. He saw in him a difficult and possibly a dangerous man. That he had piqued his employer by his independence and courage did not influence Step one way or another. It was, in truth, the cause of his admiration. Salt was a man in possession of a dangerous secret. The folly of entrusting 2 other men with the combination word of the safe had been apparent from the first. Without telling either of his associates, he had arranged to transfer the contents of the safe to his own custody when the disaster occurred. He had been uneasy in his mind, more because of the unknown reliability of Meropulus than because he mistrusted Salt, and he had decided that the scheme for the storage of compromising documents possessed too many disadvantages. The safe was in the hands of the curious police, and the more he thought about the matter, the more undesirable it seemed that the safe should be opened. It contained, amongst other things, the draft of a prospectus which had since been printed. The shares went to allotment 2 days before the murder. The financial press had remarked upon the fact, and not content with remarking once, had industriously continued to remark. The draft was in his own hand, a dozen sheets of pencilled writing, and it described in optimistic language certain valuable assets which were, in fact, non-existent. Stepp had made a mistake, and it was a bad mistake. He had a reason for this. The cleverest of company promoters occasionally overstep the line that divides the optimistic estimate from misrepresentation. He had put it aside after Dr. Melville had copied the document. Fortunately, his name did not appear on the prospectus. Most unfortunately, he had preserved the draft, and this was only one of the safe's contents. He was a supreme general who issued his orders to his commanders, gave them the rough plan of their operations, and left them to lick it into shape. Jan Stepp seldom appeared in such transactions. Even his name as vendor was skilfully camouflaged under the title of some stock-holding company. It sometimes happened that they deviated from his instructions, generally to the advantage of the scheme they were working. Occasionally they fell short of his requirements, and then his draft proved useful in emphasizing their error. There were others equally dangerous. Stepp believed that his servant would die. To say that he hoped he would die would be untrue. Belief makes hope superfluous, with relief almost. It was politic to spend money on the defence of a man who, being grateful, would also be loyal. He could accept Salt's death with equanimity and without regret. Evidence could be given which would show Meropulos in an unfavourable light. The Greek was a drunkard. His reputation was foul, he was provocative and quarrelsome, and Mr. Jan Stepp was firmly determined to do nothing of the kind. The weapon was his own. Salt had once taken it away from him. A plea of self-defence might succeed, always providing that Mr. Jan Stepp would submit himself to cross-examination, and the reflected odium of acquaintance with the dead man and his killer. Salt would carry his secret to the grave unless— suppose this infernal photograph which Meropulos had put into the safe? Suppose Salt mentioned this to the lawyers? But he would be loyal. Stepp, having faith in his loyalty, decided to let him die. Sir John Maxton had changed his mind on the question of defending Salt as a result of an urgent request which had reached him immediately after the solicitor had left his chambers. He called on Beryl Melville on his way home. She was alone. Christina had returned to her mother, and Dr. Melville was at Cannes, mercifully ignorant of the comments which the financial newspapers were passing upon a company of which he was president. "I will undertake the defence, Beryl, though I confess it seems to me a hopeless proposition. I had just that moment refused the brief when you rang through. If I remember right, I have met Salt. Wasn't he that strong-looking man who came to Stepp's house the night we were dining there? I thought so. And Meropulos, who was he? Not the drunken fellow who made such a fool of himself? By Jove! I hadn't connected them. I had only glanced at the brief, and I am seeing Salt on Friday. Fortunately, I am spending the weekend in the country, and I can call in on my way. Smith is attending to the inquest and the lower court proceedings. I saw Smith. He is the solicitor this afternoon. He tells me that Stepp is paying for the defence. That is a professional secret, by the way." Beryl smiled. "He also surprised me by expressing the view that Salt is mad." "He is not mad," she said quietly. "Why does he think so?" Sir John humped his thin shoulders, a movement indicative of his contempt for the lawyer's opinion on any subject. Apparently Salt talked about souls as though they were microbes. Smith, being a God-fearing man, was shocked. To him, the soul stands in the same relationship to the body as the inner tube of a tire to the cover. He is something of a spiritualist, and spiritualism is the most material of the occult sciences. It insists that spirits shall have noses and ears like other respectable ghosts. From what he said, I couldn't make head or tail of Salt's view. His view is different. He himself is different. "Ambrose is not mad," said the girl. "He is the sanest man I have ever met or will meet. You cannot judge him by any ordinary standard." "You call him Ambrose?" said Sir John in surprise. "Is he a friend of yours?" "Yes." She said no more than that, and he did not press the question. It was impossible to explain Ambrose. A call at the Colebrookes in the afternoon or evening had become a regular practice since Christina had stayed with her. Evie had very carefully avoided being at home when Beryl called. "Christina, do you think Miss Merville is, you won't be offended, will you? I'm sorry I don't like your aristocratic friend, and I know it is a great comfort to have somebody to speak to about poor Mr. Salt, but I simply can't stand her. Ronnie says that he quite understands my dislike. Do you think she's a good girl?" "Good? Do you mean, does she go to church?" "Don't be silly. Do you think she is a virtuous girl?" "Ronnie says that some of these society women are awfully fast. He says it wouldn't be so bad if there was love in it, because love excuses everything. And the real wicked people are those who marry for money." "Like Beryl," said Christina. "And love may excuse everything. Like you, he hopes." Evie sighed patiently. "Do you know what I think about Ronnie?" asked Christina. "I'm sure I don't want to know," snapped Evie, roused out of her attitude of martyrdom. "I think he is the very lowest blackguard that walks the earth. I think he is a damned villain. Shut up, I'm going to say it. He is—" But Evie had snatched up her coat and fled from the room. Christina's orders from the osteopath were to go to bed early. She was making extraordinary progress, and had walked unassisted down the stairs that very day. She was lying dressed on the bed when Beryl arrived. "I suppose you'll liken me to the squire's good wife, visiting the indigent sick," she said. "But I brought a basket of things, fruit mostly. Do you mind?" "I've always wanted to meet Lady Bountiful," said Christina. "I thought she never stepped from the Christmas magazine covers. Did you meet Evie?" "No, I thought she was out." "She's hiding in the scullery," said Christina calmly. "She doesn't like me." "Ronnie, I suppose?" Christina nodded. "Any news?" Beryl nodded. "Ronnie at first hand may be endurable. As interpreted by Evie he is. There is only one word to describe him. I promised Mother that I would never use it again." "I had a letter." "So did I," said Christina triumphantly, and drew a blue envelope from her blouse. "Written by the prison chaplain, and dictated by Ambrose." Christina had had a similar letter. Such a typical letter, all about the kindness of everybody and a minute description of the cell intended, I think, to show how comfortable he is. "Sir John Maxton is defending him," said Beryl. "That is what I have come to tell you. He is a very great advocate." They looked at one another, and each had the same thought. Beryl did not stay long. The best lawyer and the kindest judge and the most sympathetic jury would not save Ambrose, said Christina, and they looked for a long time into one another's eyes, and neither saw fear. They ran into a blind alley of conversation after that, a time of long quietness. Jan's step was waiting in the drawing-room when she returned. The maid need not have told her. She sensed his presence before the door was opened. She had seen very little of Step, remembering that she had engaged herself to marry him. It was simply that she did not allow herself the exercise of her gift. She did not let herself think much about it. She had not been accurate when she told Christina that she had no imagination. The same idea had occurred to Jan Step. He had seen little of her. He was a great believer in clearing up things as he went along. That was just how she expected Step would talk. Probably he would swear at her when he knew her better, an unpleasant but profitable trait of his. "Been waiting for you an hour. You might leave word how long you'll be out, huh, Beryl?" A foretaste, she thought, of the married man, but she was not offended. "Nevertheless, I go and come as I please," she said without heat. "You must be prepared to put me under lock and key if you expect to find me in any given place at any given time, and then I should divorce you for cruelty." He did not often show signs of amusement. He smiled now. "So that's your plan? Sit down by me, Beryl. I want a little talk." "Why are you shaking, Beryl?" She obeyed. He put his arm about her, and looking down, she saw his big, hairy hand gripping her waist. I don't know. You're not frightened of me, huh?" he asked, bending his swarthy face to hers. Her teeth were chattering. She was frightened. In a second, all her philosophy had failed, and her courage had gone out like a blown flame. Every reserve of will was concentrated now in an effort to prevent herself screaming. Training, education, culture, all that civilization stood for, crashed at the touch of him. She was woman, primitive and unreasoning. Woman in contact with savage mastery. God, What's the matter, huh? Expect to be kissed, then, don't you? You expect to be kissed, don't you? I'm going to be your husband, huh? What is the matter with you? She got up from the sofa, her legs sagging beneath her. He wanted her badly. Looking, he saw her face was colourless. Step was alarmed. She had the appeal which other women lacked, qualities which he himself lacked. And he had frightened her. Perhaps she would break off everything. He expected to see the ring torn from her trembling hand and thrown on the floor at his feet. I've had rather a trying day. Instead of that, I'm very sorry, Mr. Step. Foolish of me. She was breathless, as though she had been running at a great pace. Of course, Beryl, I understand. I'm too rough with you, huh? Why, it is I who should be sorry, and I am. Good friends, huh? He held out his hand, and shivering, she put her cold palm in his. Doctor coming back soon? That's fine. You haven't sent him on any newspapers, huh? No, he could get them there. Other commonplaces, and he left her to work back to the cause of her fright. With reason again enthroned, this was somewhere near 4 o'clock in the morning. She could find no other reason than the obvious one. She was afraid of Step as a man. Not because he was a man, but because he was the kind of man that he was. He was a better man than Ronnie, she argued. He had principles of sorts. Ronnie had none. That was not true. Step was sure in his mind that he held her through Dr. Merville. Perhaps she would get used to him. Up to that moment it did not occur to her to break her engagement, and curiously enough she never thought of her father. Neither sense of honour nor filial duty bound her to her promise, nor was marriage an expiation. She must wear away her life in some companionship. She never thought of him as an angel. After was Ambrose Salt, in what shape she did not know or consider. Sometimes the brain plays a trick upon you. You see yourself in circumstances, and in a setting wholly unfamiliar. In the midst of your everyday life you have a vivid yet elusive recollection of a past which is strange to you. Like a flash it comes and goes, as swiftly as the shutter of a camera falls. Flick! Yet she could never fix an impression. It is gone, and you can recall no incident upon which you can reconstruct the vision of the time fraction. Beryl saw herself as she had been before she came upon a shabby, grey-haired man studying the wallpaper in the hall of Dr. Merville's house. If the change of her outlook had been gradual, she might have traced back step by step, but it had been violent, catastrophic, and this bewildering truth appeared, that there had been no change so far as Ronnie was concerned. He had not altered in any degree her aspect of life. It worried her that it should be so, but there it was. She had a wire from her father the next morning to say that he was returning at once. Dr. Merville had seen certain comments in the newspaper, and was taking the next train to Paris. She did not go to the station to meet him, and was not in the house when he arrived. One night she went to dinner there. Even in the days that followed, she saw little of him, for he seemed to have pressing business which kept him either at Step's office or Step's house. It was a meal remarkable for one circumstance. Although Salt was coming up for trial the following week, they did not speak of him. It was as though he were already passed from the world. She was tempted once to raise his name, but refrained. Discussion would be profitless, for they would only expose the old platitudes and present the conventional gestures. In the car, as they drove home, the doctor was spuriously cheerful. It was not until she was saying good night that he revealed the nature of his request. He asked with an effort to appear casual, "Don't you think it would be a good idea if you cut your engagement as short as possible, dear?" His lighter manner generally amused Beryl. Now her suspicions were aroused, for of late her father's laborious good humour generally preceded a request for some concession on her part. Step doesn't want a big wedding, one before the civil authorities, with a few close friends to lunch afterwards. You mean he wants to marry at once? Personally, I think it is an excellent scheme. Well, not at once, but in a week or so. Say in a month. No, no, I must have more time. She was vehement in her objection. Not in a month. Not at all, said his lips. I'm very sorry, father. If I am upsetting your plans... His face told another story. Possibly Step had issued peremptory instructions. She was certain that if she had accepted his views meekly, the doctor would have named the date and the hour. Step may have expressed his desire also that she should be married in grey. He was the sort of man who would want his bride to wear grey. Jan Stepp, for all his wealth and experience, retained in some respects the character of his Boer ancestors. He liked wax fruit under glass shades, and there hung in his library crayon enlargements of his parents, heavily framed in gold. His dearest possession was a large family Bible, crudely illustrated, and this he cherished less for its message printed in the towel than for the family records that covered 4 fly-leaves inserted for the purpose. He was a member of the Dutch Reformed Church, and maintained a pew in the kirk at Heidelberg, where he was born and christened. He believed in the rights of husbands to exact implicit obedience from their wives. The ultimate value of women was their prolificacy. He might forgive unfaithfulness. Sterility was an unpardonable offence. Springing, as he did, from a race of cattle farmers, he thought of values in terms of stock breeding. The day of the trial was near at hand. Instinctively Beryl had discovered this. On this discovery her repugnance was based, though she never realized the cause until long afterwards. Sir John Maxton had had 2 interviews with his client. After the second, he called on her. "I haven't seen you since I met him, have I?" "Your Salt. What is he, in the name of heaven?" "He fascinates me, Beryl. Fascinates me. He is amazing. I have never met anybody like him. Sometimes I wish I had never taken the brief. Not because of the hopelessness of it. It is hopeless, you know, but... she repeated, when he paused, puzzling to express himself clearly. "But Salt is different. I am not particularly keen on my fellows. Perhaps I know them too well, and have seen too much of their meannesses, their evilness. I went to discuss his case, and found myself listening to his views on immortality. He limited the infinite to a circle, and convinced me. He says that what we call immortality can be reduced to mathematical formula. I felt like a 4th form boy listening to a brain, and found myself being respectful. But it wasn't that. It was a sweetness, a clearness, something Christ-like. Beryl, it is impossible to save him. It is only fair to tell you. Queer thing to say about a man who has committed 2 murders, both in cold blood, but it is as a fact. I cannot help feeling that if we could get at the character of this man Meropulus, he would have a chance, but he absolutely refuses to talk of Meropulus. I did it, he says. What is the use? I shot him deliberately. He was drunk. I was in no danger from him. I shot him because I wanted him to die. When I walked over to where he lay, he was dead. If he had been alive, I should have shot him again. What can one do? If he had been anybody else, I should have retired from the case. There is a safe in this case. Probably you have read about it in the newspapers. It was found in the Greek's house, and is a sort of secret repository. At any rate, it cannot be opened except by somebody who knows the code word. I suspected Salt of being one who could unlock the door, and challenged him. He did not deny his knowledge, but declined to give me the word. He never lies. If he says he doesn't know, it is not worth while pressing him, because he really doesn't know. Beryl, would your father have any knowledge of that safe? She shook her head. It is unlikely, but I will ask him. Father says that Ronnie is going to the trial. Ronnie is writing the story of the trial for a newspaper. Is he a witness? Sir John had, as it happened, seen Ronnie that day and was able to inform her. What has Salt done to him? He is particularly vicious about him. In a way, I can understand the reason, if they had ever met. Salt is the very antithesis of Ronnie. They would swear, like violently different colours. I asked him if he would care to stay with me. I have had the Kennebans' house placed at my disposal. They are at Monte Carlo, but he declined with alacrity. Why does he hate Salt? Beryl smiled. He says that he is looking forward to the trial. For lo, the wicked bend the bow, that they may shoot in the darkness at the upright heart, she quoted. Ronald Morel also found satisfaction in apposite quotations from the Scriptures. When he was at school, the boys had a game which was known as trying the luck. They put a Bible on the table, inserted a knife between the leaves, and whatever passage the knife point rested against was one which solved their temporary difficulties. It was a tiny thing, a few inches in length. Ronnie had carried this practice with him, and whenever a problem arose, he would bring down the book and seek a solution. He utilized for this purpose a miniature sword which he had bought in Toledo, a copy of the sword of the constable. Its handle was of gold, its glittering blade an example of the best that the fabrica produced. "It is really wonderful how helpful it is, Christina," said Evie, to whom he had communicated the trick. "Beware of osteopaths?" suggested Christina lazily. "No," it said, "make me to hear joy and gladness at the bone. The other day, when I was wondering whether you would be better for good, or whether this was only, so to speak, a flash in the pan, because I really don't believe in osteopaths. They aren't proper doctors. I stuck a hat-pin in the Bible, and what do you think it said? Which, anyway, my bones rejoice to hear that Ronnie is such a Bible student," said Christina. "Thou hast broken may rejoice." "My bones were never broken," said Christina, and asked with some curiosity, "How do you reconcile your normal holiness with playing monkey tricks with the Bible?" "It isn't anything of the sort," replied Evie tartly. "The Bible is supposed to help you in your difficulties." Evie knew that to discuss Ronald Morel with her sister would be a waste of time. Ronnie was to her the perfect man. She even found, in what Christina described as a monkey trick, a piety with which she had never dreamed of crediting him. Christina was unjust, but she hoped in time to change her opinions. She had definitely accepted his attitude toward matrimony. In the meantime, Ronald Morel was moulding Evie's opinions in certain essentials pertaining to social relationship, and, insensibly, her views were veering to the course he had set. She felt terribly advanced and superior to her fellows, and had come to the point where she sneered when a wedding procession passed her. So far, her assurance, her complete prerogatory of Ronnie's wisdom, rested in the realms of untested theory. But the time was coming when she must practice all that Ronnie preached, and all that she believed. She was no fool, however intense her self-satisfaction. He might have converted her to devil-worship, and she would have remained respectable. She was narrow, puritanical, in the sense to which that term has been debased, and eminently respectable. Ronnie was going abroad after the trial. He had made money, and although he was not a very rich man, he had, in addition to the solid fortune he had acquired through his association with Stepp, a regular income from his father's estate. Evie knew that she would accompany him if he insisted. He intended breaking with Stepp, and was in negotiation for villas in the south of France and in Italy. She knew equally well that she would no longer be accounted respectable. That thought horrified her. The exceedingly marvellous had become the pleasantly habitual. To her, a wedding ring was adequate compensation for many inconveniences. The fascinations of Ronnie were wearing thin. Familiarity, without breeding contempt, had produced a mutation of values, and she had, by accident, met a boy she had known years before, and he had been so impressed by her, and so humble in the face of her imposing worldliness. Ronnie was, of course, never humble, and though he called her his beloved, she did not impress him, or make him blush, or feel gauche. He had gone out to Canada with his parents, and had returned with stories of immense spaces, and snow-clad mountains and cosy farms, stories that had interested and unsettled her. She had more of the grand lady feeling with Teddy Williams than she could ever experience in the marble villas of Palermo. And Teddy placed a tremendously high value upon respectability. Still, he could not be compared with Ronnie. She had consented to pay a visit to Ronnie's flat. She was halfway to losing her respectability when she reluctantly agreed, but the thrill of the projected adventure put Teddy Williams out of her mind. The great event was to be on the day after Ronnie came back from Rochester. The day before he left London, he called on Madame Riti, and Madame gave a sympathetic hearing to his proposition. In the meanwhile, Ronnie, anticipating a dull stay at the assize town, made arrangements to fill in his time pleasantly. Yes, it will amuse Lola, but she must travel with her maid. One must be careful, is it not so? One meets people in such unlikely places, and I will not have a word spoken against my dear girls. Le case of the king against Ambrose Salt came on late in the afternoon of the third assize day. The assizes opened on the Monday, and the first 2.5 days were occupied by the hearing of a complicated case of fraudulent conversion. It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon when Salt, escorted by 3 warders, stepped into the pen and listened to the reading of the indictment. It was charged against him that he did wilfully kill and murder Paul Dimitros by shooting at him with a revolving pistol with intent to kill and murder the aforesaid Paul Dimitros Meropoulos. He pleaded guilty, but by the direction of the court, a technical plea of not guilty was entered in accordance with the practice of the law. The proceedings were necessarily short, The reading of the indictment, the swearing in of the jury, and the other preliminaries were only disposed of before the court rose. Winchester Assize Court dates back to the days of antiquity. I knew I was going to have a dull time, complained Ronnie. Why on earth didn't they start the trial on Monday? There is a legend that King Arthur sat in the great outer hall, a hollow cavern of a place with vaulted stone roof and supporting pillars worn smooth by contact with the backs of 30 generations of litigants, waiting their turn to appear in a tiny courthouse. Partly because I could not arrive until today, said Sir John. The judge very kindly agreed to postpone the hearing, to suit my convenience. I had a big case in town. Are you really very dull, Ronnie? Partly, so the judge tells me, because he wanted to dispose of the fraud charges before he took the murder case. He looked keenly at the other. She was the daughter of a very old friend of mine, said Ronnie conventionally. You are fortunate in having so many old friends, with so many pretty daughters, said Sir John dryly. Wouldn't anybody be dull in a town that offers no other amusement than a decrepit cinema? I thought I caught a glimpse of you as I was coming from the station, and, unless I was dreaming, I saw you driving with a lady. It is not like you to be dull when you have feminine society. Ronnie was in court at 10 o'clock the following morning. The place was filled, the narrow public gallery packed. He walked to the end of the pen, rested his big hands on the ledge, and bowed to the judge. And then his eyes roved round the court. The scarlet-robed judge came in, preceded by the high sheriff, and followed by his chaplain. A few seconds later came the sound of Ambrose Salt's feet on the stairway leading to the dock. His face was inscrutable. His thoughts, whatever they were, found no expression. They rested smilingly upon Sir John, bewigged and gowned, passed incuriously over the press table, and stopped at Ronald Morell. Ronald met his eyes and smiled. This man had come to him with murder in his heart, but for Ronnie's ready wit and readier lie, his name, too, would have appeared in the indictment. Here was his enemy trapped, beyond danger. That was his thought as he returned the gaze. His smile was a taunt and an exultation. Salt's face was not troubled. His serenity was undisturbed. Trials always wearied Ronnie. Rather, it seemed to Sir John, who was watching him, that there was a strange benignity in his countenance that humanized and transfigured him. Why did they take the trouble? They were so slow, so tedious. There were so many fiddling details, usually unimportant, to be related and analyzed. Salt was guilty by his own confession, and yet they were treating him as though he were innocent. What did it matter whether it was 8 or 9 o'clock when the policeman stopped the car in Woking and asked Salt to produce his license? He had no work to do. His description of Salt in the dock, his impression of the court scene, had been written before he left his hotel. Why bother with medical evidence as to the course the bullet took? Meropulus was dead. Did it matter whether the bullet was nickel or lead? From time to time sheer ennui drove him out of the court. The verdict was inevitable. Yet still they droned on, these musty lawyers. Still the old man on the bench interjected his questions. Sir John, in his opening speech, had discounted his client's confession. Salt felt that he was morally guilty. It was for the jury to say whether he was guilty in law. A man in fear of his life had the right to defend himself, even if in his defense he destroyed the life of the attacker. And the judge had taken this possibility into account, and his questions were directed to discovering the character and habits of the dead man. The revolver was the property of Meropulus. Was it not fair to suppose that Meropulus had carried the pistol for the purpose of intimidating Salt, that he had actually threatened him with the weapon? Step, had he been in the box, would have saved the prisoner's life. Ronnie Morell knew enough to enlighten the judge. The end of the trial came with startling suddenness. Step had not come. Ronnie would have been amused if it were suggested that he should speak. Ronnie was out of court when the jury retired, and he hurried back as they returned. The white-headed associate rose from behind his book-covered table, and the jury answered to their names. "Gentlemen of the jury, have you considered your verdict?" "We have." The voice of the foreman was weak and almost inaudible. "Do you find the prisoner at the bar guilty or not guilty?" A pause. "Guilty." There was a sound like a staccato whisper, a quick explosion of soft sound, and then silence. "Ambrose Salt, what have you to say that my lord should not condemn you to die?" Ambrose stood easily in the dock. Both hands were on the ledge before him, and his head was bent in a listening posture. "Nothing." His cheerful voice rang through the court. The judge was sitting stiffly erect. Ronnie saw him look down to the place where Sir John was sitting, and smile, such a smile of encouragement and sympathy as a defending lawyer might give to his condemned client. Coming from the condemned client, coming from the condemned advocate, it was unique. He was a man of 70, thin and furrowed of face. Over his wig lay a square of black silk, a corner drooped to his forehead. Prisoner at the bar, the jury have found the only verdict which it was possible for them to return after hearing the evidence. He stopped here, and Ronnie expected to hear the usual admonition which precedes the formal sentence, but the judge went on to the performance of his dread duty. "And may God have mercy upon your soul." Ambrose listened, his lips moving. "The sentence of this court is, and this court doth ordain, that you be taken from the place whence you came, and from thence to a place of execution, and there you shall be hanged by the neck until you are dead, and your body shall afterwards be buried within the precincts of the prison in which you are last confined." He was repeating to himself word by word the sentence of the law. He had the appearance of a man who was intensely interested. A warder touched his arm and awoke him from his absorption. He started, smiled apologetically, and, turning, walked down the stairs and out of sight. "Good-bye, my friend. I shall see you once again," said Ronnie. He had decided to leave nothing undone that would authorize his presence at the execution. Going into the hall to see the procession of the judge with his halberdiers and his trumpet men, he saw Sir John passing, and his eyes were red. Ronnie was amused. "Are you travelling back to town tonight, Ronnie?" "No, Sir John." "I leave in the morning." "You saw him?" Sir John wrinkled his brows in thought. "Did you ever see a man like him?" "I am bewildered and baffled. Poor salt, and yet why poor? Poor world, I think, to lose a soul as great as his." "He is also a murderer," said Ronnie with gentle sarcasm. "He has brutally killed 2 men. "There is nothing brutal in Ambrose Salt." Sir John checked himself. "I go back by the last train. I am dining with the judge in his lodgings, and he told me I might bring you along." "Thank you. I've a lot of work to do," said Ronnie, so hastily that the other searched his face. "I suppose you are alone here?" "Quite. The truth is, I promised to drive with a friend of mine." "A man?" Lola came through the big doors at that moment. "Rotten," he said. "I was looking for you, Ronnie." "My dear, I am bored to tears." Sir John looked after them and shook his head. That a man could bring his lighter love to this grim carnival of pain. Late in the afternoon, Christina received a note delivered by hand. "Mother, would you mind if I spent the night with Miss Merville?" Mrs. Colebrook shook her head without speaking. In these days she lived in an atmosphere of gloom, for she had adopted the right of chief griever. "You're young. Nobody else seems to care about poor Mr. Salt," she had said many times. "I really can't understand you, Christina. After all he has done for you, I won't say that you're heartless, because I will never believe that about a child of mine." "Do you think Mr. Salt would like to know that you go weeping about the house for his sake?" asked Christina patiently. "Of course he would. I would like somebody to grieve over me, and I'm sure he'd like to know that somebody was dropping a silent tear over him." On the whole, Mrs. Colebrook preferred to be alone that night. The late editions would have the result of the trial. Evie would be out too. She was going to a theatre with Teddy Williams. Mr. Salt had done nothing for her, had even quarrelled with her. That, Mrs. Colebrook thought, was heartless, but Evie had an excuse. So Christina went gladly to her new friend. "You open up vistas of a new career for me, Miss Colebrook." He laughed. She saw the doctor for a minute in the hall, and in his professional mood Dr. Merville was charming. "With you as a shining example, I am almost inclined to take up osteopathy in my old age. Really, you have mended wonderfully." In Beryl's little room she heard the news. "We expected it, of course," she said. "Did Sir John wire anything about Ambrose, how he bore it?" "Yes, here is the telegram." Christina read, "Salt sentenced to death." He showed splendid courage and calmness. "Naturally he would," said Christina quietly. "I am glad the strain is over. Not that I think it was a strain for him. Beryl, I hope we are going to be worthy disciples of our friend. There are times when I am very afraid." It is a heavy burden for a badly equipped mind like mine. But I think I shall go through without making a weak fool of myself. I almost wish that I was marrying Jan Stepp. The prospect would take my mind off. No, it wouldn't. And it doesn't in your case. I don't want to have my mind relieved of Ambrose, said Beryl. We can do nothing, Christina. We never have been able to do anything. Ambrose could appeal, but of course he won't do anything of the sort. I had a mad idea of going to see him, but I don't think I could endure that. Christina shook her head. She saw him every day. He never left her. He was sitting there now with his hands folded, silent, thoughtful. She avoided saying anything that would hurt him. In moments when Evie annoyed her, as she did lately, the thought that Ambrose would not approve cut short her tart retort. She confessed this much, and Beryl agreed. She felt the same way. Beryl had had another bed put in her own room, and they talked far into the night. He had said surprisingly little. There was nothing that Ambrose had ever said which they did not recall. Did he ever tell you in so many words that he loved you, Beryl? Only for a second did Beryl hesitate. Yes, she said. You didn't want to tell me that, did you? You were afraid that I should be hurt. I'm not. I love his loving you. I don't grudge you a thought. He ought to love somebody humanly. That doesn't sound blasphemous or irreverent, does it? I always think that the one incompleteness of Christ was his austerity, or a husband with a husband's love. But he missed so much experience because he was not a father with a father's feelings. I suppose theological people can explain this satisfactorily. I am taking an unlearned view. Evie was very nervous, thought Christina, when she saw her the next afternoon. Usually she was self-possession itself. She snapped at the girl when she asked her how she had enjoyed the play, although she was penitent immediately. Mother has been going on at me for daring to see a play the night poor Ambrose was sentenced, she said. I'm sure nobody feels more sorry than I do. You're different to Mother. I ought to have known that you weren't being sarcastic. How is Teddy? I remember him when he was a tiny boy. Do you like him, Evie? Evie pursed her red lips. He's not bad, she granted. He's very young, and, well, simple. You worldly old woman, smiled Christina. You make me feel 100. Yes, Evie was nervous, and she took an unusual amount of trouble in dressing. Where are you going tonight? All dolled up. Evie was pained. That is an awfully vulgar expression, Chris. It makes me feel like one of those street women. I am going to meet a girl friend. Where are you going, Evie? Christina quietly insisted. I am going to see Ronnie, if you want to know. You make me tell lies when I don't want to, snapped Evie. Why can't you leave me alone? Christina sighed. Why don't I indeed? She agreed wearily. What is to be, will be. I can't be responsible for your life, and it is stupid of me to try. Go ahead, Evie, and good luck. A remark which considerably mystified Evie Colebrook. But, as she told herself, she had quite enough to try her without worrying about Christina and her morbid talk. The principal cause of her worry was an exasperating lapse of memory. An arrangement had been made one way or the other, she was sure. In the agitation of the proposal, she had forgotten whether Ronnie had asked her to meet him in the park at the usual place, or whether she had agreed to go straight to the flat. She decided to go to the flat. Beryl came to the same decision. Stepp and I are going to Ronnie's place tonight, said Dr. Merville. It will be a sort of, board meeting, as Jan is leaving London tomorrow. I haven't had a chance of asking him about a matter which affects me personally. You do not read the financial newspapers, do you, Beryl? She shook her head again. You haven't heard from the Fennings, or any of the people you know, any unpleasant comment? Jan was asking me again about you, Beryl. I can't get him to talk about anything else. I think you will have to decide one way or the other. He was pulling on his gloves, an operation which gave him an excuse for looking elsewhere than at her. It struck me that he was growing impatient. You want to please yourself. But the suspense is rather getting on my nerves. She made no answer until, accompanying him to the door, she made a sudden resolve. How long will you be at Ronnie's? She asked. An hour, no longer, I think. Why, I wondered, she said. It was lamentably, wickedly weak in her, a servile surrender to expediency. Ronnie must save her, Ronnie, to whom she had best right of appeal. It was a bitter, hateful confession that, despising him, she loved him. She knew it, but in her desperation she seized the one straw that floated upon the inexorable current which was carrying her to physical and moral damnation. She loved the two halves of the perfect man. Salt and Ronnie Morell were the very soul and body of love. Ronnie must help. She loathed herself, yet she knew it was the truth. He might not be so vile as she believed him to be. There might be a spirit in him, a something to which she could reach. Anything was better than Step, she told herself wildly. Anything. The instinct of honour, some spark of courage and justice, transmitted to him by the men and women who bred him. She dreamed of him, terrible dreams that revolted her to wakefulness. By day she kept him from her mind, and then came night, and the unclean dreams that made her very soul writhe in an agony of shame, lest, in dreaming, she had exposed a foulness which consciously she had seen in herself. She could but try. If Ronnie failed— "Ronnie will fail. You know he will fail," whispered the voice of reason. G., a foreign-looking servant, opened the door to Evie Colebrook. "Mr. Morell is out, mademoiselle. Is he expecting you?" She was in a flutter, ready to fly on the least excuse. Francois opened the door wide. "Yes, but I will come back again. If mademoiselle will wait a little, perhaps Mr. Morell will return very soon." Francois was an ugly, bullet-headed little man, and his name was a war creation. It was, in fact, Otto, and he was a German Swiss. She came timidly into the big room, and was impressed by the solid luxury of it. So this was where Ronnie worked so hard. She laid her hand affectionately upon the big black table. She would not sit, preferring to walk about, delighted with the opportunity of making so leisurely an inspection of a room hallowed by such associations. Francois watched her a little sadly. He had a sister of her age, and, in his eyes at least, as pretty. Moreover, Francois had grown tired of his employer. Except for this, Ronald paid extraordinarily good wages. Men servants were in demand, and he would have no difficulty in finding another job. "I don't like it." He saw her pick up a framed photograph. "This is Mr. Morell's portrait, isn't it?" Evie felt on terms with the man. It seemed natural that she should. "Yes, mademoiselle, that is his portrait." She had wondered if Francois would be at Palermo, too. Evie frowned critically at the picture. It is not half good-looking enough. He had never done such a thing before. He marvelled at his own temerity even now. "That is possible, mademoiselle," said Francois, without enthusiasm. Evie opened her eyes in astonishment. "No, of course not. And you must promise not to tell Mr. Morell." "Mademoiselle, you will not be angry if I say something?" he asked, and as he grew more and more agitated, his English took a quainter turn. "Mademoiselle, I do not like to see you here." He said this dramatically. "Her name is Freda. And, mademoiselle, when I see you here, I think of her, and I say, I will speak to this good young lady." "It depends," hesitated the girl, "and then I promise." "Mademoiselle," said Francois a little huskily, "I have a little sister so big as you in Switzerland." Evie went crimson. "I don't know what you mean. You think I am silly, but I speak with a good heart." "I have made you cross," said Francois, in an agony of self-reproach. There was only one way out of this awkward conversation. Evie became easily confidential. "Of course you did," she said. She spoke as a woman of the world to a man of the world. "I appreciate what you say, Francois." Francois shot an imploring glance in her direction, and she nodded. "There you are, Ronnie. Didn't you say I was to come straight here? If I saw a girl, well, compromising herself, I mean a girl who hadn't my experience of the world, I'd say the same as you, but—" A knock at the outer door interrupted her. "Hello, Evie." He seemed a little annoyed. "I told you I would meet you at the statue." Evie was abashed. "Oh, I'm sorry," she began, but he went on. "Any letters, Francois?" "Yes, monsieur, on the desk." "All right, clear out." "No." But Francois lingered. "Monsieur?" "Well?" asked Ronnie, turning with a scowl. Francois was ill at ease. "You have Sundays, and you have your holidays." "That's enough," he said. "Tomorrow my brother is coming from Interlaken. May I have an evening for myself, monsieur?" Ronald was angry for many reasons. He was not in the mood to grant favours. Francois went out crestfallen. "I suppose you think I'm unkind," said Ronnie with a laugh, as he helped take off her coat. "But if you give that sort of people an inch, they'll take the earth." He dropped his hands upon her shoulders and looked into her eyes. "It is lovely to have you here," she asked in alarm. "You're 2 hours too soon. Am I? I was so upset last night that I don't know what you said. I said 10 o'clock, but it doesn't matter. Only Francois would have been gone by then. How lovely you are, Evie. How slim and straight and desirable." Suddenly she was in his arms, his face against hers. She struggled, pushing him away, escaping at last, too breathless for speech. "You smother me," she gasped. "Don't kiss me like that. Ronnie, let's talk. But I did so want to see your beautiful house. You know I oughtn't to be here," she urged. He did not take his eyes from her. "I don't know, Ronald. I do love you, but I'm so frightened." "You are going to do what I ask you?" She nodded, shook her head, her heart going furiously. He drew her down to him, and she sat demurely on the edge of the deep lounge-chair he occupied. "And I'll take you to— Where shall I take you?" he bantered. "Somewhere in Italy, you said?" She was good to see. "Palermo. Glorious Palermo. Darling. Think of what it will be, just you and I. No more snatched meetings and disagreeable sisters, eh?" Evie was thinking. He did not break in upon her thoughts. More attractive in her silence, for she had the slightest of Cockney twangs. "A change like that would be splendid for her, and I've always planned to give her one. I wish Christina could come," she said at last. A note of defiance was in her tone. "Christina? Good Lord! Come with us? You mad little thing. I'm not running a sanatorium." He laughed, leaning back in the chair to look up at her. "Ronnie, I know it is awful nerve on my part, but if you love me—" He expected this. The philosophies he imparted seldom survived the acid test which opportunity applied. "I suppose," she went on nervously, "it would be too much of a come-down to think of marrying me. Marriage!" His voice was reproving, his manner that of a man grievously hurt. "You know what I think, what we both think about marriage, Evie. It is respectable, anyway." "Respectable?" he scoffed. "Who respects you? Who thinks any worse of you if you aren't married? People respect you for your independence. Marriage! It is a form of bondage invented by professional Christians who make a jolly good living out of it. Well, religion is something." "And the Bible?" Ronnie jumped up. "We'll try the luck, Evie." Evie was a dubious spectator. He went to a shelf and took down a book. The fallibility of the method seemed open to question when such enormous issues were at stake. Yet she accepted a trifle reluctantly the little sword he handed to her, and thrust it between the pages of the closed book. She opened it at the passage the sword had found. "Woe unto you," she began, but he snatched the book from her hands. "No, silly," he said, and read glibly. "There is no fear in love. Perfect love casteth out fear." Evie was sceptical. "You made it up," she accused. "I mean, you only pretended it was there." "I know that passage. I learned it at school. It is in John." He chuckled, delighted at her astuteness. "You little bishop," he said, and kissed her. "Now sit and amuse yourself. I want to speak to Francois." He was on his way to the pantry to dismiss Francois to his home when the bell sounded. He stopped Francois with a gesture. "Don't open the door for a minute," he said in a low voice. "Evie, will you come tomorrow night?" "No, not tomorrow. Today is Monday. Come on Friday." "Yes, dear." She was glad to escape. "Through there," he pointed. "Who was the visitor?" "Francois, let mademoiselle out by the pantry door after you have answered the bell." People did not call upon him except by invitation, except Step, and Jan Step came slowly and suspiciously into the hall. Ronnie scarcely noticed the doctor, who followed him. "Why were you keeping me waiting?" he growled. "That's a lie. Francois could not have heard the bell," answered Ronnie easily. He looked round the room and sniffed. "You had a woman here, as usual, I suppose?" Ronnie looked injured. "Man? Some shop girl," insisted the big man. "One of your pickups, huh?" "I tell you I have been alone all the evening," said Ronnie, resigned. "He's as big a liar as you are." "Francois, isn't that so?" Jan Steppe saved the servant from needless perjury. "You'll burn your fingers one of these days." He had a deep, harsh laugh, entirely without merriment. "Let him alone, Step. You had a little trouble about one last year, didn't you?" Merville, impatient and fretful, broke in. I want to get this business over." Stepp stared at him. "Oh, you want to get it over, do you? We'll hurry things up for you, Doctor." Ronnie was interested. He had never heard Stepp speak to Merville in that tone. There had been a marked change in Jan's attitude, even in the past few days. However, Ronnie was chiefly concerned in considering all the possible reasons for this call. The doctor explained, and Ronnie breathed again. "We'll sit here," said Stepp. "Here are the papers you want, Merville. And, by the way—" He turned in his chair and glowered at Ronnie. "Do you remember we pooled the Midwell traction shares, Morrel?" He sat down in Ronnie's library chair, and taking a bundle of documents from his inside pocket, he threw them on the table. His voice was ominous. Yes, of course," said Ronnie, quaking. Stepp demanded deliberately. "We undertook to hold the stock until we mutually agreed as to the moment we should unload, huh?" Ronald made an ineffectual attempt to appear unconcerned. "And we undertook not to part with a share until the stock reached 43. "You're sure you remember?" he shouted. "Do you remember, huh?" "Yes," said Ronnie, and the big man's fist crashed down on the table. "You sold at 35. "You shut up. It didn't matter so much that traction slumped." "Do that again, and ye know what I'll do." "I'm sure Ronald wouldn't," began Merville, but was silenced. "My broker sold without authority." "But you broke faith with me, you rat." "Don't lose your temper, Stepp," said the other sulkily. "It was a mistake, I tell you." "Was it right?" "Whilst we are on the subject of the traction shares, I want to ask about the statement I filed in regard to the assets of the company." For a week the doctor had been trying to put this question. Stepp's voice was milder. Here was a topic to be avoided. "Of we three, I'm the only director. You're not in it, and Ronnie isn't in it. If there is anything wrong, I should be the goat." "You're all right." "Stepp, how do we stand there?" asked the doctor urgently. "What are you frightened about?" "I'm not frightened, but you had the draft. It is in the safe," said Stepp with some satisfaction. "I know Meropulus was doing work for you of a sort." "What was his position?" "And Salt." "Is that the safe which Salt made?" "He told me about it some time ago." "You went to the trial." Stepp turned his head again in Ronald's direction. "You saw him. Remember that? A big man. If you had his brains and his principles, you'd be a big man. You've seen him before. What do you think of him? Clever, huh?" "Well, I don't know." "Of course he's clever, you fool," said the other contemptuously. "I am attending the execution," said Ronnie. "The under-sheriff is admitting 3 press reporters, and I am to be one of them. This is the big pull of Salt. I'll tell you men all about Meropulus and Salt, because you're all tarred with my brush." Stepp eyed him gloomily, groping after the mind of the man who could fear him, yet did not fear to see a man done to death. "A pull he's never used. Meropulus and I had business together. I was on the other. He was on one side of a wall called law, huh? The comfortable side. And he used to hand things over. That put me a bit on his side. There were letters and certain other documents which we had to keep, yet were dangerous to keep. But you might always want 'em. I was scared over some shares that, well, I oughtn't have had them. And that's how Salt came to make the Destroying Angel. That's a good name. I christened it. There was a combination lock, the word being known only to Meropulus, Salt, and myself. When Meropulus was killed, I tried to get at it, but the police were there before me. If you try to cut through the sides, the water runs out, down drops the plunger with the same result. If you use the wrong combination, any combination but the right one, the acids are released and the contents of the safe destroyed. There was a typewritten note pasted on the top of the safe, telling exactly what would happen if they monkeyed with it. They hadn't dared to touch it. "Suppose this man tells?" asked Merville fearfully. "It's in the Black Museum today, with enough stuff inside to send me, well, a hell of a long way. He won't tell. That kind of man doesn't squeal. If it had been Ronald Morrel, I'd have been on my way to South America by now. A word from Salt and I'm—" He snapped his fingers. "But do you think it worries me? I can sleep and go about my work without a second's fear. That's the kind of man I am. No nerves. Look at my hand." He thrust out his heavy paw stiffly. "Steady as a rock, huh?" "Good boy, Salt. I met him once," began Ronnie. "I've met him more than once," said the grim Stepp. "A man with strange, compelling eyes, the only fellow that ever frightened me." He looked at Ronald curiously. "It is unbelievable that a white-livered devil like you can see him die. It would make me sick. I don't know how you can do it. And yet you, whose nerves ought to be rags considering the filthy life you live, can stand calmly by, to see a man's soul go out. Ronnie laughed quickly. Salt's rather keen on his soul. Boyle, the governor, says he recited Henley's poem on his way to the cells. But Stepp did not laugh. Soul? He made me believe in something. Soul, or spirit, or something. He dominated me. Do you believe in the soul, Merville? Yes, I do. A transient X, that only abides in the body at the will of its host. Ronnie groaned wearily. Oh, God, are you going to lecture? He asked, and Jan Stepp roared at him. Shut up! Go on, Merville. Do you mean that it leaves the body before death? I think so, said Merville thoughtfully. Really? Stepp's voice was intense. I've often stood by the side of a patient desperately sick, and suddenly felt in my body his despair and weakness, and seen him brighten and flush with my strength. Do you mean that your spirits have exchanged themselves? Dr. Merville flicked the ash of his cigar into the fireplace. There has been a momentary exchange. Call it spirit, soul, X, anything you like. Call it individuality. How do you explain it? Science doesn't explain everything, said Merville. Science accepts a whole lot of what we call incommensurables. Stepp pushed away the papers and rose. That'll do for the night. Keep those papers, you fellows, and digest them. Ronnie was eager to serve. You going out, Morel? No. Would you like me to go anywhere with you? No, shortly. Merville, I'm dining with you tomorrow. I've got a box at the Pantheon, and I hope Beryl won't have a headache this time. The doctor was obviously embarrassed. She isn't very bright just now. The door banged, and Ronnie drew a deep breath. Let her be bright enough to come to dinner tomorrow night, said Stepp. Thank God, he said piously. Really, Beryl? Therefore it was Ronnie who answered the sharp ring of the bell. When he saw the girl, his jaw dropped. Fratzy Francois went after them, not unhappy to detach himself from a tense and threatening atmosphere. His resentment against his employer somewhat modified when he reached home, by a letter from his visiting brother announcing the postponement of his departure from Switzerland. Whatever made you come? You place me in a most awkward position. Stepp was here. Suppose he came back. Why didn't you bring somebody with you? He was flustered and scared. Stepp might return at any moment. Did that child from the druggist's have a chaperone? I'm sorry I have outraged the proprieties, said Beryl with a little smile. Eh? Ronnie was startled. I saw her come in, and I saw her go out. I've been waiting for an opportunity of seeing you. She's pretty, but, oh, Ronald, she's only a baby. Ronnie made a quick recovery from his surprise. If she had seen Evie, she had also seen Stepp, and must be sure that he had gone. She would probably know from her father what were their plans for the night. I give you my word of honour, Beryl, said he earnestly, that she merely came to see me about her sister. You know her, Christina. I think she is called. Evie is very anxious that I should help send her abroad. As far as Evie is concerned, you can put your mind at rest. I give you my solemn word of honour that I have never a much as held her hand. She knew he was lying, but tonight of all nights she must accept his word. She was in a fever. It was almost painful to hold fast to the last shreds of her failing reserve. Ronald. Her voice was tremulous, and he braced himself for a scene. You don't want me to marry Stepp? So that was it. And he had thought she had accepted the position so admirably. Ronald, do you know it would be death to me, worse than death to me? Can't you use your imagination? Her eyes avoided his. That alone helped to restore a little of his poise. She had come as a suppliant, and would not be difficult to handle. I don't want to talk about what has happened. The old Beryl, polished, cynical mistress of herself and her emotions, might have beaten him down, induced God knows what extravagant promises. I am not reproaching you or appealing to any sense of duty, but she stood there, her eyes downcast, twisting her gloves into tight spirals. He said nothing, holding his arguments in reserve against her exhaustion. You make it hard, awfully hard for me, Ronnie. You do know Stepp wants to marry me, he nodded. Do you realize what that means? To me, Ronnie? He's not a bad fellow, protested Ronnie. Really, Beryl, I never dreamed you were going to take this line. Is it decent? He's awful, Ronnie. You know he's awful. He's hideous. He's just animal all through. Animal with reasoning powers, gross, horrible. You liked me, Ronnie, she was pleading now. Why don't you marry me? I love you. I must have loved you. I could learn to respect you so easily. They say you're rotten, but you're of my own kind. Ronnie, don't you know what it means to me to say this, don't you know? She was gripping his arm with an intensity which made him wince. Hysteria? Suppose Step did come back? He went moist at the thought. It would save me. Ronnie, why don't you? She breathed. It would save Father, too. He would accept the accomplished fact, and be relieved. Ronnie, it would save my soul and my body. I'd serve you as faithfully as any woman ever served a man, I would, Ronnie. I'm sure you'd be happy. I'd be as light as the lightest woman you know. Don't you realize what I'm saying? My dear girl, he said, thoroughly alarmed. I couldn't oppose Step. He's a good fellow, really he is. I'm awfully fond of you. Then take me away. I'll go with you tonight. Now, take me. Ronnie, I'll go, now, this very minute, and I'll bless you. He wouldn't want me then. I know him. I wish you wouldn't talk such rot, he quavered. Take me, she urged desperately. There is a train tonight for Ostende. Take me. Take me, Ronald. I could love you in gratitude. Save me from this gross man. Ronnie, in a flurry of fear, pushed her away. Step would kill me. You don't know what you're talking about, he said shrilly. Beryl, I'm fond of you, but I can't cross Step. That was the end, her last throw in the game. That was all. Ronnie was Ronnie. She was very calm now. But for her pallor and the uncontrollable tremor of her hands, her old self, that she had humiliated herself did not bring her a moment's regret. I think I'll go, she said, taking up her furs. Stampeded, she had been stampeded by sheer physical fear. You need not get me a cab, this time. And Meropulus cannot photograph me. I couldn't do that. I might have forced you to do what I wished, playing on your fears. What a coward! But I won't reproach you, Ronnie. This time he took no risks. She held out her hand, and he held it reluctantly. He gave her a minute's start, and then he, too, went out. Madame Ritchie was ever a place of refuge to Ronnie when his nerves were jangled. 14th, how quickly the days flew past. What can I tell you of him? Beryl had a letter from Sir John Maxton one Saturday. I have seen our friend for the third time since the sentence. You know that on Tuesday he goes away. Those are his own words. Beryl, that you do not know, he has become one of my dearest friends. How strange that seems written. Yet it is true, and when he asked me if I would come and see him on the morning, I agreed. In France, it is the custom of the defending advocate to be present. I am glad it is not necessary in England. Yet I shall go, and I pray that I may be as fearless as he. He spoke of you yesterday, and of Christina. That is Miss Colebrook, isn't it? Completely untroubled. That is how I should describe Ambrose. But so cheerfully. The officers of the prison are fond of him, and even the chief warder, a hard-bitten guardsman who was the principal flogger at Pentonville for many years, speaks of him affectionately. He has been allowed the privilege of a reader, one of the warders, an educated man who acts as librarian to the prison. He has chosen Gibbon's Roman Empire, and on my suggestion he is concentrating on the chapters dealing with the creation of the Byzantine Empire. The chaplain sees him frequently, and Ambrose is politely attentive. The story of Belisarius fascinates him. Belisarius is a character after his own heart, as I knew would be the case. It is rather like a village schoolmaster instructing Newton in astronomy. Ambrose is so far advanced that the good man's efforts to bring him to an understanding are just a little pathetic. I can't understand Mr. Pinley's God, he said to me when I called immediately after the clergyman's visit. He is a slave's conception of a supermaster, the superstition of a fighting tribe. Ambrose holds to his own faith, which is comprehended in Henley's poem, Out of the Dark Which Covers Me. He recites this continuously. I said that he spoke of you and Christina. I asked him if he would like to see you both, knowing that if he did, you would face the ordeal. but he said that it was unnecessary. On the Monday evening, Christina came to the house. They did not sleep that night. "I suppose we're neurotic, but I never felt saner," said Beryl, or more peacefully minded. "And it is Ambrose. And yet, if it were somebody I did not know, some servant with whom I was just on nodding terms, I should be a bundle of nerves. Christina, are we just keyed up, overstrained? Shall we collapse? I have wondered." 6, 7, 8, 9, counted Beryl, tense, exalted. "I shall not break," said Christina. "I have been worrying about you, yet it was Christina on whom the chimes of the little French clock on the mantelpiece fell like the knell of doom. It was over. Ambrose Salt had gone the way. Goodbye, Ambrose." Christina's voice was a wail. Before Beryl could reach her, she had slipped to the floor in a dead faint. Ronald Morel came down the carpeted stairs of the House of Shame, and there was a half-smile on his lips, as though the echoes of laughter were still vibrating through this silent mansion, and he must respond. The hall was in darkness, except for the light admitted by a semicircular transom. Turning his head, he saw that the door of the salon was ajar, and he hesitated. He had never seen the salon by daylight, only at night, when the soft lights were burning, and silver chandeliers glowed with tiny yellow globes. He pushed open the door. The darkness here had been relieved by somebody who had opened one window and unshuttered 2 others. The room was in disorder, chairs remained where the sitters had left them, and the cold grey light of morning looked upon tarnished gilding and faded damask, and the tawdry litter of the night before. Merciless, pitiless, contemptuous was the sneer of the clean dawn. Ronald's smile deepened. And then he caught a reflection of himself in one of the long mirrors. He shivered. He looked pale and drawn. A car was waiting for him at the end of the slumbering street. Not because the mirror gave back the illusion of a sick man, he knew well enough he was healthy, but because he glimpsed the something in his eyes, the leering devil that sat behind the levers and turned the switches of desire. The sun had not yet risen, and Winchester was a 2 hours' run with a clear road. Madame did not like cars at the door in the early hours of the morning, and he stepped in, wrapping his coat about him. The clear sky gave promise of a perfect winter day, but the morning air was cold. He pulled up the windows of the car and wished he had bought a newspaper or book to while away the time. In 2 hours, the soul of Ambrose Salt, the soul. Salt was in Winchester Gaol awaiting the dread hour, and from somewhere in Lancashire a gaunt-faced barber who had marked in his diary the date of an engagement had taken train to Ronald's destination, carrying with him supple straps that would bind the wrists of the living and be slipped from the wrists of the dead. What was the soul? Was it riches enteleci, that innermost secret of animation? Was there substance to the soul? Was it material? A flame. Melville had once called it a flame from a common fire. Could the flame leap at will from a man's body and leave him? What? A lunatic? A madman? A beast without reason? Ronald shrugged away the speculation, but the scholar in him was uneasy, and insensibly he came back to the problem. The promise of fair weather was belied as the car drew nearer to Winchester. A mist, thin and white, lay like a blanket on the streets, and Ronald's car hawked its way into the still thicker mist which lay on Winchester Common. The car drew up at the prison gates, and he looked at his watch. It wanted 9:15. Ronnie saw a thin man, thinly clad, walking up and down outside. Ronnie wondered who he was. His hair was long and fell over his coat collar. His nose was red with the cold, and now and again he stopped to stamp his feet. And he found himself in a square stone room furnished with a desk, a high stool, and 1 chair. A wicket opened at his ring, and he showed his authority through the bars before. With a clang and a clatter of turning locks and the thud of many bolts, the door swung open. It was a cheerless room, in spite of the fire, thought Ronald. The warder took his authority, and read it, made an entry in the hook, and rang a bell. Again the clatter and click of the lock, and another warder came in. 3 sets of handcuffs garlanded above the chimney-piece. A suggestive truncheon lay on brackets near the warder's desk, and within reach of his hand, and a framed copy of Prison Regulations only served to emphasize the bareness of the remaining wall. "Take this gentleman to the governor's room," said the doorkeeper. The governor's room was scarcely more cheerful than the gatekeeper's lodge. Ronald was amused because the second warder put his hand on his arm as though he were a prisoner, and did not remove his hand even when he was unlocking the innumerable gates, doors, and grills which stood between liberty and thousand prisoners. There was a desk piled with papers, a worn leather armchair, and an office smell which was agreeable and human. The governor shook hands with the visitor, whom he had met before, and Ronald nodded to the two other pressmen who were waiting. Then they took him out into the yard. The warder led the way, and the doctor followed. Then came the governor, and last, save for the warder who brought up the rear, went Ronald Morrell, without a single tremor of heart, to the house of doom. Outside, 3 blankets neatly folded were stacked one on each other. They were the blankets in which the condemned man had slept. To a great glass-roofed hall, with tier upon tier of galleries and yellow cell doors, and near at hand that which was nearest to them as they came in one cell, door ajar. Here was a weight, a nerve-racking weight to those with nerves. Ronald had none. A small door opened into the yard, and he strolled through it and found himself in a small black courtyard. 20 paces away was a little building, which looked like a tool-house. There were 2 grey-black sliding doors, and these were open. All he could see was a plain, clean interior, with a scrubbed floor and a yellow rope that hung from somewhere in the roof. He was joined by an officer whom he took to be the chief warder. Physically, Ronald was a coward. He admitted as much to himself. He feared pain. He shrank from danger. In his questionable business transactions, he guarded himself in every way from unpleasant consequences, employing 2 lawyers who checked one another's conclusions. Yet he could watch the pain of others and never turn a hair. He had witnessed capital operations, and had found stimulus in the experience which the hospital theatre brings to the enthusiastic scientist. He had seen death administered by the law in England, America, and France, and then it was only disgust he felt. Once he stood by the side of a guillotine in a little northern town of France, and watched 3 shrieking men dragged to the widow, and was the least affected of the spectators, until the blood of one splashed his hand. He himself was incapable of violent action. He might torture the helpless, but he would have to be sure they were helpless. "Chilly this morning, sir?" said the chief warder conversationally, and said that he did not know what was happening to the weather nowadays. "In a prison? Is this the first time you've been inside?" "Oh, Lord, no," said Ronnie. "Ah." The warder jerked his head toward the door. "On this kind of job?" "Yes, twice before." The officer looked glum. "Not very pleasant. It upsets all the routine of the establishment. Can't get the men out for exercise till after it is over. They sit in their cells and brood. We always have a lot of trouble afterwards." "How is he going to take it?" asked Ronald. "Who?" "The prisoner." Mr. Marsden smiled. "Oh, he's going to take it all right. They never give any trouble. And he'll go laughing, you mark my words. We like him here. That's a funny thing to say, isn't it? But I assure you, I've had to take 3 men off observation duty. They are the warders who sit in the cell with him. They got so upset. It is a fact. Here's the deputy. Old fellows who'd been in the prison service for years. A tall man in a trench coat had come through the grill. "Good morning, Morrell. Have you seen the governor?" Ronnie nodded. "He won't be here for the event," said Major Boyle. "An extraordinary thing. Between ourselves, he said he couldn't stand it. Have you seen Sir John Maxton?" "No, is he here?" asked Ronnie, interested. "He's in the cell with the man. There he is." Sir John's face was grey. He seemed to have shrunken. He had not expected to see Ronnie, but he made no comment on his presence. "Good morning, Boyle." "Good morning, Ronnie." "I have just said good-bye to him." "Aren't you staying?" "No, he understands," said Sir John briefly. Then he seemed to be conscious of Ronnie's presence. The deputy had gone back to the hall. "Ronnie, how could you come here this morning and meet the eyes of this man so soon to face God?" he asked in a hushed voice. Ronnie's lips curled. "I suppose you feel in your heart that it is a great injustice, that your noble-minded murderer should go to a shameful death, whilst a leprous but respectable member of society, like myself, walks free through that gate." "I would wish no man this morning's agony," said the other. There was the sound of a slamming door, and a man came into the yard, squat, unshaven, a little nervous. A derby hat was on the back of his head, and in his hands, clasped behind him, was a leathern strap. Suppose you were God. Ronnie, have you no decency? Oh, yes, but suppose you were. Would you transfer the soul and the individuality of us two, Ambrose Salt and Ronnie Morell? God forgive me, I would, for you are altogether beastly. Ronnie laughed again. There's the hangman, said Ronnie. Ask him what he thinks of murderers' souls. What is death, said John. Look at those tablets on the wall, just a few initials. Yet they sleep as soundly as the great in the abbey under their splendid monuments, though they were hanged by the neck until they were dead. You would like God to change us. One of those changes which Merville talked about the other night. It was a pity you weren't there. Sir John said nothing. He walked to the grill, and a warder unlocked the steel door. For a second he stood, and then, as the hangman went into the hall, he passed out through the opened gate. The drone of the burial service came to Ronald Morell, and he took off his hat. Presently 2 warders came from the hall, and then another 2, walking solemnly in slow step, and then an abound man, a great rugged figure who overshadowed the clergyman by his side. Salt was reciting something. His powerful voice drowned the thin voice of the minister. It matters not how straight the gate, he paced in time to the meter. How charged with punishment the scroll, I am the master of my fate. Nearer and yet nearer, and then their eyes met. The debonair worldling, silk hat in hand, his hair brushed and pomaded, his immaculate cravat set faultlessly, and the other, that big grey-faced man with the mane of hair, his rough clothes and his collarless shirt. They looked at one another for a fraction of a second, eye to eye, and Ronald felt something was drawing at him, tugging at his very heartstrings. The eyes of the man were luminous, appealing, terrible. And then, with a crash, the world stood still. All animate creation was frozen stiff, petrified, motionless, and Ronald swayed for a moment. Then a firm hand on his arm pushed him forward. He stepped forth mechanically. He had a curious, almost painful feeling of restriction. He tried to speak, but no sound came, and looking up he saw, and then he realized, with a half-sob, that his hands were bound behind him, strapped so tightly that they were swollen and tingling, and warders were holding his arms. Once more he was looking into eyes, but they were the eyes of himself. Ronald Morell was standing watching him with sorrow and pity. Ronald Morell was watching himself. And then again the urgent hand pressed him forward, and he paced mechanically. I know that my Redeemer liveth. The little clergyman was walking by his side, reading tremulously. The executioner? It must be the executioner, he thought, stooped and strapped his legs tightly. Ronald looked down at himself. His shoe was hurting him. Somebody had left a nail there, and he cursed Francois. But those were not his shoes he was looking at. They were great rough boots, and his trousers were old and frayed, and there was a shiny patch on his knee. Man that is born of a woman hath but little time upon this earth, and that time is filled with misery. He walked like one in a dream into the shed, and felt the trap sag under him. Ronald wondered what would happen. The man put a cloth over his face. It was linen, unbleached and pungent. When the executioner passed the elastic loops behind his ears, he released one too quickly, and it stung. It was an absurd mistake, of course, rather amusing in a way. Francois had not been paid his month's salary, and Francois was meeting his brother today from Interlaken in the Oberland. "It is not me, it is not me," said Ronald numbly. "It is the body of Ambrose Salt, the gross body of Ambrose Salt. I am standing outside watching. It is Salt who is being hanged. Salt. I am Morell of Balliol, Major Boyle," he screamed aloud. "Major Boyle? You know me. I am Morell." Yet his body was huge. He felt its grossness, its size, the strength of the corded muscles of the arm, the roaring fury of the life which surged within him. The prison clock struck 9. Book the 4th. He heard a squeak. The lever was being pulled. With a crash the trap gave way, and the body of Ambrose Salt swung for a second and was dead. But it was the soul of Ronald Morell that went forth to the eternal spaces of infinity. Aye, a warder came round the edge of the pit, with his arms extended, as the executioner, reaching out his hand, steadied the quivering rope. "He's all right," he said vaguely. The prison doctor looked down the pit. The tremulous clergyman was the last to go. Backing out of the death chamber, he watched the warders close and lock the doors. There were tears in that good man's eyes. He was not bad. He was not bad, he murmured shakily. The body of Ronald Morell settled its top hat firmly on its shapely head and looked down at the little parson. I wish he had repented the murder. His voice was strangely deep and rich. There was nothing to repent, said Ronald quietly. If repentance were possible, the murder was unnecessary. Hearing himself, he wondered. The minister looked up at him in surprise. Poor lonely, lonely soul. Poor soul, said Ronnie thoughtfully. He said exactly the same thing to me this morning, he said, and, in almost identical words, the poor fellow expressed his thoughts in language which seemed unnatural, remembering his illiteracy. He took the minister's arm in his, and they walked back to the prison hall. There was a surplice to be shed, devotional books to be packed in a little black bag. A condemned cell was being turned out by two men in convict's garb. One was using a broom, sweeping with long, leisurely strokes, and his face had a suggestion of sadness. The other was carrying out the remainder of the bedding and washing the utensils which the dead man had used. All this Ronald noticed with a curiously detached interest. Shepherded back again to the governor's office, there was a form to be signed, testifying that he had witnessed the execution which had been carried out in a proper and decorous manner. Ronald took the pen and hesitated a second before he signed. The appearance of his signature on paper interested him. It was unfamiliar. "You've seen these executions before, Mr. Morell?" said the under-sheriff. "Oh, yes," said Ronald quietly. "I do not think I shall come again. The waste of it, the malice of it. An eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth," said the under-sheriff gruffly, and Ronald smiled sadly. "The Old Testament is excellent as literature, but in parts diabolical as a code of morals," he said, and went through the porter's lodge to the world. There was a small crowd, some 20 or 30 people grouped at a distance from the gate. Their interest was concentrated upon the kneeling figure that confronted Ronnie as he walked out of the lodge. "He comes here every time we have a hanging," said the gateman in Ronnie's ear. It was the thin man in the threadbare coat. He knelt bareheaded, his blue hands clasped, his voice hoarse with a cold. Presently, and with a final supplication, the man got up and dusted his knees. "Let him be the child of thy mercies. Pardon, we beseech thee, O Lord our God, this our brother who comes before thy seat of judgment." Ronnie listened to the husky voice. "For whom are you praying?" asked Ronnie gently. "For Ambrose Salt, brother," answered the man. He looked thoughtfully at the man and then walked away. "For Ambrose Salt?" repeated Ronnie absently. "That is very sweet." Following the common road that would have taken him to Winchester, he heard a car coming behind him, and presently the glittering bonnet moved past him and stopped. "Excuse me, sir." Ronnie looked round. He did not know the chauffeur who was touching his cap, and yet he had seen his face. "Oh, I thought you may have missed the car. I had to park away from the prison." He breathed a heavy sigh as the problem was solved. It was his own car, and the chauffeur's name was Parker. "You look cold, Parker." "I haven't the slightest idea where I was going," he laughed. "We had better stop in Winchester and get breakfast." Parker could only gape. "Yes, sir," he stammered. "But don't worry about me, sir. I shall be all right." Ronnie was puzzling again. Then he had it. The Red Lion. There was an inn just outside of Winchester. He had stopped there before. Apparently Parker expected some such directions. They left the mists behind them at Winchester and came to the Red Lion. A pretty girl waitress at the hotel saw Ronnie and tossed her head. Her manner was cold. He couldn't remember. That was the oddness of it. He had lost some of his memories. They were completely blotted out from his mind. Why was this pretty girl so cross? He was to learn. The chauffeur was at his breakfast. Finishing his breakfast, he strolled out into the big yard where the car was garaged. "Hi, I want to have a talk with you." A man was approaching. Moreover, his style and appearance was hostile. He looked like a groom, wearing gaiters as he did, and he was in his shirt-sleeves. "You're the man who was staying here for the trial?" challenged the newcomer. "Was I? I suppose so. Was you?" "Yes, you was," sneered the groom savagely. "Staying here with a young woman, and you went and interfered with my young woman." "Yes, interfered, said things to her." His voice went up the scale until he was shouting. There was a stir of feet, and men and women came to the doors of outhouses and kitchens. "Doesn't it strike you that you are making the young lady feel uncomfortable? If she is here," said Ronnie seriously, "you are shouting what should be whispered." "No, no, Parker, please do not interfere." He lunged forward, but his blow did not get home. "I'll tell you what does strike me," bellowed the groom, rolling up his sleeves, "that I'm going to give you damnedest lacing you ever had. Put 'em up." He fell against the stable door. A hand gripped him by one shoulder and swung him round. Crash! Happily, there was a wall for Parker to lean against. He was open-mouthed, incredulous. Phew! Morel, who was ready to drop from terror at a threat, was standing, hands on hips, surveying the bewildered fire-eater. If I behaved disgracefully to the lady, I'm sorry." All this in a voice that did not reach beyond his adversary. "I'm extremely sorry you made me do that," he said almost apologetically, "but you really must not shout, especially about unpleasant things." Parker heard the low music of it and scratched his head. Morel's voice had changed. Later, when Ronnie was preparing to depart, Parker ventured to offer felicitations. "I never saw a man go through it like that fellow did, and they think something of him as a fighter in these parts." "It was nothing," said Ronnie hastily. "A trick. I learned it in New Caledonia from a Japanese who was in the same prison." Parker blinked. "What on earth am I talking about?" "Yes, sir," he said, and then Ronnie laughed. "I think we will go home, Parker." "Yes, sir," said Parker, breathing hard. Parker hoped he would keep drunk. He had never seen his master drunk before, and drunk he undoubtedly was, for not only had he fought, but he was civil. In his pocket Ronnie found a gold cigarette-case, a pocket-book, a watch and chain, a small bill-case, and a gold pencil. In his trousers pocket were a few silver coins and some keys. He found them literally. The seat of the car was strewn with his discoveries. Whose were they? The cigarette-case was inscribed, "To Ronnie from Beryl." Ronnie? Beryl? Of course they were his own properties. He chuckled gleefully at his amusing lapse. "Yes, of course I phone you at the garage." "No, I shan't want you again, Parker. How do I get into touch with you if—" "Good morning." "Good morning." Parker was too dazed to return the politeness. Ronnie shook his head smilingly when the porter opened the gate of the automatic elevator. This exercise tired him slightly. He would walk, he said, and went up the stairs 2 at a time. And usually he felt so strong, nothing tired him. That day he lifted Meropulus and flung him on his bed. Meropulus had hated him ever since. "What am I thinking about?" said Ronnie Morel aloud. Francois was not in. There was a letter lying on the table. Ronnie had expected him to be there, and yet would have been surprised had he seen him. Ronnie saw it when he entered the room. He did not look at it again for some time. He made a little grimace of disgust. Out of the tail of his eye he saw the letter. Strolling aimlessly round the library, hands in pockets, he stopped before the Antony over the mantelpiece, ugly and a little unpleasant. Why did people write to him, he wondered? Troubled? They knew that he couldn't read. He made no secret of his ignorance. The letter was from Francois. Yet, picking up the envelope, he read his own name and was unaware of his inconsistency. His brother had arrived. He had gone to the station to meet him, and would return instantly. Would Monsieur excuse? It was unlikely that Monsieur would return before him, but if he did, would he be pleased to excuse? He wrote excuse 3 times, and in 3 different ways, and they were all wrong. Ronald laughed softly. Poor soul! Poor Francois! Poor! His face became grave, and slowly his eyes went back to the Antony, that lewd painting. His eyes filled with tears. They rolled with the curious leisure of tears down his face, and dropped on the grey suede waistcoat. Poor soul! Poor, weak, undeveloped soul! Ronnie was sitting on the Chesterfield to read the letter. Francois, coming in hurriedly, saw a man crying into the crook of his arm, and stood petrified. "Monsieur!" Ronnie looked up. His eyes were swollen, his smooth skin blotchily red in patches. "Hello, Francois. I'm being stupid. Get me a glass of water, please." Francois watched and marvelled. His hand was shaking so that he could hardly hold the glass to his chattering teeth. "Did you meet your brother?" Ronnie was drying his eyes and smiling faintly at the valet's grotesque dismay. "No, make me something." "Yes, monsieur." "I hope that monsieur was not inconvenienced." Ronnie shook his head. "Coffee or tea, anything? Have you brought your brother here?" "Oh, no, monsieur. You will want to see him, Francois. You may take the rest of the day off." "Certainly, monsieur," said Francois, recovering himself. His services were seldom dispensed with until later in the day. Possibly his employer had excellent reason. Francois came in alone, secretive, low-voiced. Ronnie did not hear the bell ring, and until he caught the click of the lock and the sound of voices in the lobby, he had no idea that he had a caller. "It is Mr. East, monsieur. Yesterday was the day, but monsieur forgot," he said mysteriously. "Yesterday was—" "What day?" Ronnie rubbed his chin with a knuckle. How stupid of him to forget. "Ask him to come in, please." Francois hesitated, but went, returning with a thin young man whose face seemed all angles and bosses. He was well dressed, a little too well dressed. He had a way of holding back his head so that he looked down his nose in whatever direction his gaze was turned. His plastered hair was parted, and one fringe curled like a wave of black ink that had been petrified, just as it was in the act of breaking on the yellow beach of his forehead. "Morning," he said coldly, and cleared his throat. "Good morning." Ronnie's tone was polite, but inquisitive. "I called yesterday, but nobody was in," said Mr. East, gently stern. "Why did you call at all?" asked Ronnie. A look of amazement turning to righteous anger from Mr. East. "Why did I call at all?" he repeated. He was quick to smile today. "To give you a chance of acting the man, to collect what is due to a poor girl that was. To commit blackmail, in fact," smiled Ronnie. "Eh? I remember. I have given you money every week, ostensibly for your sister. Tell her to come and see me." "What? Her come to see you?" "In this, what I might term, den of iniquity." "No, I don't allow you to see the poor girl." Ronnie got to his feet, and the listening Francois heard the door open. "And as for blackmail, didn't you, of your own free will, offer to pay?" Mr. East had grown red in the face. He was indignant, hurt, and soon would be pugnacious. "Get out, please," said Ronnie pleasantly. "I don't wish to hurt you, but get out." The man was speechless. "I am going to a lawyer," he blustered. "I won't soil my hands with you." "I think you are very wise," said Ronnie, and closed the door on him. On the mat outside, Mr. East stood for at least 5 minutes thinking, or trying to think. "He's been drinking," he said hollowly. And had he consulted Parker, his suspicions would have received support. Francois, his employer's summons, and came from his tiny compartment. "I am going out," said Ronnie. "I will telephone for the car, monsieur," but Ronnie shook his head. "I will walk," he said. "You need not wait, Francois. Have I a key?" "Yes, monsieur," wonderingly. "It is on the chain of monsieur." Ronnie pulled a bunch from his pocket. "Which is it? This?" "Certainly, monsieur." "You need not wait," said Ronnie again. "I do not know when I shall be in." "Good, monsieur." Well might Francois wonder, for Ronnie was speaking in French, the French of a man who had lived with French people. It was 8 o'clock at night when Ronnie returned, and Ronald Morel, though he had a knowledge of that language, never spoke it, or if he did, his accent was bad and his vocabulary limited. The flat was in darkness and was chilly. He turned on the lights before he closed the door, and had a difficulty in finding the switch. It took him a longer time to locate the controls of the electric stove in the fireplace. They were skillfully hidden. In the kitchenette he lit a gas ring, and filling a copper kettle, set the water to boil. Francois, in his hurry to meet his brother that morning, had forgotten to dust the black writing table. Ronnie found a duster, and remedied his man's neglect. By the time he had finished, the kettle was boiling. The tea was in a little wooden box. The sugar he found on another shelf. There was no milk. Ronnie put on his coat, and with a jug in his hand, went out to find a dairy. "Excuse me, Mr. Morel." The hall porter saw a man in a silk hat and wasp-waisted overcoat passing his lodge, and came out hurriedly. "They will be closed now, sir," said the porter. "Is there anything I can do for you?" "I want some milk," said Ronnie simply. "But please don't trouble. There is a dairy in the Brompton Road. I remember seeing the place. Give me the jug. I'll get some for you." He took the vessel and made a flat-to-flat canvas, and was successful in his quest. He explained pleasantly that he had upset a can of flour. Francois occasionally prepared an omelette for his master. When Ronnie opened the door to the porter, Ronnie was in his shirt-sleeves, and he had a broom in his hand. "If you'll let me sweep it out," began the porter, but Ronnie declined the offer. Then he sat down to pass the evening. The bookshelves were bewilderingly interesting. With a cup of tea and a slice of bread and butter, he made a meal, cleared away the remnants of the feast, and washed and dried the utensils. He took out a book. Great! The execution. Of course, he read Greek, and this was the memorabilia, its margins covered with pencil notes in his own handwriting. Presently he replaced the book and tried to reduce the events of the day to some sort of order. What happened outside the execution shed? Ambrose Salt's? He looked into the eyes of the condemned man, and suddenly the placid current of his mind had been disturbed as by a mighty wind, and standing there he had watched something being taken into the death-house. Whose uncouth body was it that hung strapped and strangled in the brick-pit? He remembered a second of painful experience, when he had a confused memory of strange people and places, queer earthquake memories. He had been Ambrose Salt in those 10 seconds, with all the consciousness of Salt's life, all the passion of Salt's faith, and then the weighted traps had fallen with a thunderous clap, and he was Ronald Morell again, only different. He recollected having been flogged by a red-haired brute of a man who wielded a strap. He recalled a dim-lit cell, and the pale blue eyes of a clergyman who was pleading with him, of a woman, dark-faced and thick-lipped. His mother, he remembered, Pastor Ambrose Salt. Yet he was not wholly conscious of the difference. What a strange business it was! How was humanity served by that ritual of death? He was being weak, but, oh God, how sad, how unutterably sad! His heart melted within him, as in a vivid flash he saw the blank despair of the trussed victim of the law shuffling forward to annihilation. He sobbed into his hands, and was pained at the futility of his grief. Poor soul, poor mean, smirched soul! How vilely it had served the beautiful body which was its habitation! He looked up, frowning. His tear-stained face puckered in perplexity. Beautiful body! Ambrose Salt was gross, uncouth, and by all accounts a good man. Even Stepp admired his principles. Why should principles be admired? It was natural to be honest and clean. He had left the door of the pantry ajar. The shrill sound of the bell brought him to his feet. "My friend, you must wait," said Ronnie. He waited to wipe his face, and the bell rang again impatiently. A third time the bell rang before he opened the door. "Hello? You're in, huh?" Stepp filled the doorway. The expanse of his shirt-front showed like a great white heart against the gloom of his evening dress. "Long time answering the bell. I suppose you've got somebody here." He looked around. The only light in the room was the shaded table lamp. Ronnie had extinguished the others before he sat down. "The wicked love for darkness, huh? Huh?" Stepp chuckled, and then, looking past him, Ronnie saw that he was not alone. Beryl waited at the door, and behind her was Dr. Merville. "Get dressed and come out," commanded Stepp noisily. "What's the matter with all you people, huh? Come along. We're going to a theatre. You're as bad as Beryl, sitting in the dark. You overbred people think too much." "May we come in, Ronnie?" asked Beryl. It was very likely that Stepp's crude suggestion was justified. She had no illusions about Ronnie. "Come in?" "Of course you can come in," said Stepp scornfully. "Now hurry, Morell. We'll give you 10 minutes, and put some lights on. There is enough light." Ronnie's voice was calm and deep. Stepp, turning to find the switch, swung back again and peered at his face. "What's that?" he asked sharply. "I said there wasn't. What have you done to your voice? Here." He walked across the room and ran his hand down the 3 switches. Ronnie screwed up his eyes to meet the painful brilliance. He saw Beryl's look of surprise, met the stare of the big man. "He's been crying," bellowed Stepp in delight. "Ha! Look at him, Beryl, snivelling. Mr. Stepp, jam. How can you? How can I? By God, he's been snivelling. Look at his face. Look at his eyes." Stepp slapped his thigh in an ecstasy of joy. "So it got you, huh? I couldn't understand how a fellow like you could see it without curling up." His coarseness, the malignity, the heartlessness of the man, sickened Beryl Merville. But Ronnie! He was serene, unmoved by the other's taunts, meeting his eyes steadily. It was dreadful, so dreadful, Step. To see that poor shrieking thing thrust forward, struggling. "What?" shouted Step, and the girl gasped. Ambrose Salt, shrieking in fear. "You lie," snarled Step. "Salt wasn't that kind. I've seen Maxton, and he says he was without fear." "You're dreaming, you fool. If it had been you, yes, you'd have squealed, by God. You would have raised Cain. But Ambrose Salt, he was a man. Do you hear? A man. He's dead, and I'm glad. But he was a man." He held himself in with an effort. "Get dressed and come out," he ordered roughly. "I'm so sorry, Ronnie." The girl had come to him, pity and sympathy in her sad face. "It was dreadful for you." He nodded. "Yes, it was dreadful. I am not coming out tonight, Beryl." She squeezed his arm gently. "Poor Ronnie, poor fiddlesticks," sneered Step. "Hurry, crybaby. I'm not going to wait here all night. What are you afraid of? You shouldn't have seen the damn thing, if you were going to snivel about it. You should have tried the luck." "The luck," said Ronnie. He chuckled, as at a joke, as he saw the swollen eyes of his victim wander to the bookshelf. He was speaking to himself, as he moved to the bookcase. Beryl saw him take down a worn volume and lay it on the table. He seemed like a man walking in his sleep. Mechanically, he took up a miniature sword from a pin tray and held it for a moment in his hand. "Try the luck," scoffed Step. "Shall I go to the play? Shan't I go to the play? Dear Lord." For the space of a second their eyes met, and Beryl, watching, saw the big man start. Then the sword was thrust between the pages, and the book opened. Ronnie looked gloomily at the close-set type, frowned. The clock on the mantelpiece struck 9. Then he read slowly, sonorously. "I will take away from thee the desire of thine eyes with a stroke. Yet neither shalt thou mourn nor weep, neither shall thy tears fall down." A silence, painful and intense, so profound that Beryl's quick breathings were audible. "I will take away the desires of thine eyes with a stroke. Don't read it again," cried Step harshly. "I'm going, listening to this fool. Come on, Beryl." Turning at the door, she saw him still standing at the table. His face was in shadow, his hands white and shapely, outspread upon the leather-covered top, the open book between them. "He's drunk," said Step, and she made no reply. Just before he had left his house, Step received a code cable from Johannesburg. Jan Step was very preoccupied all that evening, but not so completely oblivious of realities that he did not bargain with the doctor for certain shares in the Klein River mine. For Fred, on the morning of Ambrose Salt's execution, Evie found a letter awaiting her at the drug-store. Whatever natural unhappiness of feeling she may have had when she left her weeping mother vanished in the perusal of Ronnie's long epistle. The envelope bore the St. John's Wood postmark, but this she would not have regarded as significant, even if she had noticed it, which she did not. Not a love letter in the strictest sense. It was too precise and businesslike for that. It gave her certain dates to be cherished, certain instructions to be observed. It went to the length of naming Parisian dressmakers where she might be expeditiously fitted. She was to bring nothing, only a suitcase with bare necessities. A week's stay in Paris would give her all the time she needed to equip herself. It was a trial to her that she would not see Ronnie for a month, not until the great day. She caught her breath at the thought. But he had stipulated this. Ronnie was too keen a student of women to give her the opportunity of changing her mind. His letters could not be argued with or questioned, and a month would quickly pass. Ronnie's letter was to be read and reread. Teddy Williams was a faithful attendant, and, although he could not be compared in any respect with Ronnie, it was pleasant and flattering to extend her patronage to one who hung upon her words and regarded her as an authority upon most subjects. She had imparted her views on marriage to Teddy, and that young man had been impressed without being convinced. She expected another the next day, and, when it did not come, she was disappointed. Life ran normally at home, now that Mr. Salt was dead. Yet he had not promised to write. In his letter he had said, "Until you are my very own, I shall live the life of an anchorite." Evie had felt very keenly the disgrace of having a lodger who was a murderer. She looked up anchorite, and found that it meant one who retires from society to a desert or solitary place, to avoid the temptations of the world, and to devote himself to religious exercises, and accepted this as a satisfactory explanation, though she couldn't imagine Ronnie engaging himself in religious exercises. Beyond her comprehension was her sister's remarkable cheerfulness. Christina didn't seem to care whether Mr. Salt was alive or dead. Only the fact that Ronnie knew him, too, and to some extent shared in the general odium, prevented her from enlarging upon the scandal to her mother and Christina. She was her own caustic self, and the shadow of her proper woe failed to soften or sadden her. A week of her waiting had passed before Christina even mentioned the name of Ambrose Salt, and then it was in connection with the disposal of his room. Apparently he had paid his rent for a long period in advance, and Mrs. Colebrook refused to let the room again until the tenancy had expired. "Mother is being sentimental over Ambrose and his room," said Christina, "but there is no reason why you shouldn't have the room, Evie. You've been aching for privacy as long as I can remember." Evie shuddered. "I couldn't sleep there. I'd be afraid he'd haunt me." "I should be afraid he wouldn't," said Christina, with a little smile. "If you don't like the idea, I will have my bed put in there, and home much earlier." "No, no, please don't, Christina," begged the girl urgently. I prefer to sleep here, if you don't mind. I want to be with you as much as I can, and I'm out all day. Is it Ronnie or Teddy?" "I'm seeing a lot of Teddy," replied Evie primly. "He is quite a nice boy. He is too busy to meet me so often." "Loud cheers," said the ironical Christina. "And Ronnie?" "Leave Ronnie alone." Evie turned a good-humoured smile to her. "Evie, why don't you ask him to call here? I should enjoy a chat with him." "Here?" Evie was incredulous. "How absurd! Ronnie wouldn't dream of coming here." Christina laughed. "I won't tease you any more, Evie. Does he ever say anything about Ambrose?" "He was in the prison when Ambrose was executed." Evie writhed. Evie hesitated. "I wish you wouldn't talk about it, Christina, in such a cold-blooded way. "Ah, does he? I haven't seen him since that awful day," she said, "and I'm sure he wouldn't talk about it. Do you think much about Mr. Salt, Chris?" Christina put down her knitting in her lap and nodded. "All the time," she said. "He isn't out of my thoughts for a second. Not his face, I mean, or his awkward-looking body, but the real. Do you remember, Evie, how embarrassed I used to make him sometimes, and how he'd rub his chin with the back of his hand? I always knew when Ambrose was troubled. Yes, Chris, do you think I ought to take these stockings back to the store? And how he used to sit on my bed and listen so seriously to all my wails and whines." Evie looked for some evidence of emotion, but Christina's eyes were dry. She appeared to be happy. "They laddered the first time I put them on, and I paid a terrible price for them." Christina took the stockings from the girl, and there all talk of Ambrose Salt came to an end. A few afternoons later, returning from her early walk, she was met at the door by her agitated mother. "There's a gentleman called to see you, Christina. He's in the kitchen." "A gentleman?" A gentleman might mean anything by Mrs. Colebrook's elastic description. "He's a friend of Miss Merville's named Mr. Morell." What? Christina could hardly believe her ears. Ronnie Morell? Had Evie conveyed her joking request to him? Mrs. Colebrook hustled her into the kitchen and closed the door on them. Even if she had, it was not likely he would call for the pleasure of seeing her. She had all the respect of her class for the sanctity of private conversation. Ronnie was sitting in the chair where Ambrose had so often sat, as Mrs. Colebrook reminded her at least 3 times a day. He rose as she entered and stood surveying her. It was the first time she had seen him close at hand, and her first impression was one of admiration. She had never met so good-looking a man, and instantly she absolved Evie for her infatuation. He did not offer his hand at first, and it was not until she was about to speak that it came out to her shyly. It was a strong hand, and the warmth of the grip surprised her. "Christina?" he said softly, and she felt herself go red. "That is my name. You are Ronnie Morell? I have heard a great deal about you from Evie." "From Evie?" "Yes, why, of course. Your mother is looking well. She works very hard, too hard, I think. Women ought not to do such heavy work." She sat, tongue-tied, could only point to the chair from which he had risen. "I had to come to see you, but I have been rather occupied and selfish. You will understand that? I have been reading a great deal. A sheer delight. We have had an anxious time." and poor Francois had a lot of trouble. His brother developed appendicitis. Ronnie Morel! And he was talking gravely of the anxious time he had had because the brother of his servant. It was incredible. Absolutely sincere. He was sincere. She knew it. She never dreamed that he was this kind of man. All her preconceived ideas, and more than half of her prejudice against him, were swept away in a second. This was no pose of his. You haven't seen Evie? Oh, yes, you have. She told you I wanted to see you, Mr. Morel. I do, although I was only joking when I suggested your coming. Are you very fond of Evie? Yes, she is a nice child. Young girls are that way, especially if they are pretty, a little thoughtless, and perhaps a little selfish. I am fond of young people. All young things have an appeal for me. Kittens, puppies, chicks, I can watch them for hours. This was Ronnie Morel. She had to tell herself all the time. I am glad you spoke of Evie, he went on. He was the man whom Ambrose Salt had described as foul, and Ambrose was so charitable in his judgments, a man who had taken Beryl Merville. She must not be hurt. At her age, men make a profound impression and colour the whole of after life. It is so easy to sour the young. It is hard to improve on the old texts, he smiled. I wonder why I try. As the twig is bent, so is the tree inclined. I never think that it is wise to reason with a girl in love. Fascinated is a better word. Agrestit mendeno. The disease thrives on remedies. I don't know where I picked up that phrase. It is Latin, isn't it? He went red again, was painfully embarrassed. She fell back against the wall, white as death. Only by an effort of will did she arrest the scream that arose in her throat. In his distress, he was rubbing his chin with his knuckle. "Oh, my God!" cried Christina, wide-eyed. Springing up, she took both his hands and looked into his face. "Don't you know?" she breathed. A smile dawned slowly in the handsome face of Ronnie Morel. "I know it is very good to see you, Christina," he said. "Don't you... No? Look at me. Ronnie." Then, as suddenly, she released his hands and held on to the table. "Get me some water, please." She watched him as he went unerringly into the scullery. There were 2 taps, one connected with a rainwater cistern that her father had made. The other was the drinking water. He turned the right tap, found a glass where it was invariably hidden on a shelf behind a cretonne curtain, and brought it back to her. She drank greedily. "Sit down, Ronnie. I want you to tell me something. You went to the execution. I know it hurts you, my dear, but you must tell me. How did he die?" She waited, holding her breath. "It was terrible," he said in a low voice. "He was so afraid." "Afraid," she whispered. "I don't remember much. Every thought seemed to have gone out of my mind. Afterwards I was so numbed. Why, I didn't even recognize my own car, or know that I had a car. Did you touch him? Look at him, then. Did you, Ronnie?" Ronald Morel answered with a gesture. "Did you—" I looked at him, but only for a second. He was reciting a poem. Henley's. I was reading it today, trying to recall things. That was all. I just looked into his eyes, and I was feeling hateful toward him, Christina. And that was all. He began to moan and cry out. I was terribly distressed. She said no more. She wanted to be alone with her mad thoughts. When he rose to go, she was glad. "I'll come again on Wednesday," he said, but corrected his promise. "No, Wednesday is wash day. Your mother will not want me here." "How do you know, Ronnie, that it is Mother's wash day?" "I don't know." She was addressing him as if he were a child from whom information must be coaxed. "Evie may have told me. Of course it is Wednesday, Christina." She nodded. "Yes, it is Wednesday." Mrs. Colebrook, consonant with her principles, had effaced herself so effectively that Christina had to seek her in her hiding-place. She was sitting in Salt's room, and sniffed suspiciously when the girl called her. "Mother, you have often told me about something Ambrose did when you were very ill." "Thank you, Mother. What did he want?" "Will you tell me again?" Mrs. Colebrook was happy to tell, embellishing the story with footnotes and interpolations descriptive of her own impressions on that occasion. "I didn't like to come down whilst he was here, not in this old skirt. Did he know poor Mr. Salt?" "A la-did-da sort of fellow, but very polite. He quite flustered me. He was so friendly." She relieved the girl from the necessity for replying by supplying her own answers. At the foot of the stairs, Mrs. Colebrook heard the snick of a key as Christina locked the door of her room. Mrs. Colebrook sighed. Christina was getting more and more unsociable. Or did Beryl know? Should she know? Suppose she went to her and told her the crazy theory she had. Beryl would doubt her sanity. No good would come of precipitancy. She must be sure, thought Christina, lying on her bed, her hand at her mouth, as though she feared that she might involuntarily cry her news aloud. No particulars of Ambrose Salt's death had appeared in the press. The longest notice was one which, after a brief reference to the execution, went on to give details concerning the crime. Practically the references to the execution were similar. Ambrose Salt was executed at Westchester Jail yesterday morning for the murder of Paul Meropulus. The condemned man walked with a firm step to the gallows, and death was instantaneous. He made no statement. Billet was the executioner. The hangman always received his puff. He had said nothing that gave her any impression, except that Ambrose had died bravely. When she had been staying with Beryl, she had met Sir John Maxton. He had returned on the morning of the execution, and had come straight to the house. Would he have heard anything later? She made up her mind, dressed, and went out. There was a telephone a block away, and she got through to Sir John's chambers in the Temple. To her relief, he answered the telephone himself. "Is that you, Sir John?" "It is Christina Colebrook." "Yes, I'm very well." "Can I see you, Sir John?" "Any time, now if you wish." "I could be with you in 20 minutes." "Oh, thank you. Thank you so much." A bus dropped her in Fleet Street, and she walked through the Temple grounds to the ugly and dreary buildings where he rented chambers. "You've come to ask me about Salt." They were on the ground floor, happily. Christina was still a semi-invalid. He said as soon as she was announced, "Why do you think that?" She smiled. "I guessed. I suppose Ronnie has told everybody about the ghastly business. It seems impossible that he could have shown the white feather as he did," said Sir John. "I hate telling you this, because I know you were such dear friends, but you want to know?" She inclined her head. "I can hardly believe it is true, and yet when I got into touch with the Deputy Governor, he told me very much the same story. At one moment Salt was calm, and literally smiling at death. The very next instant he was pitiful, blubbering like a child. Dot. Nothing else happened?" "Nothing. Oh, yes, there was one curious circumstance. In the midst of his amazing outburst, Salt cried, 'Ronald Morel of Balliol!' Did he know that Ronnie was at Balliol? I can only imagine that by this time he hadn't any idea at all what he was talking about." She rose. "In what way?" "Thank you, Sir John," she said quietly. "You have saved my reason." His curiosity was piqued. "There was something I had to believe, or go mad. That is cryptic, isn't it? But I can't be plain, for fear you think I've lost my reason already." Sir John was too polite to press her, too much of a lawyer to reveal his curiosity. He went on to talk of Salt. "He was certainly the best man I have met in my life. By best, I particularly refer to his moral character, his ideals, his sense of divinity. His courage humbled me. His philosophy left me feeling like a child of 6. I must believe what I am told, so I accept the story about his having made a scene on the scaffold without question. But there is an explanation for it, that I'll swear, and an explanation creditable to Ambrose Salt." Christina went home with a light heart, convinced. "He's been here." She had begun a letter to Beryl, and was debating halfway through whether she would as much as hint her peculiar theory, when Evie burst into the room cyclonically, her eyes blazing. "Mother said so. You were talking to him for a long time." "Oh, Chris, what did he say?" "Wasn't it wonderful of him to come? Don't you think he is handsome, Chris? Own up. Isn't he a gorgeous man? He has been here, if he is Ronnie. He said a lot of things. Did he ask after me? Was he very disappointed when he found I was out?" "I'll take your questions in order," said Christina, solemnly ticking them off on her finger. "It was certainly wonderful for me that he came. He asked after you, but didn't seem to be cast down to find you were out. Was that the lot?" "I hope so." "But Christina!" She was quivering with excitement. "What do you think of him?" "I think he is sublime." Evie glanced at her resentfully, suspecting sarcasm, saw that her sister was in earnest, and seeing this was confounded. "He is very nice," she said, less enthusiastic. "Yes, a dear. Did you really get on with him, Chris? How queer. And after all that you said about him." No, it wasn't conscience, she said. Didn't your conscience prick you? Christina sent her red locks flying in a vigorous headshake. Evie, from being boisterously interested, became quietly distrait. Of one thing I am certain, volunteered Christina, and it is that he will never behave dishonourably or give you, or for the matter of that, Mother and me, 1 hour's real pain. Such a man couldn't be mean. No, I'm sure he won't, said Evie awkwardly, the more awkward because she was trying so hard not to be. I am certain of that, Christina went on. Just scared. Evie, I am not scared about you any more, and I was, you know. Sometimes when you came back from seeing Ronnie, I dared not look at you for fear. I didn't exactly know what I feared. Now, well, I feel that you are in good hands, darling, and I shall not be thinking every time you go out. I wonder if she will come back again. Evie's face was burning. If she had spoken, she would have betrayed herself. She became interested in the contents of a hanging cupboard, and hummed a careless tune, shakily. Are you singing, or is it the hinge? Asked Christina. You're very rude. I was singing, humming. Evie wondered if she should say. There must be music in the family somewhere, said Christina. Probably it goes back to our lordly ancestor. I told Teddy about that, about Lord Frantram. Did you tell Ronnie? Christina was so excellently disposed toward him that it would be a pity to excite her resentment. Yes, he laughed. He said, everybody has a lord in his family, if he only goes back far enough. Teddy thought it was wonderful, and he said, you'll laugh. I swear I won't. Well, he said that he knew that I had aristocratic blood by my instep. It is so arched. And it is, you know, Chris, just look. Shut up, said Christina vulgarly. Well, he did. Teddy isn't half the fool you think him. I don't exactly mean you, Chris, but people. His father has a tremendous farm. Miles and miles of it. He sent Teddy over here for 6 months. What do you think for? Christina couldn't think. To find a wife, said Evie. Isn't it quaint? And you know that Teddy is staying at the Carlton Grand. I thought he was living with his aunt in Tenton Street, and I only discovered by accident that he was staying at a Swagger hotel. He said he would write and tell his father about our Lord. She sighed heavily. I like Teddy awfully. Why don't you marry Teddy? A few weeks ago Evie would have snorted scornfully. He's so grateful for anything I can do for him, such as putting his tie straight and telling him about things. Now she was silent for a long time. She sighed again. That is impossible. I'm too fond of Ronnie, and I believe in keeping my word. Teddy's father is building a beautiful little house for him, and Teddy says that he has a quiet horse that a girl could ride. He believes in riding astride. So do I. You can see the mountains from Teddy's farm. I've never ridden, but that is the way I should ride, through the corn for miles and miles. They are covered with snow, even in the summer. There is a place called Banff, where you can have a perfectly jolly time, dances and all that. He has an orange farm somewhere. In the winter, when it is freezingly cold, Teddy goes to Vancouver, where it is quite warm. For the 3rd time she sighed. Christina, in her wisdom, made no comment. Evie usually had her breakfast alone. Evie was generally down by 7:45. The post came at 8 o'clock. Christina was late, and Mrs. Colebrook breakfasted before her family came down, and was, moreover, so completely occupied in supplying the needs of her youngest daughter that it would have been impossible to settle herself down to a meal. Until recently, Evie had no interest in the movements of that official. Very few letters came to the house in any circumstances, and of these Evie's share was negligible. Not then, nor at any other time, did the mail have any thrill for Mrs. Colebrook. Teddy brought a new interest to the morning, for he was a faithful correspondent, and the girl would have known long before that he was an inmate of a superior caravansary, had not the youth, in his modesty, written on the plainest of notepaper. She had a well-to-do sister living in the north, who wrote to her regularly every 6 months. These letters might have been published as a supplement to the nomenclature of diseases, for they constituted a record of the obscure ailments which inflicted the writer's family. She had a sister-in-law living within a mile of her, whom she seldom saw and never heard from. Whatever letters came to the house were either for Christina or Evie, generally for Christina. Ambrose Salt had once presented Christina with 500 postal cards. It was one of the freakish things that Ambrose did, but behind it there was a solid reason. Evie collected them for her from her friends. Christina enjoyed a constant supply of old magazines and out-of-date periodicals, and in these publications were alluring advertisements, the majority of which begged the reader, italically, to send for illustrated catalogue No. 74, or to write to Desk H for a beautiful handbook describing at greater length the wonders of the articles advertised. Christina had expressed a wish that she could write, and Ambrose had supplied the means. Thereafter Christina's letter-bag was a considerable one. Sometimes samples were offered, samples of baby's food, samples of fabric, samples of soap, and patent medicine, and other delectable products. Evie had finished her meal when the postman knocked. She knew more about motor cars, their advantages over one another, their super-excellent speeds and economies, than the average dealer. She knew the relative nutritive qualities of every breakfast food on the market, the longest-wearing boots and the cheapest furniture. If you asked her what car ran the longest distance on a can of petrol, she would not only tell you, but would specify which was the better of the gases supplied. There was no mail for Christina. "Here's your letter." "A letter from Teddy and a sample for Christina, I suppose," speculated Mrs. Colebrook, hurrying to the door. She invariably ran to meet the postman, having a confused idea that it was an offence punishable under the penal code to keep him waiting. "Who's writing to me?" asked Mrs. Colebrook. Evie took the stout and expensive-looking envelope, embossed redly with the name of the hotel. "Well, I never," said Mrs. Colebrook. She turned the letter over, examined the handwriting, critically deciphered the postmark, finally tore open the flap of the envelope. She looked at the heading again. She asked, "Who is Johnson and Kennett, the house agents?" "There is a firm of that name in Knightsbridge." "Yet, dear madam." "What is it, mother?" Mrs. Colebrook read aloud. "We have been requested to approach you in regard to work which we feel you would care to undertake. A client of ours has a small house on the continent, for which he is anxious to secure a housekeeper. Knowing through Dr. Merville that you have a daughter who is recovering from an illness, he asks me to state that he would be glad if your daughter accompanied you. There is practically no work. 3 servants, all of whom speak English, are kept, and our client wishes us to state that the grounds are extensive and pretty, and hopes that you will make the freest use of them, and the small car which he will leave." There, the salary was named. He himself does not expect to occupy the house, so that you will be practically free from any kind of supervision. It was generous. Mrs. Colebrook looked over her glasses at the wondering Evie. "Mother, how perfectly splendid!" Change of any kind was anathema. But Mrs. Colebrook was not so enthusiastic. She had acted as housekeeper in her younger days, so that the work had no terrors for her, but abroad, foreign countries meant peril. Foreigners to her were sinister men who carried knives, and were possessed of homicidal tendencies. They spoke a language expressly designed to conceal their evil intentions, and they found their recreation in plotting in underground chambers. There was a cinema at the end of Walter Street. "There is something written on the other side," said Evie suddenly. Mrs. Colebrook turned the sheet. "The invitation extends to your younger daughter, if she would care to accompany you." "Christina!" "Well," said Evie, and flew up the stairs to Christina's room. "What do you think? Mother has had a letter from a house agent offering—" "Don't tell me." Christina interrupted. "Let me guess. They've offered her a beautiful house in the country, rent-free? No? Then they've offered—let me think. A house in a nice warm climate, where I can bask in the sunshine, and watch the butterflies flirting with the roses." Evie's jaw dropped. "Whatever made you think?" Christina snatched the letter and read, her eyes bright with excitement. "Oh, golly," she said, and laughed so long that Evie grew alarmed. "No, I'm not mad, and I'm not clairvoyant. Mother, what do you think of it?" Mrs. Colebrook had followed her daughter upstairs. "I don't know what to think," she said. She was one of those people who welcome an opportunity to show their indecision. Mrs. Colebrook liked to be persuaded. Though she might make up her mind irrevocably, it was necessary that argument round and about should be offered before she yielded her tentative agreement. Nobody knew this better than Christina. She drew a long sigh of relief, recognizing the signs. "We'll talk it over after Evie has gone to her pill shop," she said, and for once Evie did not contest a description of her place of business, which usually provoked her to retort. "I only want to say, Mother, that you need not worry about me. I can get lodgings at one of the girls' hostels. I don't think I want to go abroad. In fact, I know that I don't. But it would be fine for Christina. It is my dream come true. I've always had that plan for her, a place where she could sit in the sunshine and watch the flowers grow. Off to your workshop, woman, she ordered. Mother and I want to talk about the sunny south. Christina's smile was all loving kindness. She took the girl's fingers in her hand and pinched them softly. I'm not sure that I can take it, said Mrs. Colebrook dismally. I don't like the idea of living in a foreign place. We'll discuss that, said Christina in her businesslike way. Curiously enough, she was not as disappointed as she expected to be. Did those linoleum patterns come? Why, there was no letter for Evie when she arrived at the store. There was a chance that Ronnie would have written after his visit to the house, but when she found her desk bare, she accepted his neglect with equanimity. Her love for Ronnie was undiminished. It would not be honourable to go back on her word, even if she wanted to do so, and she did not. She faced, with a coolness which was unnatural in her, the future he had sketched, and if at times she felt a twinge of uneasiness, she put the less pleasant aspect away from her. As to the more agreeable prospect, she did not think about that either. It was easier to dismiss the whole thing from her mind. She told herself she was being philosophical. In reality, she was solving her problem by the simple process of forgetting it. Leaving the store at midday to get her lunch, she saw Ronnie. He was driving past in his big rolls, and apparently he did not see her. Why was she glad? For glad she was. That thought had to be puzzled out in the afternoon, with disastrous consequences to her cash balance, for when she made her return that night, she was short the price of a hot water bottle. But Ronnie had seen her, long before she had seen him. It was rather strange, because Jerry Talbot was the one acquaintance he possessed who might be called friend. He was on his way to lunch with a man he knew, but toward whom he had, for some reason, conceived a dislike. They had known one another at Oxford, they had for some time hunted in pairs, they shared memories of a common shame. Yet, when Jerry's excited voice had called him on the telephone that morning, and had begged him to meet his erstwhile partner at Vivaldi's, Ronnie experienced a sense of nausea. He would have refused the invitation, but before he could frame the words, Jerry had run off. Vivaldi's is a smart, but not too smart, restaurant, and had been a favourite lunching place of Ronnie's. It was all the more unreasonable in him that he should descend beneath the glass-roofed portico with a feeling of revulsion. Mr. Talbot had not arrived, said the beaming maître d'hôtel. Yes, he had booked a table. Ronnie seated himself in the lounge, and a bellboy brought him an evening newspaper, which he did not read. Had he done so, he would not have waited. Another quarter of an hour. Half an hour passed, and Ronnie was feeling hungry. I am going into the restaurant. When Mr. Talbot comes, tell him I have begun my lunch. He was shown to the table, and chose a simple meal from the card. At any rate, Jerry's unpardonable rudeness gave him an excuse for declining further invitations. He had finished his lunch, and had signalled for his bill, when, looking round, he recognized two men at one of the window tables. He would not have approached them, but Sir John Maxton beckoned. "Come and sit down, Ronnie. Lunching alone?" Dr. Merville would gladly have dispensed with his presence, thought Ronnie, and wondered if he had intruded into an important conference. "That is rather unusual, isn't it?" "My friend disappointed me," said Ronnie, and he saw the doctor's lip curl. "Did she? Too bad," said Maxton. "It was a he," corrected Ronnie, and knew that neither man believed him. He noticed Sir John glancing at his companion. "Ronnie, I wonder if you can help us. Do you remember the flirtation of that traction company of steps?" "I don't think it is much good asking, Ronnie," the doctor broke in with a touch of impatience. "Ronnie's memory is a little too convenient." "I remember the flirtation, in a way," admitted Ronnie. "Do you remember the meeting that was held at Stepp's house when he produced the draft of the prospectus?" Ronnie nodded. "Some of the financial papers are accusing us of faking the assets." "Before we go any farther, John," interrupted Merville, "I think it will be fair to Ronnie if we tell him that there is trouble over the prospectus. I don't think Ronnie will remember quite so vividly if he knows that he may be running counter to Stepp. The question is, was I responsible by including properties which I should not have included, or did Stepp, in his draft, give me the facts as I published them?" Ronnie did not answer. "You see what I am driving at," Sir John went on. "We want to be prepared if he does. There may be bad trouble if the public prosecutor takes these accusations seriously, which, so far, he hasn't. I am not a member of the board. I cannot remember very clearly, said Ronnie, but I do recall very clearly Step showing a draft, and not only showing it, but reading it. Do you remember whether in that draft he referred to the woodside repairing sheds? And if he did, whether he spoke of those as being the absolute property or leased property of the company? The absolute property, said Ronnie. And naturally I was interested. I remember distinctly because the woodside repairing shops are on the edge of a little estate which my father left me. You remember, John? Merville was dumbfounded. Never in his most sanguine moments did he suppose that Ronnie would assist him in this respect. Have you quarrelled with him? Good gracious! No, said Ronnie in surprise. Ronnie, who shivered at a word from Step, whose sycophantic servant he had been. This may come to a fight, said Sir John, and that would mean putting you in the box to testify against Step. Why should I quarrel with him? He doesn't worry me. In a way he is amusing, in another way pathetic. I feel sometimes sorry for him. A man with such attainments, such powers, and yet so paltry. I often wonder why he prefers the mean way to the big way. He uses his power outrageously, his strength brutally. Perhaps he didn't start right, got all his proportions wrong. I was working it out last night, the beginnings of Step, and concluded that he must have had an unhappy childhood. Good God, said Sir John aghast. If a child is treated meanly, and is the victim of mean tyrannies, he grows up to regard the triumph of meanness as the supreme end in life. His whole outlook is coloured that way, and methods which we normal people look upon as despicable are perfectly legitimate in his eyes. It was the man, not the arguments, which startled him. Some day I will start my mother college. Children ought not to be left to the chance training which their parents give them, Ronnie went on, full of his subject. But here, I admit, I am postulating a condition of society which will never be realized. They go to baby farmers and beasts of that kind now. It is a queer-sounding title, he said apologetically, but you will understand I want a great institution where we can take the illegitimate children of the country, the unwanted children. I want a college of babies, where we will teach them, and train them from their babyhood up to think and feel goodly, not piously. That doesn't matter, but bigly and generously, to have high ideals and broad visions, to— He stopped and blushed, conscious of their interest and stupefaction, squirmed unhappily in his chair, and rubbed his chin nervously with the knuckles of his hand. A waiter was passing. Sir John Maxton leaned back in his chair, his face twitching. "Bring me a brandy," he said hoarsely, "a double brandy." Christina had only wanted water. He had done most of the talking since they left Vivaldi's, and Maxton had been content that he should. "What flabbergasts me is Ronnie's willingness to go against Step," said the doctor, just before he dropped Sir John at his chambers. An awkward question for the doctor. "I can only suppose that Ronnie has had a row with Jan." "Tell me this, Merville," said Sir John, leaning his arms on the edge of the door and speaking into the car. "If you believe that Step is the rascal I pretty well know him to be, why are you allowing Beryl to marry him?" "Oh, well, one isn't sure. I may be in error after all. Step is quite a good fellow." "Do you owe him money?" asked Maxton quietly. "Close friendship has its privileges." "A little— nothing to speak of." "You don't think I would sacrifice Beryl?" "I don't know, Bertram. I don't know. Why ever you took up with that crowd is beyond me. By the way," said the doctor, anxious to switch to another subject, "that isn't an original idea of Ronnie's, the Mother College, or whatever he calls it. Poor Ambrose Salt had exactly the same dream. I never heard the details from him, but he has mentioned it. Funny that Ronnie is taking it up." "Yes, sir." John waved his hand and went into the building. He rang for his clerk. "Do you remember a young lady coming to see me a few days ago?" "A Miss Colebrook? Have we any record of her address?" "No, Sir John." "And put me through to Dr. Merville's house in Park Place. I want to speak to Miss Merville." A minute later, "Yes, John Maxton speaking. Is that you, Beryl? I want to know Miss Colebrook's address." "Thank you." He scribbled on his blotting-pad. "Thank you. No, my dear, only I may have to get in touch with her." Ambrose had left very little, so little that it was hardly worth while taking probate. He remembered, after he had hung up the telephone, that Ambrose Salt had propounded a will in which the address had appeared, but the will was in the hands of Sir John's own lawyers. but the recollection of the will gave him the excuse he wanted. Sir John rang me up. Father, he asked for Christina's address. Do you know why? No, dear. I wonder he didn't ask me. I have been lunching with him, and Ronnie. Rather, Ronnie joined us after lunch was through. He was loquacious and strange. Boys' voices change that way when they reach an age, but Ronnie isn't a boy. Changed, and his views on affairs. How strange. Beryl, did you notice the other night? I agree with you. Step was brutal, how deep his voice had grown. He held John spellbound, whilst he delivered himself volubly on illegitimate children and the future of the race. And the curious thing is that Ronnie hates children, loathes them. He makes no secret of that, says that they are irresponsible animals that should be kept on the leash. He said that today? No, a long time ago. Now he wants a big institution where they can be trained. Maybe it is a variation of his leash and cage theory. How did you get on? Step had been to lunch, and was in the hall about to take his departure when Sir John rang. He came, she said indifferently. It was a pleasant lunch. I think he enjoyed it. I had mealies for him, and he wrestled with them happily. Did you discuss anything? A happy day? She said ironically. Yes, next Tuesday. Quietly. We go to Paris the same night. He wants the honeymoon to be spent in the Bavarian Alps, and he is sending his car on to Paris. I think that is all the news. Her indifference bothered him. Step, I am sure, is a man who improves on acquaintance, he said encouragingly. I don't think I should encourage a correspondence with him, if I were you, Beryl. I am sure he does, she agreed politely. Will you tell Ronnie, or shall I write to him? I will tell Ronnie, said the doctor hastily. Jan doesn't like it. He was furious about you insisting upon Ronnie coming out with us the other night. Very well, said Beryl. He is a very jealous man. I only think you understand that Step is under the impression that you were once very fond of Ronnie, or that you had an affair with him. You must remember that, Beryl. It almost seems that I am going to be happily married, she said with a queer smile. She did not write to Ronnie. There was nothing to be gained by encouraging a correspondence. She agreed entirely with her father on that point. Step she dismissed from her thoughts just as quickly as she could. There was no reason why he should not. Why had Sir John asked for Christina's address? Perhaps Ambrose left a message, but that would have been delivered long ago. And if Ambrose had left any message, it would be to her. The will, perhaps. The doctor had told them both that Ambrose had left his few possessions to Christina. She was glad of that. Yes, it must be the will. This served, at any rate, to explain Sir John's call. The appearance of a title at her front door caused Mrs. Colebrook considerable qualms. Christina was lying down. It was her fate never to be wearing a skirt appropriate to the social standing of distinguished visitors. She had had an interview with the osteopath in the morning, and he had insisted upon 24 hours of bed. Show him up, Mother? He won't faint at the sight of a girl in bed. Lawyers have a special training in that sort of thing. He doesn't look like a lawyer, demurred Mrs. Colebrook. He's a sir. She conducted the counsel upstairs with many warnings as to the lowness of roof and trickiness of tread. Mrs. Colebrook was resigned to the character and number of Christina's visitors, and, in that spirit of resignation, left them. We have met, said Sir John, and looked around for a chair. Sit on the bed, Sir John, she laughed. Evie broke the leg of the chair last night. He obeyed her, looking at her quizzically. I saw Ronald Morell at lunch today, he said. I thought it best to see you first, and let me get the will off my mind. It has been proved, and there is 100 or so to come to you. Ambrose was not well off. His salary, in fact, was ridiculously small. That, however, is by the way. I saw Ronnie. She returned his steady, searching gaze. Did you talk to Ronnie? I talked to Ronnie. He nodded, and Ronnie talked to me. I see that you have. Have you ever seen a man who had the odd habit of rubbing his chin with the back of his hand? Ronnie, for example? Yes, I thought you would have noticed it. Beryl, how did you know that he had been to see me? His thin, hard face softened in a smile. Who else would he have come to see? Beryl, she answered promptly, and he looked surprised. I know nothing of how he felt in that quarter. Beryl, how remarkable! I knew he would come here. If you had told me that you had not seen him, I should have thought I was, she nodded. That is how I felt, Sir John. I had to shake myself hard. It was like the kind of dream one has, where you see somebody you know with somebody else's face. Yes, he came here. I had to have a glass of water. I had brandy, said Sir John gravely. Perhaps water would have been better for me. As a rule, I avoid stimulants. Brandy produces a distressing palpitation of heart. I had to see you. That is all, I think, Miss Christina. He picked up his hat. Do you think anybody knows, or ought to know? She asked. They must find out. It was the question that had disturbed her. I have a reputation for being a hard-headed Scotsman. Why the heads of Scotsmen should be harder than any other kinds of heads, I do not know. I think they will, the interested people. Beryl, do you say? Was he fond of her? How astounding! What I mean is that I cannot risk my credit as a man of truth, or my judgment as a man of law, or my status as one capable of conducting his own affairs without the assistance of a commissioner in lunacy. People must find out. She is to be married very soon. You know that? She was silent. She had been asking herself that. Should she be told? She may not have an opportunity of discovering for herself, Sir John. What can you tell her? He asked bluntly. Having ushered the visitor from the premises, Mrs. Colebrook joined her daughter, for immediately following Sir John had come a grimy little boy with a grimy little package. Mrs. Colebrook had spent an ecstatic 5 minutes in her kitchen, revelling in the fruits of authorship. I've got something to show you, Christina. She held the something coyly under her apron. It was my own idea. I didn't expect them so soon. Came just after I'd left you and Sir What's-his-name. What is it, Mother? Mrs. Colebrook drew from its place of concealment a double-leafed card. It was edged with black and heavy black Gothic type, was its most conspicuous feature, Christina read. In loving memory of Ambrose Salt, who departed this life on March 17th, 19, at the age of 53, mourned by all who knew him. We ne'er shall see his gentle smile, or hear his voice again, yet in a very little while we'll meet him once again. Christina put down the card. I think that verse is beautiful. I made that up myself, said Mrs. Colebrook proudly, all except the poetry, which I copied from poor Aunt Elizabeth's funeral card. I think it is prophetic, said Christina, and added inconsequently, as Mrs. Colebrook thought, I wonder if Ronnie is coming today? Ronnie had some such idea when he parted from Maxton and the doctor. Mr. Jerry Talbot was stretched exhaustedly in a lounge chair. He went home to collect the bundle of books he had packed ready to take to Christina, and there discovered the reason why his absent-minded host had forgotten to put in an appearance. He was a sallow young man with a large nose and a microscopic moustache. He had bushy eyebrows, arched inquiringly. Only one eyebrow was now visible. The other and the greater part of his slick head was hidden under black silk bandages. Looking at him, Ronnie wondered what he had ever seen in a man. "Hello, Ronnie," he greeted the other feebly. "I tried to phone you, but you were gone. I had a sort of faint after I spoke to you this morning. That's why I didn't turn up. So sorry. Lola?" "Who?" Yes, Lola." "But look at me, old boy, look at me. How did this happen?" asked Ronnie. "Lola." Ronnie frowned. He remembered. "We had rather a hot time at my house last night, and Madame sent some of the girls along. They found it at the police station. I gave her in charge, and, Ronnie, she had the brooch. Lola got tight, and after some argument about a brooch that one of my guests had lost, Lola picked up a champagne bottle, and there you are. Where is she?" "In quod," said Mr. Jerry Talbot viciously. "So I was right when I called her a thieving little, whatever it was I called her. Madame put me up to that. It is an awkward business for me, old thing, but of course I'm swearing blue blind that I never invited her, and that she came in without, sort of drifted in from the street. She's fed up with Lola, and so are the other girls." "Lola!" scoffed Mr. Talbot. "Good heavens, you're not pretending that you don't know her." "Just wait a moment," said Ronnie, frowning. "Do I understand that Madame is going to disown this girl? What is her name? And you took her to Winchester with you?" "Yes, of course I did," agreed Ronnie. "It is rather terrible work, straightening out the ravel of life. Yes, I know her. Madame is disowning her, and so are the other girls. Between ourselves, Ritty had cleared out everything of Lola's and sent her trunks to a baggage office. None of her maids will talk, and naturally none of the people who go to Ritty's. Lola has had a tip to shut up about Madame's, and if she is wise, she'll admit she's a street girl who had the cheek to walk into the party. I had to tell you, Ronnie, in case this infernal girl mentions you. She's being brought before the magistrate this afternoon. Your red case. Cardinal Violet Slayers. And so came Lola from the dingy cells with her evening finery, looking somewhat bedraggled, and standing in the pen, pale and defiant, heard the charge of assault preferred against her. Have you any witnesses to call? None. All my witnesses have been standing on the box, committing perjury, sobbed the girl, broken at last. I was invited. Mr. Talbot sent for me. He sent to Madame Ritty's. Madame Ritty says that she hardly knows you. That, with the exception of a few days last year, when you were staying with her, you have never been to the house, said the patient magistrate. She made you leave her, because she found you were an undesirable. Your worship, there is a gentleman here who wishes to give evidence, said the usher. He gave his name, place of living, and occupation. Ronald Morell stepped to the stand, smiled faintly at the open-mouthed surprise of Jerry Talbot, at the shocked amazement of Madame Ritty, and bowed to the magistrate. Now, Mr. Morell, what can you tell us? Demanded the magistrate benevolently. I know this girl, he indicated the interested prisoner. Her name is Lola Pranceau, or rather, that is the name by which she is known. I have taken her away to the country on more than one occasion. I can also assure your worship that she is very well known to the prosecutor, Mr. Talbot, and to me. She is an inmate of a house, he did not say house, and Madame Ritty almost jumped from her seat at his description, maintained by Madame Ritty. To my knowledge, she was invited last night to Mr. Talbot's house. There is no reason why she should steal a trumpery brooch. She has jewels of her own. I myself gave her the solitaire ring she is now wearing. The magistrate glared at Jerry Talbot. The man of law wrote furiously upon a paper. Are you pressing this charge? No, your worship, stammered Jerry. You may go away, Pranceau. You are discharged. I have heard a considerable amount of perjury in this case, and I have heard the truth. Not very pleasant truth, I admit. Next case. His habits and behavior are less admirable. Mr. Morell has testified for the accused with great frankness, which I can admire. Ronnie was the last of the party to leave the court. How lovely of you. Lola came hurriedly across the waiting-room to clasp his hand. Oh, Ronnie, you pal. I never thought you were such a brick. Francois, who opened the door to them, was not surprised. Madame looked like hell. She's pinched all my jewellery, and now she'll have to give it up. Ronnie, how can I thank you? Lola, come to my flat. I want to talk to you. After all, one could not expect Ronald Morell to improve in every respect. It was a pleasure to work for him. He was so considerate. You will have some tea? Lola settled herself in the most comfortable corner of the settee and waited for Francois to go. Ronnie gave the order to a servant, who was no less surprised than Lola. I've burned it, said Ronnie. What have you done with that picture that was over the mantelpiece? Asked the girl, seeing a blankness of wall. But it was worth thousands, Ronnie. You told me so. It was worth a few hundreds, but it was not. If it had been a Titian, I would not have destroyed it. It had its use in a gallery. Worth a few hundreds, perhaps. I burned it. Francois cut it into strips, and we burned it in the furnace fire. Francois. And I had a great day. He did not think the picture was pretty. He was astonished. It was your favourite. Was it? Well, it is burned. It was too ugly. The subject, no, the figures were a little ugly. I shall take a flat. He shook his head. Now, Lola, what are you going to do? She had half made up her mind. In a way, I have a recollection that you told me you had relations in Cornwall. Was I dreaming? Was that a dream? She shook her head. And you said that when you had saved enough money, you were going to buy a farm in Cornwall and raise hackneys. No, that is my dream, she said. But what is the use of talking about that, Ronnie? It would cost a small fortune. Could you do it on 5,000? He asked. With my money in 5,000? Yes. I will lend you 3,000, free of all interest, and I will give you 2,000. I won't give it all to you, because I want a hold on you. Easy money spends itself. Will you go to Cornwall, Lola? Francois, entering, saved him from a hectic embrace. You're just wonderful, she dabbed her eyes. I know you think I'm dirt, and Don't be silly. Why should I think that? I am not even sorry for you. Are you sorry for the train that is derailed? You put it back on the track. That is what I am doing. I am one of the derailers. It amused me. It hurt you. Oh, yes, it did. I know I was not the first. There would be an excuse for me in that event. We are all dirt, if it comes to that. Dirt is matter in the wrong place. I want to put you where you belong." She was incoherent in her gratitude, awed a little by his seriousness and detachment, prodigiously surprised that Francois remained on duty. "Read this," said Evie tragically. When on her way to the hotel which was to shelter her, she read the evening newspaper, she could appreciate more fully just what Ronnie had done. Christina took the newspaper from her hands. "I shall write to Ronald." "Well?" said Christina, when she had finished reading. "A curious case, is that what you mean?" The report was a full one, remembering how late in the day the charge had come up for hearing. Evie was very stiff, very determined, sourly virginal. "Let us all be trite. And every cloud has its silver lining," said Christina. "Of course, you can't believe all that you read in the newspapers, but there is no smoke without fire. What is worrying you, Evie?" "I think it was fine of Ronnie to look after the girl," wailed Evie. "And they drove away from the court together." "Why not?" Christina read the account again. "I shall write to Ronnie. I must have an explanation." Evie was firm on this point. "I don't see what other explanation you can ask," she said. "It is much better to go together than by taking separate routes and pretending they weren't meeting when all the time they were. He has said all that is fit for publication." "What is this woman Lola to him?" demanded Evie furiously. "It must be pretty awful for Lola, too," said Christina. How dare he stand up shamelessly and admit, "Oh, Chris, it is awful." "That sort of girl doesn't mind. She likes to have her beastly name in the paper." "You don't know," said Christina. "Ambrose always said that there was a lot of sympathy wasted over sinners. I won't descend to slopping over her poor mother and her innocent sisters, and I'd die before I'd remind you that once she was like the beautiful snow. They get full of that advanced stuff. Some of 'em go vegetarian and wear sandals. Some of 'em go on the streets. Generally speaking, the street girls are better fed. It is conceivable that she was quite a decent sort, until somebody came along who held artistic views about marriage. Most of these girls start that way. Their minds go first. But that is how they start. They reach the streets in their own way. Some get into the studio party set. They bob their hair and hate washing. They know people who have black wallpaper and scarlet ceilings and one white rose rising from a jade vase. I don't know Lola. Mother let people come because I was dull. Evie, I have been laying on the flat of my back ever since I can remember, and I've had a procession of sinners marching around my bed, literally. She is a little above us, but Lola's kind are bred around here by the score, pigging 4 and 5 in a room. They have no reticences, there are no mysteries. All the processes of life are familiar to them as children. There was a woman in this road who broke her heart over her daughter's disgrace. Then, one fine day, along comes Mrs. So-and-so, and sits on the end of this bed, and weeps until mother turns her out. And when they came to bury the good lady, they found she had never been married herself. All this weeping and wailing and talking about disgraces doesn't mean anything in this neighborhood. We haven't produced many celebrities. It is conventional, expected of them, like deep mourning for widows and half mourning for aunts. We had a chorus girl who was in a divorce case, and there is a legend that Tota Belindo, the great Spanish dancer, came from this street. We turn out the tired, old-looking girls that you never see up west. The Lolas come from families that care. Nice-speaking people who haven't been taught to write by a sign-writer. I've heard about them and met one. That kind of a girl only pretends she doesn't care. She used to drink. That is how she came to Walter Street. She isn't like the hardy race of prostitutes we raise in Walter Street. I think your language is terrible, Christina. I ought to know you defend this perfectly awful girl. You take a very LX view, Chris. It is a good thing I have a well-balanced mind. You haven't, said Christina. It isn't a month ago that you were sneering about marriage. I believe in marriage. I'm old-fashioned. Besides, it is easier to divorce a man than to run away from him. Divorce is so easy that there is no excuse for remaining single. Marriage is a wonderful bridge. It carries you over the time when, if you're not married, you are getting used to a strange man and comparing him unfavorably with your last. I don't know whether you're being decent or not, Christina. Only I know that there have been such people, in history, I mean. But there are some people who have never married all their lives, and they've been perfectly happy, of course. I can't tell you who they are. It is absurd to ask me. I believe in marriage, but it is much worse to be married to somebody you don't love than to be living with a man you do love. There are times when you remind me of Uncle Tom's Cabin, mused Christina. She died. The book had to have a happy ending anyway. I wonder why. Oh, yes, little Eva, who said such damnably true things so very truly. Evie, I mean. I should write to your slave master and demand an explanation. I'll bet you won't, though, won't I? Evie stiffened. I have my self-respect to consider, Christina, and my friends. I hope Teddy hasn't read the case. Ronnie's answer was waiting for her next night. She wrote a letter, many words of which were underlined, and notes of exclamation stood up on each page like the masts of docked shipping. Would he escort her and wait in the vestibule of the flats until she came out? Will you come to the flat, Evie? Evie did not consult her sister. She took a lank young man into her confidence. Evie had discovered the need for a chaperone. Ronnie was at his table, and he was writing. Yet Francois opened the door, and Evie walked hesitatingly into the lobby. He got up at once, and came to meet her with outstretched hand. "It was good of you to come, Evie," she started. His voice was so changed, his expression too. Something had come into his face that was not there before, a vitality, an eagerness, a good humour. She was startled into beginning on a personal note. Item number 1 was not to call Ronnie dear. "Why, Ronnie dear, you have changed." She did not recognize how far she had departed from a certain programme and agenda she had drawn up. "Have I?" He flashed a smile at her as he pushed a chair forward and put a cushion at her back. Ronnie did not, as a rule, laugh at himself. "Your voice even. Have you had a cold?" "No, I am getting old," he chuckled at the jest. "I had your letter about Lola. I thought it best that you should come." "Yes, Evie, all that was in the paper was true. I know Lola." "And she has been, all that you said, to you?" "Yes." His voice was a little dreary. "I'm sorry that you had to know. You are so young, and these things are very shocking to a good woman." "Yes, all that." She sat tight-lipped, trying to feel more angry than she did. Be very angry was item 2 on the agenda. "Lola has gone back to her people." "Naturally. I did not wish to appear in a police court, but there was a conspiracy to send this girl to prison. A late friend of mine was in it. I had to go to the court and tell the truth." "I think it was very fine of you," she echoed Christina's words, but was wanting in Christina's enthusiasm. "Fine? I don't know. It was a great nuisance. I have an unpleasant feeling about courts." He rubbed his chin. Evie saw nothing remarkable in the gesture. "Of course, Ronnie," she began, labouring under the disadvantage of calmness, for she could not feel angry. "This makes a difference." "I can't forgive that, Ronnie. I was prepared to sacrifice everything. My good name, and what people thought about me. It was horrible of you, Ronnie, to take that girl into the country when you knew me." He stood by his table, his white hand drumming silently. "Did you come alone?" he asked. She hesitated. "No, I brought a friend. A gentleman. I used to know him when I was a child." Ronnie looked at her searchingly. "Evie, I will tell you something." His eyes were soft and kind. "From the day I first met you, I intended no good to you." He put it that way, though he was loath to tell even so small a lie. Since I saw you last, I have been thinking of you, thinking very tenderly of you, Evie. When I arranged that we should go to Italy, to Palermo, I knew in my wicked mind that you would grow tired of me. I have always liked you. Christina and I discussed you by the hour, but you have never seen Christina until this week, Ronnie." Ronnie's hand went to his chin. "Haven't I?" He was troubled. "I thought, let me say I had dreamed of these discussions. I dream a great deal nowadays. Queer, ugly dreams. I woke this morning when the clock was striking 9. I felt so sad." He seemed to forget her presence, for he did not speak for a time. Her movement roused him, and he stammered his apologies. He had seated himself on the edge of the desk, one polished boot swinging, and he was looking past her with an intensity of gaze that made her turn to see the thing that attracted him. "Ronnie, I think we've both made a great mistake. Taking courage from his confusion, Evie delivered herself of the predication which she had not had the courage to rehearse. "I like you awfully. I don't think I could like a friend more. Don't imagine I'm a prude, but I don't feel— well, you can see for yourself that we are not the same way of thinking." "Friends?" he asked. "I'm very broad-minded about that sort of thing, but you can see for yourself." He saw very clearly for himself, and held out his hand. "Friends!" She experienced a thrill of one who creditably performs a great renunciation without any distress to herself. She said solemnly. Ronnie walked round to his writing-chair and sat down. She found satisfaction in the tremor of the hand that opened the portfolio on his desk. "And you're not hurt?" he asked anxiously. "No, Ronnie, thank God for that," said Ronald Morel. He was looking in the black case. Presently he pulled out half a dozen photographs and passed them across to her. "How perfectly lovely," she said. "Yes, in some respects more lovely than Palermo. And there are no earthquakes and no rumblings from old Etna." She was looking at the photographs of a white villa that seemed to be built on the side of a hill. One picture showed a riotous garden, another a lawn with great shady trees and deep basket chairs. "That is my house at Beaulieu," said Ronnie. "I want you to help me with that." She looked at him, ready to reprove. Her mouth opened. "Your mother is the very woman to run that house, and the garden was made for Christina." "Not you!" she gasped. "You aren't the man who wants a housekeeper." "I have sent for some." "Oh, Ronnie, I haven't photographs of the Palermo villa. An ideal place for a honeymoon, Evie? God love you." He came round to the back of her chair and dropped his hand on her shoulder lightly. "When you marry a nice man, you shall go there for your honeymoon." She took his hand and laid it against her cheek. It was one of the two subjects in which he was completely interested. In the hall below, Mr. Teddy Williams discussed Canada with the hall porter. For the fraction of a second, "I like Beaulieu, Ronnie. The house is a beauty. Perhaps if I hurried I could go there before Mother." The other came down by the elevator importantly, and they went out into Knightsbridge together. He paused, and in the view of revolted passers-by kissed her. And, Teddy, we'll go to Beaulieu afterwards." "I've been a long time, Teddy." She snuggled her arm in his. "But, well, first of all, my answer is yes. Mr. Morel has promised to let us have his house." "Isn't that grand?" said Teddy. "We got a town called Beaulieu in Saskatchewan. Wasn't it just like Christina not to get excited with the great news? But really Evie was to blame, because she kept the greater news to the last. I can't believe it. That young man who called on Christina." "I really can't believe it," said Mrs. Colebrook, who could, and did, believe it. "Why don't you yell, Chris?" demanded her indignant sister. "I am yelling," said Christina placidly. "I've been yelling longer than you, for I knew that it was Ronnie's house when the letter came." But the announcement of Evie's engagement had an electrifying effect. "That is the first time I have ever seen Christina cry," said Mrs. Colebrook with melancholy satisfaction. "There's a lot more in Christina than people think. If she'd only showed a little more nice feeling over poor Mr. Salt, I'd have liked it better. But you can't expect everything in these days, girls being what they are. Well, Evie, you're the first to go. I don't suppose Christina will ever marry. She's too hard. Canada won't seem so far if I'm in Boule, whatever they call it." Evie was sitting with her mother in the kitchen. From Christina's room came crooning. A rat-tat at the door made Evie jump. "My dear, oh my dear, have you come from the West? Why, Christina sings those old-fashioned songs when she knows Swanee and the Bulldog Patrol. Bullfrog, is it? I can't understand." Mrs. Colebrook's eyes went to the faded face of a clock on the mantel-shelf. Allowing for day-to-day variation, to which the timepiece was subject, she made it out to be past 11. "Don't open the door," she said. "It may be those Haggins. They've been fighting all day." Evie went to the door. "Who is there? Beryl Merville?" Evie opened the door and admitted the girl. Outside she glimpsed the tail-lamps of a car. "You are Evie, aren't you?" Beryl was breathless. "I must see him. Have you any idea where I can find Ronnie?" "Is that Beryl?" It was Christina's voice. She came down in her dressing-gown. "I want to find Ronnie. I have been to his flat. He is not at home." She was wild with fear, Christina saw that, Something had happened which had thrown her off her balance and had driven her, frantic, to Ronnie Morell. "Come up to my room, Beryl," she said gently. Evie said nothing. Mrs. Colebrook looked at Evie as the sound of a closing door came down. "It looks to me like a scandal," she said profoundly. She was wondering whether she ought not to have been indignant at the suggestion that she knew the whereabouts of Ronnie Morell. After all, she knew Ronnie better than anybody. "Perhaps I am better out of it, Mother," she said. She wished she knew Beryl better. Then she might have been asked upstairs to share the secret. "I am not sure that Teddy would like me to be mixed up in other people's affairs." "Sit down, Beryl." Christina pushed the trembling girl onto the bed. "What is wrong?" Beryl's lips were quivering. "I must see Ronnie. Oh, Christina, I'm just cornered." She fumbled in her bag and produced a folded sheet, and Christina read, "That man, Talbot, I think his name is, he is a friend of Ronnie's, has written to Father. The letter came by hand, marked urgent, whilst Daddy was out, and I opened it. Dear Dr. Melville, I think it is only right that you should know that your daughter spent a night at Ronald Morell's flat. Miss Melville, at Morell's suggestion, told you that she had been to a ball at Albert Hall. I can prove that she was never at the Albert Hall that night. I feel it is my duty to tell you this, and I expect you to inform Mr. Stepp, who, I understand, is engaged to your daughter." "How did he know?" Beryl shook her head wearily. "Ronald told him about the ball. He must have seen me. When the elevator was going down, the morning I left the flat, I saw a man walking up the stairs. Ronnie told me the night before that Jeremiah Talbot was coming to breakfast with him. I just saw him as the lift passed him. He had stopped on the landing below Ronnie's and probably recognized me." "Christina, what am I to do?" "Father mustn't know. It seems ever so much more important to me now." "When do you marry, Beryl?" "The day after tomorrow." "I know Ronnie has quarrelled with this man. I read that story in the newspapers. It was splendid of Ronnie. Splendid. It was a revelation to me." Christina bit her lip in thought. "I will see Ronnie tonight." "No, I will go alone. I have been resting all day. You must go home. Have you brought your car? Good. I will borrow it. Give me the letter." Beryl protested, but the girl was firm. "You must not go. Perhaps I am wrong about Ronnie, but I don't think so. Sir John Maxton has the same mad dream." "What do you mean?" Christina smiled. "One day I will tell you." The vision of her daughter, dressed for going out temporarily deprived Mrs. Colebrook of speech. Before she could frame adequate comment, Christina was gone. She dropped Beryl at her house and drove to Knightsbridge. The porter was not sure whether Mr. Morell was in or out. It was his duty to be uncertain. He took her up to Ronnie's floor and waited until the door opened. "My dear, what brings you here at this hour?" He had been out, he told her. A Royal Society lecture on Einstein's theory had been absorbing. "I love lectures," he laughed, "but you know that." He was so full of the subject, so alive, so boyish in his interest, that for a while he forgot the hour and the obvious urgency of her call. "Do you remember how I was so late last night that your mother locked me out?" "No, not your mother. It must have been Francois." He frowned heavily. "How curious that I should confuse Francois with your dear mother." She listened eagerly, delightedly, forgetting, too, the matter that brought her. The phenomenon had no terror for her, tremendous though it was. He was the first to recall himself to the present. "From Beryl," he said quickly. "What is wrong?" She handed him the letter, and he read it carefully. "How terrible!" he said in a hushed voice. "How appallingly terrible! He says she is marrying Stepp. That can't be true either. It would be grotesque." She was on the point of telling him that the marriage was due for the second day, when he went abruptly into his room. He returned, carrying his overcoat, which he put on as he talked. "A past can only be patched," he said, "and seldom patched to look like new. Omar crystallizes its irrevocability in his great stanza. We can no more shatter it to bits than remove it nearer to our heart's desire. Ronnie, Beryl is to be married the day after tomorrow." "Indeed?" He looked at her with a half-smile, and then at the clock. It was a minute past midnight. "Tomorrow?" she nodded. "Where are you going?" "To see Talbot." He acted according to his lights. "You can't expect a cockerel to sing like a lark. There is no sense in getting angry because things do not behave unnaturally." I made him feel very badly toward me yesterday. I think he can be adjusted. Some problems can be solved. Some must be scrapped. Have you a car? Beryl's? Good. Good night, Christina. I will see Beryl tomorrow. Will you drop me in Curzon Street? She asked him. No further questions, and when in the car he held her hand in his, she felt beautifully peaceful and content. The door was opened almost immediately. He closed the car door softly, and she saw him knocking at No. 703 as she drove away. "Is Mr. Talbot in, Brian?" The butler stared. Why, yes, Mr. Morrel," he stammered. "He is in bed. I was just locking up." He had not waited at table these past 2 days without discovering that Ronald Morrel was a name to be mentioned to the accompaniment of blasphemous et cetera. "Does he expect you, Mr. Morrel?" "No," said Ronnie. "All right, Brian. I know my way up." Jeremiah was not in bed. He left an apprehensive servant standing irresolutely in the hall. He was in his dressing-gown before a mirror, and his face was mottled with patches of grey mud, a cosmetic designed to remove wrinkles from tired eyes. Ronnie he saw reflected in the mirror. What the devil do you want?" he demanded hollowly. "What are you doing?" "Locking the door," said Ronnie, and threw the key onto the pillow of a four-poster bed. "Damn you, open that door, you sneaking cad!" Mr. Talbot experienced a difficulty in breathing. His voice was a little beyond his control. Also, the plaster at the corner of his mouth made articulation difficult. "I've come to see you on rather a pressing matter," said Ronnie evenly. "You wrote a letter to Dr. Merville making a very serious charge against my friend, Miss Merville. I may kill you. That is very likely. I do not complain, and I certainly do not intend abusing you. I hope it will not be necessary. If you shout or make a noise, I shall certainly kill you, because, as you will see, being an intelligent man, I cannot afford to let you live until your servants come." As it was, he spoke with difficulty, and without opening his mouth wider than the mud allowed. Mr. Talbot sat down suddenly, a comical figure, the more so since the dried mud about his eyes and the corner of his mouth made it impossible that he should express his intense fear. "You shall pay for fish? Morel v. God. I want you to write me a letter which I shall give to Miss Merville apologizing for your insulting note to the doctor." With a gurgle of rage, Talbot sprang at him. Ronnie half turned and struck twice. The butler heard the thud of a falling body. It shook the house. Still he hesitated. "Get up," said Ronnie. "I'm afraid I have dislocated your beauty spots, Jerry, but you'll be able to talk more freely." His jaw was aching, and his head was going round and round. Mr. Talbot nursed his jaw, but continued to sit on the floor. But he was an intelligent man. "Thank you, Jerry." Ronnie pocketed the letter. When he did get up, he opened a writing bureau and, at Ronnie's dictation, wrote. "I must risk that. Perhaps when I have gone, you will regret having written, and will complain to the police. You may even write a worse letter to the doctor, who hasn't seen your first epistle, by the way. If you do, I shall certainly destroy you. You can be adjusted. I shall be sorry because I don't think you deserve death. Most people can. Will you put a stamp on the envelope, Jerry? At the street door. Perhaps you will lose your job because you had admitted me, Brian." Ronnie stopped at a pillar box to post the letter, and walked home. "If that happens, will you come to me, please?" The dazed butler said he would. Gian Steppe was an early riser. In view of his early departure from London, he had cleared off such arrears of work as there was. By the time most people were sleepily inquiring the state of the weather, he had dealt with his correspondence, and had prepared his daily plan. It was very little, for his method did not admit of an accumulation of unsettled affairs. He was up at 6. At 7 o'clock he was at his desk with the contents of the morning newspapers completely digested. He had every reason to be satisfied on the whole, because a miracle had happened. Clyne River diamonds had soared to an unbelievable price. A man not easily troubled, he had been of late considerably perturbed by the erratic behavior of certain stocks. A new pipe had been discovered on the property, and the shares had jumped to 112, which would have been a fortunate development for Dr. Merville, who once held a large parcel, had not Stepp purchased his entire holding at 15. He did this before the news was made public that the pipe had been located, so that the doctor was in this position. He owed money to Stepp for shares which had made Stepp a profit. Before Stepp himself knew, as he swore, sitting within a yard of the code telegram from his South African agent, that had brought him the news 24 hours before it was published. Ronnie had had a large holding. He was deputy chairman of the company. The day following the execution of Ambrose Salt, Stepp sent him a peremptory note enclosing a transfer and a cheque. Ronnie put cheque and transfer away in a drawer and did not read the letter. For some extraordinary reason on that day he could not read easily. Letters frightened him, and he had to summon all his willpower to examine them. Nearly a week passed before he got over this strange repugnance to the written word. In the meantime, Jan Stepp had not seen his lieutenant. He never doubted that the transfer, signed and sealed, was registered in the books of the company. Ronnie was obedient, had signed transfers by the score without question. On this morning of March, Mr. Stepp was delayed in the conduct of his business by the tardy arrival of the mail. Almost the first letter he opened was one from the secretary of Klein River. There had been a heavy fog in the early hours, and letter distribution had been delayed, so that it was well after 8:30 before the mail came to him. He read and growled. Apparently, Mr. Stepp was under a misapprehension. The writer was sorry that he could not carry out the definite instructions which he had received. No shares held by Mr. Morrel had been transferred. There was a postscript in the secretary's handwriting. "I have reason to believe that Mr. Morrel has been selling your stocks very heavily." Jan Stepp, dropping the letter, pushed his chair back from the desk. "He is certainly the principal operator in the attack upon Midwell Tractions which you complained about yesterday. 1,000 shares in Klein River were at issue. He could not afford to tear bull-headed at Ronnie Morrel. So this was the bear, the seller of stock. Ronnie had done something like this before, and had been warned. Stepp let his fury cool before he got Merville on the wire. When, in answer to the summons, Merville arrived, Stepp was pacing the floor, his hands deep in his trousers pockets. Merville? Hasn't, huh? Seen Ronald Morrel lately? No, he hasn't been to the house for a very long time. Like him? The doctor hesitated. Not particularly. He is a distant cousin of mine. You know that? Stepp nodded. He was holding himself in check, and the effort was a strain. He's selling Midwell Tractions. You know that? He mimicked savagely. I'll break him, Merville. Smash him. The cur. The crafty cur. He gained the upper hand of his tumultuous rage after a while. That doesn't matter. But I sent him a cheque and a transfer. 1 minute. He seized the telephone and shouted a number. Yes, Stepp. Has a cheque been passed through payable to Ronald Morrel? I'll give you the number if you wait. He jerked out a drawer, found the stub of a cheque-book, and turned the counterfoil. There? March 17th. By cheque number LV 970 1842. He waited at the telephone, scowling absent-mindedly at the doctor. Huh? It hasn't been presented, all right. He smashed the receiver down on the hook. If he had paid in the cheque, I would have got him, the swine. But he hasn't. I sent orders to transfer his Klein Rivers. I thought I was doing him a good turn, just as I thought I was doing one for you, Merville. And he refused to allow you to make the sacrifice, said the doctor dryly. I don't like that kind of talk, Merville. Stepp's face was dark with anger. I want you to come with me. I'm going to see this thing, and I'm going to get the transfer. Make no mistake about that. Call up the filthy hound and tell him you are coming round. Don't mention me. It will give him a chance of getting rid of his women. He listened to the telephone conversation that followed. What was he saying? He asked me if there was anything wrong. It struck me that he was anxious. He asked me twice. That fellow has an instinct for trouble, said Stepp. Ronnie was dressed, which was unusual for him at this early hour, and the doctor could hardly help noticing, that the library was gay with flowers. This also was remarkable, for Ronnie disliked to have flowers in a room. You're admiring my flowers, Bertram, smiled Ronnie. There were daffodils, pierce-neige, bowls of violets, and through the open casement with its curtains fluttering in the stiff breeze, Merville saw new window boxes ablaze with tulips. I had to buy them ready-grown, and the gentleman who owns the flat has misgivings as to the wisdom of flower boxes. He thinks they may fall on to somebody's head. Good morning, Stepp. You look happy. Mr. Stepp was looking and feeling quite the reverse. He forced his face into a contortion intended to be a smile. "Good morning, Ronnie. I thought I'd come along and see you about the transfer I sent to you. You forgot to fill it up." "Did I?" Ronnie was genuinely surprised. "I remember I had a letter from you." He took a heap of papers from a drawer, and, as he turned them over, Stepp's eyes lit up. "That's it," he said, and offhandedly put your name against the seal. Ronnie took up a pen and paused. "I am transferring 1,000 shares in the Klein River Diamond Mining Corporation at 12. They are worth more than that, surely." "Why did you send it?" "I thought I saw them quoted at 100 and something." "They 12 when I sent you the transfer," said Stepp. "I don't remember expressing a wish to sell." Here Stepp made a fatal mistake. He had but to say, "You agreed to sell," and Ronnie would have signed. There were some incidents in his past life that he could not remember, but the temper of the big man got the better of him. "You're not expected to ask. You're expected to do as you're told," he roared, bringing his big fist down on the table with a crash. "Get that, Morel. I sent you the transfer, a cheque." "This must be the cheque," said Ronnie. Stepp was purple with rage, inarticulate. He looked at the oblong slip and tore it into 4 pieces before he dropped the scraps into the waste-basket. Then the transfer followed the cheque. "Don't let us have a scene," said Dr. Melville nervously. "You must meet Stepp in this, Ronnie." "I'll meet him with pleasure. I have 1,000 shares, apparently. If he wants them, good. He can pay me the market price." "You dog! Do you hear? You're going straight to the office of the Klein River Company and sign another transfer," howled Stepp, his face thrust across the table until it was within a few inches of Ronnie's. "You damned swindler!" "How could I not hear?" said Ronnie, getting up, as to signing the transfer. "I will do so on terms, if you are civil." "If I'm civil, huh?" "If I'm civil. I'll break you, Morel. I'll break you. They will be glad to see it opened. There's a little document in my safe that will get you 5 years. "That makes you look foolish." "Take it out of your safe," said Ronnie coolly, "which I understand the police have. I could open it myself if I could only remember. I've tried. I sat up all one night trying to get the word. When I saw a paragraph in the paper about Meropulus, it made me shiver, because I knew I could open the safe. You're a liar, the same damned liar that you've always been. I want that transfer, Morel. You're a damned fine asset to a company. I'm through with you after your appearance in the police court. You and your Lola. You will resign from the board of my companies. Get that? Do you hear me? And whilst I'm dealing with you, I'd like to tell you that if you attack my stocks, I'll attack you in a way that will make hell a cozy corner, huh?" His hand shot out, and he gripped Ronnie. "Come here, you!" Ronnie took the hand that grasped his collar and pried loose the fingers. He did this without apparent effort. The fingers had to release their hold or be broken. "Don't do that, please," he said calmly. Then, with a twist of his wrist, he flung the hand away. Merville felt the fear before he saw its evidence. Stepp stood panting, grimacing, afraid. "How did you do that?" panted Stepp. It was the resentful curiosity of the beaten animal. Ronnie opened his mouth and laughed long and joyously. He was, thought the doctor, like a boy conjurer who had mystified his elders and was enjoying the joke of it. "Francois, open the door. Must you go, Bertram?" Then, without warning, he became serious again and pressed a bell on his table. "I wanted to see you rather pressingly. Stepp can find his way home, can't you, Stepp? I'll settle with you later, Morel. One can't imagine him getting lost, and he can ask a policeman. Come on, Merville." The doctor vacillated. "Come on," roared Stepp. "I'll see you this afternoon. I have an engagement now." Merville went hastily after the big man. Ronnie followed, overtaking them as they were getting into the elevator. "Will you tell Beryl that I am coming to see her tonight?" "She'll not see you," exploded Stepp. "No decent woman would see you. What an ape you are," said Ronnie reproachfully. "Don't you realize that I'm not talking to you?" Tocian Stepp's solitary lunch was served at midday, an hour which ensured his solitude, for he was a man who liked his meals alone. They were unknown to one another. One had walked, the other had descended from a taxi, and they stood aside politely. He was nearing the finish of his repast, his enormous appetite, unimpaired by his unhappy experience of the morning, when two men mounted the steps of his Berkeley Square residence. "You are first, sir," said the taller and healthier of the two. Their cards went in to Jan, stepped together. He saw the tall man first, jumping up from the table and wiping his fingers on his serviette. "Well, Inspector, what do you want? In the library, huh?" He looked at himself in the glass, pulled his cravat straight, and smoothed his black hair before he made his way to where the tall man, hat in hand, was waiting his pleasure. Stepp jerked open the lid of a box and presented its contents for approval. "Thank you, sir. The Inspector of Police chose a cigar with care. I have a large number. It is about this traction company of your friends. I think I remember you saying that you were not in the flotation yourself?" "No, I bought shares." "What about it?" "Well, sir," said the inspector, speaking slowly, "I am afraid that matters are very serious indeed. The public prosecutor has taken action, and a warrant has been issued." Stepp was prepared for this. "Have you the warrant?" The officer nodded. "Can it be put off until tomorrow?" "Absolutely impossible, sir. The best I can do is to defer its execution until late tonight. Even then, I am taking a risk." Stepp tugged at his little beard. "Make it tonight," he said. "I'll undertake that he doesn't leave the country. You won't let him know, of course?" "No, sir. But a postponement of arrest, that was another matter." If Stepp had offered as much money as he could command to secure the escape of his victim, the bribe would have been rejected. "Thank you, Inspector." "Thank you, sir. I shall put a couple of men on to watch him." "I must do that. He will never know." Stepp went back to the dining-room, very much occupied. "No, I can't see anybody else. Order the car. Who is he?" He took up the second card. "Mr. Jeremiah Talbot?" The man who was concerned in the case where Ronald Morell had figured so ingloriously. Perhaps he could tell him something about Ronnie, something to his further discredit. "I've come from a sense of duty," began the injured Jeremiah. "Bring him in, and when the dapper Mr. Talbot appeared, I can give you 2 minutes, Mr. Talbot. I'm certainly not going to be intimidated by threats from a beast like Ronald Morell." Stepp cut him short. "Is it about Ronald Morell?" "I haven't time to go into your quarrels. It is about Ronnie and Beryl Merville." "Sit down," he said. Jan Stepp gazed at the man moodily, then into the fire, then back to Jeremiah Talbot. "You saw? You are certain? Now?" Talbot told his story plainly and without trimmings, save that his hatred of Ronnie led him to digress from time to time. "Absolutely. I ran down the stairs. There was a fellow taking photographs outside, a man with a brown beard. Meropulus. That is all. And the photograph was that of Beryl Merville. Go on." "I felt it my duty to tell you. If Ronald Morell attempts to browbeat me, I'll give him in charge." "All right, you can go." "Thank you." Jan Stepp had his own peculiar views on women in general, the relationship of Beryl with Ronnie Morell in particular. Things of that kind happened. He had thought some such affair was possible, and was neither shocked nor outraged. Beryl did not love him, he knew. She loved Morell. He grinned wickedly. "A car, sir." His first call was at the registrar's office. The special license had been secured a week before. The Mervilles had not gone in to lunch when he arrived. "I can marry you at 2:30, said the registrar. "We like a day's notice, but in an exceptional case, Stepp paid." Beryl was in her room, the doctor working in his study. Stepp wondered what he was working at. "I want to see Miss Merville." "Don't disturb the doctor." She came down, a listless, hopeless girl. Intuitively, she knew that he had been told. What would he do? She stopped at the door of her father's study, fighting her fear. Should she tell him first? In the end, she came to Stepp. "Well, Beryl, what is this I hear about Ronald Morell and you, huh? What have you heard? That you've been his mistress. That's what I've heard." "Damn fine news for a bridegroom, huh? Does your father know?" She shook her head. "Do you want him to know?" "I don't care." "You don't care, huh? Got that way now, so that you don't care. You'll marry me this afternoon." She looked up. "This afternoon? You'd better tell the doctor. You can tell him anything else you like about Morell, but if you don't tell, I won't." Her hand had gone up to her cheek. "I'm not ready." "This afternoon." "I can't. Give me a day." "You said it would be tomorrow." "This afternoon at 2:30. Will you tell the doctor, or shall I?" She was trying to think. "I'll tell him. As you wish. This afternoon." Lunch went into the dining room. Nobody touched food. Step had to return to the house to get the wedding ring, send telegrams changing the date of his arrival in Paris, settle such minor details of household management as the change necessitated. He was at the registrar's office when they came, Dr. Merville and the white-faced girl. In a cab behind the doctor's car travelled 2 Scotland Yard detectives. The ceremony was simple. The repetition of a few sentences, and Beryl Merville became Beryl Van Step. She did not know that his name was Van Step until she saw the marriage certificate. "You can go home with your father. Be ready to leave by the boat train tonight." So he dismissed her. All the way back to the house, the doctor was talking, cheerfully, helpfully. She did not hear him. She was looking at the broad gold ring on her finger. As they were entering the house, her father leaned back and scrutinized the street. Evie brought the news at a run. "I'm sure I've seen those 2 men before. Weren't they waiting outside the registrar's, Beryl?" Beryl had seen only one man, a man with a black beard, a broad, swarthy face, and 2 eyes wherein burned the fires of hell. She had been shopping with Teddy. The store had given her a holiday, and there was some talk of subscribing for a wedding present. I said, "Teddy, I'll bet it is." And then I thought that I knew one of the cars. I said to Teddy, "Let's stop and see who it is." We knew it was somebody, swagger by the 2 cars and the cab outside the door. Beryl Merville? And it was. Christina was pale. She wasn't to be married until tomorrow, she insisted. "Well, she's married." "My dear." She looked awful. Teddy says, "Oh, damn Teddy," snapped Christina, and was sorry. "I don't mean that, but I'm so used to damning your young men that I can't get out of the habit." "Did they go away together, Step and she?" "No, she's gone back to the house with her father." "Step, is he a man with black whiskers?" "Well, he went alone." Christina kicked off her slippers determinedly. "I'm going to see her," she said. "What do you think you can do?" asked the scornful Evie. "Take my advice, Christina. Never interfere between man and wife." "Chuck over my shoes, Evie." "Teddy says—" "I repeat anything I have already said about Teddy," remarked Christina. She could not tell Beryl. She could tell nobody. Ronnie Morel must be interpreted by those who saw. She strode out thanking God for life, and Ambrose salt for the tingle of her soles upon the pavement. Spring was in the air. The park trees were studded with emerald buttons. Some impatient bushes had even come fully into leaf before the season had begun. To Beryl's eyes, the girl, with her peaked face and her flaming hair, was a vision of radiance. "So good of you." Beryl was on the verge of a breakdown as Christina Colebrook put her arms about her shoulders. The sky was blue and carried white and majestic clouds. The birds were chattering noisily above her as she came through the park, and the earth smelled good, as it only smells in spring, when the awakening of life within its bosom releases a million peculiar odours that combine in one fragrant needle. "So lovely of you, Christina. I wanted to see you. I hadn't the energy to move, or the heart. Why today? Step knows everything." He insisted upon today. "As well today as tomorrow. I'm troubled about father. I feel that something dreadful is going to happen. He is so restless, and he has asked John Maxton to come. John was a great friend of my mother's. In a way, I'm almost glad that there is this other trouble hanging over us. That sounds cruel to poor Daddy, but it does distract me from thoughts." "What is this other trouble?" But Beryl shook her head. "I don't know. There has been some unpleasantness about a company father floated. Jan Step did it, really. Father is only a figurehead. He has had people to see him, people from the public prosecutor's office. He doesn't talk much about it to me, but I have a premonition that all is not well. But, Christina, I'm just whining and whining at you, poor girl." "Whine," said Christina. "Go on whining? Eee! I should scream. Beryl, my love, you have to do something for me, something to relieve my heart of a great unhappiness. I intended seeing you today. You had my letter. Well, I'm too late to stop you marrying. I thought I would be in time, but not too late to save your immortal soul. What, wait? No matter at what inconvenience or danger. I want you to promise me, by the man we hold mutually sacred, that you will do as I ask." "I will do anything you ask," said Beryl quietly. "What time do you meet this Step?" "I call for him at 8 o'clock. "No, I can't do that. You promised." The boat train leaves at 9:30. At 8 o'clock you will go to Ronnie Morel. Tell him you're married. You will see him, go to his flat, and see him. Tell him that Step knows. Tell him the truth, that you are going away with a man you hate. I can't. You don't know what you're asking, Christina. I've begged Ronnie before, begged him to run away with me. It is impossible. I can't do that again. You need beg nothing, nothing. Just tell him. She caught the girl to her. No, but you must go, Beryl. Beryl, you're going to do what I ask you, dear. Yes, you wouldn't ask me, out of caprice, finished Christina, or cussedness, or a wish to try experiments. Christina? I think I should kill myself if you didn't. That is what I mean. What do you mean? I mean it is life to go and death not to go, said Christina, with a sort of ferocity that staggered her companion. In a quieter tone. Have you seen Ronald lately? Beryl shook her head. I'm not gulping. No, I saw him that night. The night they killed Ambrose. Oh, don't gulp, warned Christina. I'm yearning. I saw him yearning once, the dear. I'm trying to find some of his strength now. It is a little difficult. Ronnie? Christina speaking. On the way home, Christina dropped into a telephone booth and paid 3 precious pennies. Beryl is coming to see you tonight. At 8. Wait for her. Don't dare to be out. She cut off before he could ask questions. Sir John Maxton, stayed to dinner. Beryl did not put in an appearance until just before 8. Already, Beryl? Dr. Merville scrambled up. My dear, I hope I have done right. His face was grey, his eyes sunken. The hands that took her by the shoulders shook. I hope I have done right, my little girl. She tried to smile as she kissed him. She shook her head. Can't I take you to Berkeley Square, Beryl? Asked Sir John. No, thank you, John. Goodbye. They stood together, bareheaded, on the pavement, and saw her go. A drizzle of rain was falling. The dull red furnace glow of London was in the sky. Together they walked back to the dining-room, and Maxton did not break in upon the doctor's thoughts. Thank God she's gone, he whispered at last. John, I'm at the end, I know it. Perhaps he'll help after. I'll be satisfied if he makes Beryl happy. He could help now, said John Maxton. Why do you deceive yourself? How can you hope for anything from Step? I wish to God I had known that this infernal marriage was for today. She wished it, said the doctor. I should not have insisted, but she wished it. Step isn't a bad fellow. Step is a scoundrel, and nobody knows that better than yourself. Why are you in any danger from the law? But he won't, because you copied a draft prospectus which Step drew up and issued it in your own name. Step has only to appear as a witness and tell the truth, and he would find himself in your place. Supposing this comes to a prosecution, he could have saved. He stopped. Ambrose Salt? He could have saved the body of Ambrose Salt from annihilation by a word. The draft of the prospectus is in existence. It is in the safe that Salt made. Step could open it, and 99/100ths of your responsibility would be wiped out. But he won't risk his own skin. You think they will prosecute, John? Maxton considered. There was nothing to be gained by evasion. The door opened. I am sure they will, he said quietly. If I were the public prosecutor, I should apply for a warrant on the facts as I know them. Will you see 2 gentlemen from Whitehall? The maid asked. It was Maxton who nodded. The doctor got up as the detectives entered. Bertram, you have to meet this ordeal courageously. I am Detective Inspector Lord, from Scotland Yard. Said the first of them, You are Dr. Bertram Melville. I have to take you into custody on a charge of misrepresentation under the Companies Act. I understand you keep a medicine chest in your room. Very good, said Dr. Melville. May I go to my room for a moment? No, sir, said the inspector. Maxton nodded approvingly. He did not go to the police station with the prisoner. He went in search of Beryl and Jan Step. Left Arnold Morel on the hearthrug before his electric radiator, watched the fiery little wave that moved along the surface of the element. In such moments of complete detachment, when his mind was free from the encumbrance of active thought, he received strange impressions. They were not memories, he told himself, any more than are those faces which grow and fade in the darkness just between sleeping and waking. They were wisps of dreams that were born and dissolved in a fraction of time. He had seen such clouds grow instantly above the Lake of Geneva, and watching them from the terraces of Caux, had of a sudden missed them, even as he watched. So these impressions appeared and vanished. There was one that was distinct and more frequent than any other. It was of a hut, long and narrow. 2 broad sloping benches ran down each side, and these at night were packed with sleeping men. The door to the hut was very solid, and was locked by a soldier. He could sometimes hear the swish of the soldier's boots as he paced the gravel path surrounding the hut. Once a man had died, Ronnie helped to carry him out. It was a plague that struck the island. Island? Yes, it was an island in the tropics, for the nights were very hot and the plants luxurious. There is a ring. Will monsieur require me? Yes, stay, Francois. Ronnie jumped up and dusted his trousers. Another second, and he was halfway across the room. I'm so glad that I came, Ronnie. It wasn't that, Christina insisted. I wanted to see you, dear. How pale, how ill she looked, he thought, with a sinking heart. She was going away somewhere, for she was dressed for travelling. Beryl, my dear, you are not well? Oh, I'm well enough, Ronnie. She glanced back at the door. She expected that any moment Step would come, he would guess. He held both her hands in his. There was a train to be caught, too. The madness of this visit. Beryl, they tell me you are going to be married. That isn't right, Beryl, is it? She nodded. But Beryl, he stopped. I saw you once, and I was cruel, wasn't I? What is the use of talking about it? Ronnie, I hope you are going to be a better man than you have been. I admire you so much for defending that poor girl. You are trying to be different now. I think so, and I believe in you, Ronnie. It is not easy to give up that life. He smiled. Won't you want to go back to it again? I will take away from thee the desire of thine eyes. With a stroke, yet neither shalt thou mourn nor weep. She looked at him fearfully. Ronnie, I am married. He bent his head, as though he had not heard her. Ronnie, how solemn you are, and you are so strong, too. I feel it. I was married today to Step. Oh, God, it is awful, Ronnie, awful. The door shook again. He put his arm about her, and kissed the tearful face, and then crash! I think that is your husband, said Ronnie gently. Will you go into my room? Step flung himself into the room. He opened the door for her, and said yes with his eyes to the alarmed Francois. In his great fur-collared coat he looked a giant of a man. Well, said Ronnie, where's my wife? The man's voice vibrated. You swine! Where is my wife? She's come here, I know, to her damned paramour. Where is she? He bellowed. She is in my room, said Ronnie, and Jan Step staggered back as if he were shot. In your room? He sounded as if he were being strangled. Well, now, she can come to my room. You called me an ape this morning. I'll show you what kind of an ape I can be. Beryl, he roared. She came out, a tragic figure of despair. So you had to come and see him. Francois had opened the door again, and a man came in unannounced. Step! It was John Maxton, and Step turned with a snarl. Nerville has been arrested. Well, my father arrested? Jan, I must go back. You'll go with me, huh? I had married your father, or your lover either. What are you going to do? Demanded Maxton sternly. Catch my train. You can't stop me. Step, for God's sake, think what you're doing. Sir John Maxton was pleading now with a greater intensity than he had ever pleaded before a tribunal. You could save Merville. You have the draft of the prospectus in the safe. In the safe, roared Step, his face inflamed with fury. Come, Beryl. He held out his hand, but she shrank back behind Ronnie. Then open the safe, demanded Maxton. Go to hell. All of you, don't stand up to me, Morel, or I'll kill you. Beryl, what is the word? This combination word, Step. You can get away tonight. They will find nothing until the morning. I won't tell you. Damn you. I'll see you. Judas. Ronnie Morel stood, his finger outstretched, stiffly pointing at the other. Judas, Judas. That is the word. Open-mouthed Step lurched toward him. I know you. You, he struck. But his blow went wide, and then Ronnie had him by the shoulders, and they looked into one another's eyes. Beryl, horrified, sick with fear, saw her husband's face go livid, saw him grimace painfully, monstrously. He screamed. I know you. You're Salt. Ambrose Salt. You're dead. They hanged you, blast you. Ambrose Salt. He put out his huge hands as to ward off a ghastly sight. Oh, Christ! He went down in a heap. Come along, Beryl, he mumbled. You mustn't stay here. It is Salt. Beryl came forward, groping like one blind. Ronnie? She stared into his eyes, and in his agitation he put his knuckle to his chin. Oh, my dear, Sipsy personally, said Evie, I think she should have waited 6 months. After all, Christina, even if her father was acquitted, there is a scandal. I admit she was a wife in name only, as the pictures say, but she was Mrs. Stepp. It is the principle of the thing. Don't think I'm hurt about Ronnie getting married. I wouldn't be so small. Teddy quite agrees with me. He says that it isn't decent to marry within a week of your husband's death. Christina's mouth was bulging. Ronnie had sent her imposing quantities of candy. You're a jealous cat. Pass me that book about Beaulieu that you're sitting on, and don't talk so much, she said. I'm not. I declare I'm not. Then shut up, said Christina, opening her book. I like Ronnie, I admit, but there was something lacking in him. Soul, that's what it was, soul. Did Ambrose Salt have soul? Why, yes, I always thought he had soul. Faux-deal murder. The End Books by Edgar Wallace. A king by night angel, Esquire, captains of souls Diana, of the Caracara, Double Dam Green, Rust, Jacques of Judgment, Kate plus Room 13, Tamar the Scoots Terror, Heap the Angel of Terror, the Black the Apple. Abbot the Clue, the New Pin, the Clue of the Twisted Candle, the Crimson Circle, the Duff, J.G. Reader, the Missing Million, the Door with 7 locks the face in the night, the 4 just men, the Girl from Scotland Yard, the Green Archer, the Hairy Arm, the Man who knew the mind of Mr. The Other Man, the Ringer, the Secret House, the Sinister Man, the Squealer, the Strange Countess, the Terrible People, the Traitor's Gate, the Valley of Ghosts,